This boy lost both his father and mother when he was very young. That day, countless bizarre stone pillars fell from the sky. Then a barrier was deployed. The monsters known as calamity spirit beasts broke through the barrier and invaded the human world. Led by the world-ending demon spirit, they slaughtered humanity mercilessly. Before such power, humans were utterly insignificant. Izuki's family was no exception. First, his father used his own body to hold back the monster, giving mother and son time to escape. Then his mother pushed him away to secure a path to survival for Izuki. Carrying his hatred for monsters for 16 years, Izuki had finally waited for the awakening ceremony. One student after another stepped forward and touched the stone pillar, then learned of their potential. However, most were judged to be untalented. Even a student who had set 6 records in his first school year, a promising athlete with extraordinary physical abilities, was judged to have no potential. The students below, who had been full of enthusiasm, began to lose heart. Quite a few had already gone, yet not a single person had the potential to become an awakener. The call for the next student came rapidly and relentlessly. It was as though they were slapping the school in the face, saying that their school did not have even one awakener. It was a complete humiliation, until the official called Oishi Hikaru's name. The students fell silent. Rather than hoping he would become an awakener, they hoped he would not. Hikaru was already a bully under ordinary circumstances. If he awakened, it would be a nightmare. Yet their worst fear came true. Unlike the other students, when Hikaru placed his hand on the stone pillar, it changed. Delighted, Hikaru secretly thought, after this, Izumi Ninto and the beautiful woman beside him will definitely notice me. He had indeed awakened. He was a lightning element mage with grade 2 talent. However, his 4 attributes added up to only 12 points. The beautiful woman beside Ninto, whom he had boldly set his sights on, was a girl named Agia. After seeing Hikaru's information panel, she sighed. At last, there is one. But at level 0, his total attributes are only 12. Still, having one is better than having none. In Agia's eyes, Hikaru was barely better than trash. Yet he still believed he looked incredibly impressive. Facing the students below, he raised both hands in a victory pose. Hikaru imagined himself surrounded by a dazzling aura, like the protagonist, while Ninto surely had plenty to say to him. After all, he was the first awakener. Move aside. A voice rang out, and Hikaru was shoved aside. What do you think you're doing? You touched me with your filthy hand? Do you want to die? His celebration had been interrupted before it even began, leaving him furious as he turned around and shouted abuse. The students below were displeased to see someone cut in line. They recognized him as Tenma Izuki, a quiet, inconspicuous student from Class 5. Seeing Hikaru's rage surge like a tsunami, the crowd could only click their tongues in pity. Izuki is done for. Once Hikaru targets you, there is no escape. But Ninto and Agia showed no reaction to Izuki's rather rude act of cutting in line, because both of them sensed an incredibly powerful force emanating from him. As for Izuki, the reason for his expression earlier was that he had engraved every detail of that fateful day into his mind since childhood, so he would never forget his hatred for the calamity spirit beasts. His resolve was completely different from that of the other students. Izuki reached out and touched the icy surface of the stone pillar. Instantly, he felt an immensely powerful energy. Compared to this surge, the slight reaction from the pillar during Hikaru's awakening was not worth mentioning. A lotus flower could even be seen enveloping the entire school as it slowly bloomed. This is insane. It looks far more spectacular than Hikaru's awakening. That flower must be over 100 meters tall. Countless whispers sounded below as everyone held their breath and watched. As Izuki's close friends, Riga and Seiya were so happy they nearly jumped up and down. Even Agia, who always wore a calm expression, could not conceal her shock. This phenomenon only appeared when the rarest profession of all, the Destroyer, emerged. How strong will he be? I am truly looking forward to this young man. Ninto nodded as well. If there was one person in the crowd who was angry, it was Hikaru. The little spotlight he had just received had now been completely erased by Izuki. When Izuki opened his eyes again, no one was around him. In what seemed like an instant, he had been transported from the school grounds to another place. He was not sure whether he had awakened, only that he was now seated in the middle of a huge lotus platform. Before Izuki was a status window containing his information. Reading this, Izuki nearly foamed at the mouth. Hikaru's total of 12 attributes had already been terribly low, yet all of Izuki's attributes were 0. However, The notification soon changed. It stated that Izuki had learned the rank Z skill Super Mimicry, while the special grade talent Nirvana had also been activated. All of his attributes increased to 200, bringing his total attributes to 800. Izuki's mood changed in an instant, and he cheered in delight. I understand now. If I learn skills through Super Mimicry, I gain attribute points through Nirvana. Even if I cannot level up because my level is fixed, I can still grow stronger in my own way. Izuki did not know what level this made him equivalent to, but he had certainly become an awakener. This ignited an unprecedented determination in his heart. He could destroy all Calamity Spirit beasts and avenge his parents. The lotus enveloping the school finally bloomed. It released such a blinding light that everyone nearby temporarily lost their vision. Izuki had completed his awakening ceremony. He left Agia and Ninto utterly stunned with attributes that were completely unreasonable for a novice. Even Ninto, known as the strongest awakener, found it unbelievable. He was certain that from this day onward, the young man would become the strongest. After a few stunned seconds, the students below erupted into endless cheers. Oh my God, Izuki's attributes shot up. I can't believe our school has someone this incredible. This will be a miracle written into our school's history. Seeing the crowd cheer Izuki's name made Hikaru even angrier. He felt those praises should have been for him, and that Izuki had stolen them for no reason. Blinded by rage, he attacked Izuki with the skill he had just learned, Silver Serpent. At the same time, Izuki's system quickly detected the incoming rank C skill and automatically activated Super Mimicry. The analysis progressed extremely quickly. By the time Hikaru's Silver Serpent slithered close, Izuki vanished in a sudden flash of lightning. Not only were the others shocked, but Hikaru had not expected this either. He looked left and right, trying to find Izuki, but somehow, Izuki had appeared directly behind him. The moment Hikaru noticed, his entire body froze. Be grateful that you're human. If you were a spirit beast, I would have killed you 100 times already. Izuki placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke without any courtesy. Hikaru immediately collapsed to the ground in terror. His reaction made him a laughingstock in everyone else's eyes. Izuki's analysis of Silver Serpent was also complete. Since it was merely a rank C skill, the analysis was indeed fast. Izuki had now learned a suitable counter skill called Lightning Shock Blast. His body emitted another dazzling light, and he was drawn back into that empty space, seated on the Lotus platform just as he had been during his awakening. It seemed that every time Izuki learned a new skill, he would be brought here. There, he could view the information for his newly acquired skill. Once again, he returned before the students like a god. Izuki's entire body was now surrounded by lightning, shining far more brilliantly than Hikaru's lightning attack. Hikaru stared at him in confusion, as though looking at a monster. Even in his dreams, Hikaru could never understand how Izuki had learned a new skill in such a short time, and his attributes continued to increase after he returned. Although the sky had been clear, rain suddenly began to fall. Then something came rumbling down from above. The students looked up and saw a massive stone pillar hurtling toward Ninto. Ninto immediately announced that the school assembly was suspended and that students were to evacuate the campus according to emergency drill procedures. It seemed their target was him. Agia urged Ninto to run, saying that fighting now was not a good option. However, he believed that if even he fled, the situation would only become more chaotic. Izuki was still there. Among the panicking students, he stood out even more because of his extraordinary calmness. The stone pillar had now landed. Seiya and Riga wanted to grab their friend and run, because a stone pillar landing meant that a Calamity Spirit beast was coming. However, Izuki had no intention of leaving. His greatest desire was to awaken and destroy. Spirit beasts, what are you saying? You can't fight it. Riga's face turned pale when he saw that his friend refused to leave. Riga is right. You just awakened, so you're not strong enough to fight it. Leave it to the other awakeners, Seiya added. However, Izuki remained resolute. Seeing that he was determined to stay, the two of them could no longer stop him. Seiya grabbed Riga by the tie and dragged him away first. In the rain, Izuki could feel hot blood coursing through his body. His excitement was beyond words. By coincidence, his first enemy after awakening was of the same kind as the one that had killed his parents. Bone Soldier 10,369. It was level 8, with grade 2 talent that doubled its defense whenever it detected that its opponent's attack attribute was higher than its own defense attribute. Its base defense was 120. Since Izuki's attack attribute had reached 210, its talent was activated, raising its defense to 240. Izuki wondered whether he should try out the skill he had just learned. The bone soldier before him was no easy opponent, but Izuki did not want anyone else to die. With that thought, he charged recklessly toward his prey. Powerful lightning surged from his body. With a single punch, Bone Soldier 10,369 was sent flying. The fleeing students were stunned by the sight. At that moment, they all shared the same thought. Izuki was truly too powerful. Perhaps they did not need to run anymore. Even Agia found it unbelievable that a novice who had just awakened could blow away a level 8 Calamity Spirit beast with one punch. Ninto carefully watched Izuki's every move. Compared to other level 0 individuals, Izuki was on an entirely superior level. Even so, defeating Bone Soldiers was nearly impossible because they possessed two troublesome abilities. The first was doubling their defense, and the second was a skill called Bone Fire, capable of incinerating anything. Just as Ninto thought this, Bone Fire activated. Blue flames surged forth, seeking to devour Izuki's body. Seiya and Riga saw this and cried out in concern. Izuki. Hikaru, meanwhile, was delighted and laughed loudly. You really don't know your place. Once those flames touch you, you'll be nothing but ashes. Bone Fire was a rank B skill. Detecting the attack, Izuki's super mimicry activated again. He realized that the analysis speed seemed to increase whenever an enemy used a skill directly on him. For example, the flames were now drawing ever closer to his forehead. Agia was already drenched in cold sweat from worry. Even a level 10 Awakener would have no chance of survival if struck directly by this attack. When the analysis reached 77%, the flames of Bone Fire finally reached Izuki and rapidly burned part of his body away, exposing white bone. Yet he remained standing in place without moving. He even seemed to be seriously experiencing the sensation of his body burning, because it helped him understand how his parents must have felt before they died. Witnessing a newly emerged genius about to be consumed by Bone Fire, everyone present was tense to the extreme. Ninto alone knew that Izuki had not yet revealed his full strength. Izuki even pointed boldly at the Bone Soldier and declared, "Once the analysis is complete, you will die." A few seconds later, the analysis reached 100%. Half of Izuki's body had become bare white bone. Some students had already given up hope. We were counting on him, but this is simply too much for someone who just awakened. Yet at the most critical moment, the Lotus appeared again. Inside the Lotus platform, Izuki wondered what skill he would learn this time. The results soon appeared. Black Ice Barrier, Grade 2. Upon activation, it continuously consumes mana to create ice over the body's surface, capable of blocking fire element skills of rank B and below. Its passive effect grants an additional 10% defense when blocking rank B or lower fire element skills. After learning the new skill, all of Izuki's attributes increased by 20 points. They were now 230. Furthermore, due to his ability to remove negative effects and fully restore his body, his fatal injuries healed at a visible speed. Izuki was extremely satisfied. Earlier, even after using all his strength, he had been unable to break through the Bone Soldier's defense. But now that his attack attribute had increased by 20 points, he might succeed. When the Lotus bloomed, Izuki emerged with his body fully restored, and even stronger than before. The crowd erupted into endless cheers. They felt that Izuki's recovery was like a miracle. Agia's eyes widened in astonishment. Does he have a healing skill? But didn't he use a lightning element skill just now? They say destroyers are the most mysterious profession, but Izuki seems like an exception, more mysterious than mystery itself. I can't believe he recovered so perfectly. Agia wondered whether he could recover even if his limbs were severed or his brain was destroyed. She was truly curious about the limits of this healing ability. Back in the battle, when the Bone Soldier saw that Izuki had not been defeated by its Bone Fire, its fighting spirit grew even more ferocious. The flames from its skill burned even more fiercely. But now, with Black Ice Barrier, Izuki no longer had to fear being incinerated by Bone Fire. His body stood firm amid the flames, completely unharmed. Naturally, Izuki had no intention of simply standing there and defending. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent's skill could not harm him, he charged forward to attack. Black Ice Barrier made Izuki's body sharper and more rugged, along with extraordinary speed. He could leap behind the spirit beast in an instant, as though he had teleported. Even an experienced awakener like Agia could not keep up with his movements. If this really was a rookie, then he was terrifying. They realized that Izuki's sturdy armor not only protected his body, but could also form weapons of any shape. It was a god-tier skill suited for both defense and offense. With his accelerated movements and relentless attacks, Izuki cut the Bone Soldier into dozens of pieces. The battle ended in a complete victory. Only then did Izuki dare rush over and hug his best friend. "I'm so glad you won. I was really worried just now. By the way, where's Seiya?" he asked. Only then did Riga realize it. Hadn't Seiya been standing here the entire time, looking as though she were about to cry? Where'd she gone now? Izuki looked around the crowd, but there was no sign of her distinctive pink hair. He wondered whether she had gotten angry because he had been too reckless. The battle was over, but Agia was still stunned. A rookie who had awakened only minutes ago had defeated a Calamity Spirit Beast, a level 8 Bone Soldier that even level 10 Awakeners struggled against. It was truly an unprecedented feat. Nento told her to remain behind and assist with the cleanup, while also passing a message to the principal that he would be taking Izuki with him. Seiya wouldn't be angry because you won. She probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of falling behind, Riga said, patting his friend's shoulder reassuringly. Yet, as he looked at Izuki, he felt that his friend had become somewhat unfamiliar. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, Izuki had become a completely different person. Then Nento personally approached him. The sight stirred up the students. They began speculating whether the strongest awakener intended to take Izuki as his disciple. After all, Neno had only ever accepted one disciple before, Kazunari Susumi. Understanding the situation, Riga excused himself to go find Seiya, leaving the two of them alone to talk. Nento openly praised Izuki, saying that he was extraordinary. He could sense that Izuki's heart was shrouded in fury and hatred. That made Nento want to know the reason. Izuki did not hide it and began to explain. 15 years ago, his parents had lost their lives to a spirit beast while trying to protect him. He himself had nearly died as well, but an awakener had arrived in time to save him. Right before his eyes, he had watched his mother burn to ashes. Before she died, she had only enough strength to say, "Izuki, from now on, you'll have to walk the rest of the road alone." Even after 15 years, that image continued to haunt him. At that moment, Izuki had sworn that he would wipe out every last spirit beast. As he recounted those events, his resentment and grief still brought Izuki to tears. Nento was somewhat surprised. "You still cry, even though your heart has been consumed by hatred?" he asked. "Ever since I gained the water, I stopped crying. But now, tears keep flowing from my right eye on their own. Thanks to that, I will never forget my hatred for the Calamity Spirit Beasts." Having learned enough about Izuki's circumstances, Nento got straight to the point. He proposed that Izuki become his disciple. In return, he would bring him into the Salvation Alliance and grant him overwhelming power so that he could carry out his revenge. The Salvation Alliance that Nento spoke of was an organization established by the governments of the 5 continents. It gathered powerful awakeners from around the world to fight the Calamity Spirit Beasts more efficiently and systematically. Put simply, it was like a formal military force dedicated to fighting spirit beasts. Its members were known as saviors, and they were provided with resources such as private training grounds and extremely powerful weapons. A high salary was guaranteed as well. Even a savior still in training received 10,000 gold a month, enough to buy an entire car. Naturally, such generous treatment was not free. Saviors always had to fight on the front lines to keep civilians safe. To be honest, Izuki did not care much about a high salary or abundant resources. What mattered most to him was being able to fight spirit beasts on the front lines. Thus, he made his decision without hesitation. "I want to become a savior too." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Nento was extremely pleased. He continued, "Every February, the Salvation Alliance holds an examination called the National Salvation Alliance Tournament. More than 10,000 people participate. The candidates are scored according to their performance, and only the top 100 are eligible to become saviors." "What is the highest score ever recorded?" Izuki asked. That single question clearly revealed his ambition to take first place. It won't be very useful as a reference, but the record is 15,000 points. Kazunari Susumi said it 1 year ago. If you score 30% of that, you can pass the examination. If you score 50%, you could take first place. Izuki was somewhat impressed by Kazunari, who was often mentioned by Riga as the light of humanity. As though he understood Izuki's thoughts, Nento spoke bluntly. Kazunari is exceptional. Comparing yourself to him will only make you despair. But you should have confidence. With your talent, you can absolutely stand on equal footing with him. It had merely been meant as encouragement, yet Izuki answered with unwavering determination, I will surpass Kazunari Susumi. It was not arrogance. It was determination at its absolute peak. Izuki's attitude left Nento momentarily stunned. He recalled a conversation he had had with Kazunari long ago. You will surely become famous. All the young people are trying to follow in your footsteps. If they only follow behind you, they will never win the war against the calamity spirit beasts. One day, someone will appear like the rising morning sun, replacing the sun that is setting. That had been Kazunari's reply. Nento had looked forward to that future ever since. And now, as he looked at Izuki, he felt certain that the morning sun Kazunari had been waiting for had finally appeared. Nento then brought Izuki before a tower. The stone pillars were like passageways connecting this world to the world of the calamity spirit beasts. That was why, if people only killed the monsters while leaving the stone pillars untouched, new spirit beasts would continue to appear. The building before them had been constructed to isolate these indestructible stone pillars. Awakeners periodically cleared out the spirit beasts that emerged from them. In this way, the barrier's expansion could be contained, and it also served as training. So, this is a special training zone. Izuki understood. Yes, we call them level stages. The number of spirit beasts that appear cannot be controlled, so it is quite dangerous inside. Especially the stage right in front of us. Its monsters are very powerful. It has the highest death rate among stages for rookies, and it is known as the Rookie Graveyard. According to Nento, when Kazunari had first become an Awakener, he cleared this stage in 3 minutes and 4 seconds. If you want to surpass him, you will need to finish it within 3 minutes. If you clear it in under 3 minutes, I will accept you as my disciple. Following Nento's promise, Izuki headed straight toward the tower without hesitation. Nento was famous and attracted attention wherever he went, while Izuki had become the subject of countless rumors after the awakening ceremony. Curious gazes gathered around them amid endless chatter. Look, that's Lord Nento. Is the rookie beside him really the one from the rumors? No way. Unless he's an Awakener on Kazunari Susumi's level. There's no way he could walk beside Lord Nento. Izuki secretly glanced at Nento. He knew the man was famous, but he had not expected him to draw this much attention. The stage Nento wanted him to challenge contained level 10 spirit beasts, 2 levels above the Bone Soldier. Izuki was curious to see just how powerful they really were. As he stood before the stage entrance, the curious eyes became even more fixed on him. Izuki could clearly hear them talking about him. That guy is going into the stage, even though he's just a rookie. He must be so calm because he has a high-level Awakener with him. I wish they would take me in too. Maybe he's only here to flirt with the pretty receptionist. What a delusion. Just because he's a little handsome, people can say anything. Izuki sighed, then walked over to the beautiful receptionist and asked her to register him for entry. Certainly. How many challengers are there? Just me. Izuki's reply froze both the receptionist and the curious onlookers surrounding them. She was the first to recover, and her response was rather sharp. Don't joke around. It isn't funny. Did you only come here to look around? Or are you here to pick up girls? If so, it's pointless. Even though this is an artificial stage, it is still dangerous. You could be injured or even lose your life. The surrounding crowd laughed as well. They thought Izuki was merely putting on a show to impress a girl. After all, plenty of people before him had treated the stage like a dating spot. Usually, after being scolded, they would slink away. But unexpectedly, standing before the beautiful receptionist, Izuki did not speak with the slightest courtesy. It seems you've misunderstood something, but I have no interest in you whatsoever. I really came here only to challenge this stage. You don't need to act tough just to save face. I'll give you my contact information, so please go home. The woman let out a long sigh, and her attitude irritated Izuki. Don't make me repeat myself. I truly do not care about your contact information. Just let me inside. That is all I want. The girl raised her eyes to meet Izuki's expressionless face. His look was so frightening that it made her tremble. Fine, but if you die in there, I won't take responsibility. With that, Izuki received a wristband. Even then, the ignorant people around him still thought he was only trying to save face out of embarrassment. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage was no different from rushing to his own death. They bet that Izuki would run away in less than a minute. However, some people placed their faith in him. After all, Izuki looked so confident, and he possessed special grade talent. Even so, most considered him insane. To an awakener, talent was only a secondary factor. Level was what mattered most. If one's level was too low, then even possessing special grade talent was meaningless. Izuki could not be bothered by what others thought of him. His personal information had been registered on a wristband. Now, he only needed to scan it to enter the stage. His agreement with Ninto was 3 minutes, so Izuki had to give this stage everything he had. The timer started, and he charged inside like a madman. The space within was larger than he had expected. Even if everything here was artificial, this was still his first time entering a stage, and he could not help feeling somewhat nervous. Soon, Izuki's enemies appeared. The first was with spirit number 1307, level 4, with no talent and a total attribute value of 174. Izuki used black ice barrier to strengthen his arm into a sharp axe. With a single strike, he felled the wood spirit. After all, an axe was the most fitting tool for chopping down trees. How does it feel to watch one of your own get split in two? You rotten pieces of wood. As more wood spirits appeared, he even taunted them. Ninto and Agia were secretly watching Izuki's progress through the stage. With no outsiders around, Agia's tone became much more relaxed. It turned out that Ninto was her father. There are plenty of other stages for rookies, Dad. Why did you have to bring him here? He said he would surpass Kazunari, so I simply brought him to the first stage Kazunari ever challenged. Agia repeatedly shook her head, believing it was impossible for anyone to surpass Kazunari unless they had transcended the limits of humanity. So you think Kazunari has surpassed humanity's limits? Ninto asked. I used to think Kazunari was kind and approachable, but then I watched him kill a level 97 spirit beast in the blink of an eye. His eyes had been cold, lonely, and distant. They had not seemed human. They were like the eyes of a god. Ninto nodded. After a while, he said that Izuki also possessed immense potential, enough to perhaps surpass Kazunari. For now, however, he was merely an unpolished stone. If Kazunari was a god who saved the world, then Izuki was a demon consumed by hatred, an existence completely opposite to him. And at that moment, inside the stage, he truly was displaying that demonic side as he slaughtered the wood spirits without pause. Izuki's super mimicry would not activate against spirit beasts of such low level, but that did not matter. He could easily defeat them anyway. Only after he had slaughtered enough did the boss suddenly appear behind him. Izuki did not say a word. He turned around and sliced through its body in one swing. The wood spirit boss collapsed, leaving him utterly bored. That's all? A level 10 spirit beast is only this strong? No, if that were true, this could not be called the rookie graveyard. There must be something else. As Izuki muttered, the system detected a B-rank skill called self-regeneration. Skill analysis began. So this was the wood spirit boss's key ability. Even though Izuki had just chopped off half of its head, it was regenerating with tremendous power. Moreover, it seemed to become stronger after regenerating. Only then was the monster's detailed information displayed. Reborn with spirit number 520, level 10, rank 2 talent. Defense reduced by 50%, but regenerative ability greatly enhanced. Total attribute value, 450. The newly reborn with spirit boss impatiently launched an attack on Izuki. He continued to use black ice barrier to strengthen his body, intending to deal massive damage in an instant, so that it would not have time to regenerate. At that point, the skill analysis had only reached 17%. Izuki strengthened both of his arms and charged directly at the enemy. What followed was an incredibly satisfying display of a lumberjack chopping wood. His strikes were swift, precise, and clean. Every blow severed another part of the reborn with spirit's body. His speed was utterly overwhelming, but it still was not enough. He could not stop. He had to keep chopping until it could no longer regenerate. under the sharp blades formed by Black Ice Barrier. The reborn wood spirit's body was cut into hundreds of pieces. Dried fragments would crash to the ground. The impact created a tremendous sound. By then, Izuki's magical power was nearly depleted from using Black Ice Barrier for so long. He had hoped to stall for a little more time until the analysis was complete, but when its progress had reached only 60%, the reborn wood spirit had nearly returned to its original state. Its repeated regeneration consumed enormous amounts of an awakener's strength. No wonder this place was called the Rookie Graveyard. Izuki nimbly dodged the wood spirit boss's attacks. He realized that every time it regenerated, Super Mimicry's analysis speed increased. This time, Izuki planned to cancel Black Ice Barrier to reduce his magical power consumption. Instead, he would use Thunder Tremor Step to evade attacks and maintain his distance. Maintaining this strategy until the analysis was complete would secure victory, but he did not have much time left under his agreement with Nento. The analysis progress had reached 75%. Izuki had to activate Thunder Tremor Step and Black Ice Barrier at the same time, maximizing his attacks and forcing the reborn with spirit to regenerate continuously. Though it would consume a great deal of his magical power, it would greatly accelerate the analysis speed. If Izuki could not activate super mimicry while his magical power was depleted, he would certainly die here. But if he truly died, that would only mean this was as far as he could go. Therefore, Izuki wanted to test his limits. The analysis progress had already reached 85%. Like a madman, he charged straight at the enemy. However, this time, before the Black Ice Barrier could even reach the wood spirit boss, his body was pierced through by countless sharpened wooden branches. Izuki was turned into a skewered piece of meat. It seemed that his magical power had truly run dry. However, the analysis progress had reached 99%. Just as Izuki had predicted, activating super mimicry after the analysis was complete consumed no magical power. So, he had still won this battle. When the number reached 100%, the familiar lotus flower appeared once again. The new skill Izuki obtained was called Exploding Lotus. It was a level 2 skill. Upon activation, it consumed magical power to inflict explosive damage on enemies within a 5-meter radius. The power of the explosion was proportional to the amount of magical power consumed. Exploding Lotus's passive effect was that whenever a creature of level 1 or above was killed by this skill, the user's skill range increased by 1%. That lotus flower bloomed once more. Izuki had successfully learned a new skill. As before, all negative effects had been removed, his wounds had healed, and all his attributes had increased by 20 points. He immediately used his magical power to activate Exploding Lotus. The enormous blast shook the entire stage, its blazing flames seeming to devour everything. The wood spirit, which had been within such close range, had absolutely no chance of defending itself against the attack. Although he was shaken by the blast himself, Izuki was immensely satisfied with the new skill's effectiveness. That explosion had consumed only 1/3 of his magical power, yet produced such an effect. From now on, clearing out minor spirit beasts would be much easier. He simply had not expected super mimicry to restore magical power after it had reached 0. Izuki's gaze suddenly fell upon something, a stone emitting a beautiful blue glow. Outside, the receptionist had gone pale with fright. They had expected him to run away after about a minute, but the trial had now lasted 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and there was still no sign of Izuki. She felt that she ought to call the rescue team. Agio was equally uneasy. She did not think Izuki would lose to a level 10 spirit beast, but killing it within 3 minutes was clearly impossible. In contrast, Nento had remained silent from beginning to end. Only when the board displaying the stage status changed from red to blue, accompanied by the words, "New record achieved," did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Izuki had cleared the stage inside, and he had even broken the record of Kazunari Sasumi, the man hailed as the undefeated god. His total time was just 2 minutes and 14 seconds, more than a minute faster than Kazunari. The crowd could not believe their eyes. Izuki emerged soon afterward. His clothes were torn to shreds, but he appeared to be in fairly good spirits. The blue liquid staining his clothes was spirit beast blood. The commotion erupted again. What? He was a whole minute faster than Kazunari Sasumi? That was a level 10 spirit beast. How could a level 0 rookie take it down? Are you kidding me? Izuki walked directly up to Nento. His voice sounded somewhat tired, but his eyes were full of triumph. "You will officially teach me now, right, master? Well done. You truly are my disciple," Ninto replied. Though he wore a mask, everyone could somehow sense that he was smiling. Agia was also astonished. Her father was clearly happy. It had been a long time since he had spoken like that. The others became even more excited after hearing Ninto personally call Izuki his disciple. He is Ninto's disciple? No wonder he could break Kazunari Susumi's record. But even if he is that man's disciple, if he cannot level up, he is still worthless. Amid the noise, the receptionist approached Izuki and handed him a box, saying it was a gift for breaking the record. She also awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry for my rude words earlier." Izuki did not hold it against her. "It is all right. After all, anyone would think it was reckless for a level 0 rookie to challenge such a stage. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it would have nothing to do with you. But the fact that you tried to stop me proves that you were worried about me. Thank you." Izuki's gratitude made her blush deeply. He accepted the gift, then quickly followed Agia and Ninto. She had been very worried earlier, but now she spoke stubbornly. "Do not get too excited just because you became my father's disciple. A stage of this level seems like nothing to you. Should we raise the difficulty?" Ninto nodded and said that, with Izuki's current abilities, he could absolutely challenge higher level stages. Although his level 0 was fixed level, was not the only factor that determined a spirit beast strength. The most important factor was still its race. Some races possessed no intelligence and moved purely on instinct, making them easy to deal with. But some races had intelligence equal to or even exceeding that of humans. They were troublesome existences that could not be compared to ordinary spirit beasts. Fundamentally, awakeners and spirit beasts were almost the same kind of creature. It was said that, at present, only humanity possessed classes. In other words, attributes varied according to race. High-level stages contain powerful spirit beast species or species with intelligence, making them several times more difficult than ordinary stages. Since most high-level stages across the 6 northern districts were located in North District 4, that would be their next destination. After explaining all of this in one breath, Agia asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Izuki did not answer immediately, as he was deep in thought. So, the wood spirit he had just defeated belonged to a species without intelligence, and it had not screamed when attacked, which meant it did not feel pain. With that in mind, Izuki asked, "If a spirit beast has intelligence, it can feel pain, right?" As he spoke, Agia sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. She truly could not understand what the hell he was thinking. "Did you hear that? Lord Ninto intends to let him challenge a high-level stage." Hearing their conversation, the crowd exploded once more. But this time, more people believed in Izuki. After all, he had broken Kazunari's record. Still, as Agia had said, high-level stages were completely different from ordinary ones. More importantly, the stages in North District 4 were almost entirely under the control of that man, and every awakener who entered a high-level stage there had disappeared. Rumor had it that they were murdered by him. The man they were discussing was Reggie Kinoshita, the son of the leader of North District 4, a madman and tyrant. At that moment, Reggie was in his residence, leisurely enjoying a glass of wine, while a servant carefully polished his shoes. A moment later, the large man behind him spoke. "When will you depart, sir?" "All stages in North District 4 are under my control. I will go whenever I please," Reggie answered. Standing in line is for commoners. After returning, Izuki opened the gift box he had received. Inside was a glowing stone, but he was not surprised at all by the sight of it. Noticing his expression, Ninto asked, "You have seen a karma stone before?" Izuki nodded and said that, after defeating the Calamity Spirit Beast in the stage earlier, something similar had dropped. Looking closely now, there was a slight difference. The stone from the stage was blue. As he spoke, he took it out. Agia was extremely surprised because the stone Izuki had picked up was an intermediate karma stone. Such a thing did not normally appear in a stage meant for rookies. Even after hearing them, Izuki still did not know exactly what a karma stone was. After all, he was new to this. Thinking this, Agia kindly explained. The thing in Izuki's hand is also known as an experience stone. After a calamity spirit beast or an awakener dies, an intangible substance called karma, or experience points, is released from its body. Awakeners level up by absorbing it. Put simply, karma stones are stones containing karma. Using a karma stone to absorb the karma inside is one way to level up. Yet Agia was still puzzled. Karma stones did not normally drop so easily, yet one had appeared in Izuki's stage. Ninto believed it was likely an effect of Izuki's talent. Ordinarily, the karma of the defeated was absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating 2 calamity spirit beasts, Izuki had not leveled up. In other words, he had not absorbed their karma. Yet once karma appeared, it would not simply disappear for no reason. If Ninto was correct, the karma from the monster that attacked the school had been absorbed by the other awakeners present. That meant they had absorbed it inadvertently, except for Izuki. On the other hand, a stage was a sealed space. Izuki could not absorb the karma he generated, and there was no other vessel to contain it. That was why it condensed into a solid mass and became a karma stone. Agia felt her ears ringing as she listened. She looked at Izuki suspiciously, then asked her father, "He truly cannot level up? If he cannot level up, then how can his attributes increase?" Izuki wanted to explain, but Ninto cut him off in a rather stern tone. Agia, an awakener's talent, is an absolute secret. It must never be revealed to anyone else. Have you forgotten that? The pressure he exuded was immense. Agia did not dare say another word. She stopped asking questions, while Ninto allowed Izuki to decide for himself whether to sell the karma stone or keep it. Soon, he would have to attend a meeting with the high command of the 5 great continents and would be away for a while. During that time, Agia would be responsible for looking after Izuki. Before leaving, however, Ninto had a few things to tell him. First, Izuki should keep their relationship secret. Second, he must never tell anyone about his talent. Third, before Ninto returned, Izuki had to conquer at least 6 high-level dungeons. Fourth, if he believed something was right, he should do everything in his power to accomplish it. No matter what happened, Ninto would always support him from behind. "Yes, master," Izuki replied. This was the first time he had felt that he had someone to rely on since his parents died. Meanwhile, in North District 4, several awakeners wanted to enter a high-level dungeon. However, although they had arrived first, they were blocked outside and forbidden from entering. This dungeon has been reserved by the Kinoshita family's son. "Go home," the guard standing outside said arrogantly. The 2 men were furious. Was Reggie allowed to do whatever he wanted just because he had money? Moreover, he had not even arrived yet, and they desperately wanted to go inside. One of them even threatened to report the guard to the Awakener Association if he refused to let them enter. Just as he finished speaking, a large man suddenly appeared and seized him before violently throwing him backward, much to his companion's shock. His companion hurriedly activated his B-rank skill, Earth Spikes. But the opponent easily neutralized it. "Not even enough to scratch an itch," he replied with an icy expression. The young man broke out in goosebumps. His Earth Spikes was a skill capable of piercing anything. It was useless against this man. He truly was a monster. Worse still, that monster was tightly gripping both of his arms. What followed was a gruesome sight. Those who witnessed it turned pale with fear. The 2 men were level 7 and level 8 awakeners, yet they were defeated instantly without being able to do anything. That large man was absurdly powerful. He is Ogata Shiki, one of the 4 pillars under Yaoji Kinoshita. He is a level 12 metal elementalist, someone whispered. After defeating the 2 awakeners, Ogata issued a threat. "I will not spare anyone who enters the dungeon without Lord Reggie's permission. If you insist on opposing me, you will end up exactly like these 2. They will rot here, so do not even think about saving them." His actions were outrageously unreasonable, but no one dared resist. The guards outside the dungeon were delighted instead. "Oga, do not overdo it. That trash is watching us. If you beat them to death like weak students, they will tattle to the homeroom teacher." They burst into gleeful laughter. Hearing this, Ogata released his grip and tossed the level 8 awakener away. Coincidentally, Izuki arrived at that exact moment and caught him. His action caused a huge stir among the onlookers. They whispered among themselves, "Who is that guy? Did he not hear Ogata say that no one was allowed to help them? He is only a level 0 rookie. He is finished." But the beautiful woman beside him looks familiar. I feel like I have seen her somewhere before. Ogata also saw what Izuki had done and immediately flew into a rage. "Hey, rookie, I said no one gets through here without Lord Reggie's permission. If you do not want to end up like those 2, obediently go home." Faced with his pressure, Izuki showed no fear at all. Instead, his voice grew colder. "Understand, so I have to defeat you to enter the dungeon." Agia also threatened to contact the administrator of North District 4. People like you, who selfishly abuse their authority, should never be allowed to exist. However, Izuki told her not to waste her effort. After all, Nendo had told him before leaving that if he believed something was right, he had to do everything possible to see it through. Izuki felt that violence was best dealt with through violence. So he entrusted the two unlucky awakeners to Ajia's care and faced Ogata alone. To outsiders, Izuki's information showed only that he was a level 0 awakener with an exceptional talent. His skills and attributes were private and could not be inspected. Despite being level 0, Izuki did not tremble before Ogata, making the man think that he was no ordinary opponent. Ogata even felt a little mental pressure, but he quickly calmed down. Even if his opponent had a rare class, Ogata was still 12 levels above him. Such a gap in attributes could obviously not be overcome. At level 12, Ogata possessed a Tier 2 talent. His skill was metallization. After turning into metal, his defense increased by 50% of his total attributes while standing still. His total attribute value was 605, and his defense was the highest at 250 points. Yet in an instant, Ogata's eyes widened in terror. Reflected in his eyes was Izuki rushing toward him like an arrow, his fist showing no mercy. It struck straight at Ogata's face. No one could have expected it, because that speed was far too fast for a level 0 rookie. Even the level 8 and level 9 awakeners present felt they could not keep up with it. Izuki's punch was extremely precise, but Ogata had managed to activate metallization in time to block it. "Fast," he said mockingly. Then he sneered, "But your strength is too weak." As he spoke, he turned both his arms into metal. He used them to counterattack, while Izuki nimbly retreated 2 steps. Izuki thought to himself that to successfully ambush an enemy 12 levels above him, he would likely need to increase his speed with Thunder Tremor Step. At that moment, because he had discovered the C-rank skill metallization, Izuki's super mimicry activated automatically and the analysis began. His task now was to hold out until the process was complete. However, Izuki had not expected the opponent's metallization to be threatening enough to activate super mimicry. It seemed he would have to fight him seriously. Ordinary attacks could not break through metallization's defenses. Therefore, Izuki had to target the parts of Ogata's body that had not had time to turn into metal. Seeing Izuki charge at him once again, Ogata's face. Ogata Shiki revealed a scornful smile. "What a weakling. You have neither strength nor speed." As he spoke, he raised his metallized arm to block Izuki's kick. But this was exactly the result Izuki had been hoping for. Ogata thought that had been Izuki's fastest speed, and now he had let his guard down. Seizing the moment, Izuki enhanced his speed with Thunder Tremor Step. Seeing that Izuki possessed a lightning element skill as well, Ogata was shocked once again. Izuki gave him no chance to use metallization, raining down a barrage of punches. The more damage Izuki inflicted on Ogata, the more super mimicry's analysis progress increased. The surrounding crowd was soon left gaping in shock. What the hell? How can he use a skill from another class? He's so fast that my eyes can't even keep up. Could that level 0 guy really defeat Ogata? Ogata himself was beginning to panic. Izuki's attacks were so fast that he had no opportunity to use metallization. He also could not understand how a level 0 rookie possessed such incredible speed. He only knew that at this rate, he was going to lose. He wanted to call for help from his companions, but Izuki's fists kept crashing into him without pause, leaving him unable even to speak. With no other option, Ogata decided to use his ultimate move. It was full-body metallization. "I should thank you. I've never successfully metallized my entire body before, but today, thanks to you pushing me this far, I finally did it," he growled. By then, the analysis progress for metallization had already reached 88%. Ogata smugly declared that metallizing one body part increased defense by 50%, while his talent gave him another 50% boost to defense whenever he stood still. In other words, his current defense had surpassed 500. He was certain Izuki's attack power could not exceed that number. Thinking this, Ogata smiled smugly. "I originally intended to cut you in half, but as a reward for helping me successfully develop this new skill, I'll take your life gently." In the eyes of the others, the situation had reversed once more. Ogata was level 12 with over 500 defense. Virtually no one at the same level could break through such a defensive layer. Ogata truly was a monster. However, Izuki remained utterly calm. He even seemed to pity his opponent. If he was right, metallizing the entire body would consume an enormous amount of mana. If Ogata had allocated all his stat points into defense, then his other attributes would become weaknesses. Having been struck at the heart of the matter, Ogata roared, "What the hell are you talking about?" He wondered whether the person before him truly was a level 0 rookie, because Izuki's instincts were far too sharp. "Don't worry," Izuki replied with a shrug. "I have no intention of using such a boring strategy to drain all your mana to 0. I'll end this right now." The analysis progress had reached its maximum. Agia seemed already accustomed to the fact that whenever that blue lotus appeared, Izuki unlocked a new skill and grew stronger. The flower enveloped his entire body. This was also the first time everyone present had seen such a strange skill. The counter skill generated by the system for Izuki this time was called Piercing Sphere. When activated, it fired a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere traveled at 1 meter per second and pierced through every enemy in its path, ignoring all defense stats. Its passive effect was that whenever the sphere defeated an enemy whose defense stat was higher than the user's, its flight speed increased by 100%. Izuki seriously evaluated his new skill. Because it could ignore defense stats, if this move hit, it would certainly deal damage, perhaps even critical damage. The problem was that its initial speed was 1 meter per second. Even an ordinary person could dodge it, much less an awakener. Therefore, the timing of its activation was extremely important. However, if his opponent was a stationary punching bag, then he did not even need to consider the timing. If absolute defense was what Ogata prided himself on, Izuki would crush it into pieces. Izuki quickly learned the new skill. All his attributes increased by 10 points, all negative effects were automatically removed, and all injuries were healed. When that blue lotus bloomed, Izuki appeared once again. Before everyone, looking completely calm. He activated Piercing Sphere and taunted his opponent. "Now, try dodging this." The spectators gasped in amazement at Izuki's action. They had never seen this skill before. As expected of a destroyer, a class said to be one of the 4 most mysterious classes. Yet quite a few people remained doubtful. After all, this was only a skill used by a level 0 rookie. Whether it could penetrate the defenses of a level 12 expert was difficult to say. Just wait and see. Looking at how confident he is, it must be an incredibly powerful move, someone said. The sphere in Izuki's hand flew forward slowly, visibly moving through the air. Seeing this, the crowd immediately lost interest. What kind of letdown is this? It's just a tiny ball drifting along at a snail's pace. Are you kidding me? Even the bystanders felt that way. So of course Ogata did not take Izuki's piercing sphere seriously. He burst into laughter. "You think a tiny little ball like that can make me move and nullify my talent effect? How naive." Indeed, the 50% defense boost from his talent only worked while he stood still. Therefore, such a tiny sphere traveling as slowly as a turtle did not make him feel threatened at all. He even said, "If this is your trump card, then you're about to die a miserable death." Then he calmly waited for the sphere to approach him. But by the time Ogata realized things were not so simple, Izuki's piercing sphere had already passed through his body. Hot blood sprayed out, and the agonizing pain nearly made Ogata scream. "I told you that you should dodge," Izuki said slowly. "Since you're human, I only took your right arm. If you were a spirit beast, I would have aimed for your neck." Because he had arrogantly stood there and refused to evade, Ogata had his arm severed by the piercing sphere. He collapsed onto the ground, blood pouring from his wound as he screamed in pain. Seeing his companions still standing there in stunned silence, Izuki could not help reminding them, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and take him to the hospital. Didn't you hear me? I said get lost." His gaze was terrifying at that moment. Moreover, Ogata was one of Yaoji Kinoshida's 4 pillars, so they could not leave him in that state. The guards blocking the dungeon entrance had no choice but to carry him away first. Agia was not surprised to see Izuki win, but the other Awakeners were extremely excited. Many of them even proposed forming a party with him so they could conquer the dungeon faster. Before Izuki could respond, they had already begun arguing over who would get to recruit him. However, Izuki had never intended to form a party. He wanted to fight alone. Every time Piercing Sphere defeated an enemy with a defense stat higher than his own, its flight speed increased. He wanted to use this dungeon to increase Piercing Sphere speed. So, when the 2 men urged Izuki to choose one of them as his party member, he calmly replied, "I'll go alone." As soon as he said this, many people thought Izuki was truly arrogant. Challenging a level 15 high-level dungeon alone as a level 0 rookie was simply impossible. They believed that Izuki had become too proud after defeating Ogata by sheer luck. The two men who wanted to invite him into their party left as well. They did not want such a conceited teammate. Though Agia was not surprised by Izuki's answer, she was still somewhat worried. All the spirit beasts inside have defensive capabilities comparable to Ogata's. I know you can defeat them, but can you sustain the mana consumption? It's fine. Don't worry, Izuki replied. Agia gave a cold snort, though she sounded more sulky than angry. Who said I was worried about you? I'm only asking because if you die in there, my father will blame me. Since you're so confident, I'm going to tend to the injured. Do whatever you want. Even so, Agia could not help giving Izuki one final warning. The stone tribe inside lacked intelligence, but they moved in groups, so he needed to be careful about his mana consumption in battle. Izuki nodded to show that he understood, then scanned his wristband to enter the stage. There were more stone statues than he had expected. It truly was a high-level dungeon. Both the stats and levels of the spirit beasts far surpassed those he had faced before. The monsters inside were Stone Tribe statues, Unit 927, Level 9, with a second-tier talent. Their ability converted all mana into defense, bringing their defense stat to 295. Compared with Ogata, they were no weaker at all. This was the perfect environment for Izuki to increase Piercing Sphere speed. He intended to keep using it throughout this dungeon. When the first stone statue charged at him, Izuki immediately activated Piercing Sphere. The sphere quickly bored a massive hole through the stone statue's body. Its movement speed increased by 100%. Just as Izuki had expected, these monsters completely met Piercing Sphere's passive requirements. Thus, he turned this stage into an ideal training ground for his skill. The stone statues were very slow and had no intelligence. They did not know how to dodge, making them the perfect supply of targets for Piercing Sphere. The more he thought about it, the more excited Izuki became. His Piercing Sphere continued, taking down one level 9 stone statue after another. His maximum mana was 260 points. He had already used Piercing Sphere 3 times, and each activation consumed 50 points, leaving him with enough mana for around 2 more uses. Before Izuki, there were still 2 stone statues, while the boss had yet to appear. That made 3 enemies in total. If that was the case, Izuki had to defeat these 2 at once using just 1 Piercing Sphere. So, when the 2 foolish creatures charged at him from opposite directions, Izuki precisely timed his jump and leapt high into the air. They immediately crashed headfirst into each other, while he remained unharmed. Seizing the chance, Izuki fired a Piercing Sphere. This time, it took down both stone statues at once. His plan had succeeded, but Izuki was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground. The feeling of nearing complete mana depletion was truly unpleasant. He only hoped that one day he would obtain a recovery skill. His Piercing Sphere now flew at 5 meters per second. It could even catch enemies who were running. Just as Izuki was checking the skills information, the stone statue boss appeared. As expected of a boss, it far surpassed the others in both size and defensive ability. Its defense stat was an astounding 478. Furthermore, it possessed a B-rank skill called Giantification. The first skill Izuki used upon confronting the boss was Thunder Tremor Step. However, he did not use it to escape. He used it to accelerate toward the boss. In the blink of an eye, Izuki climbed onto its body. Against something this huge, he was not certain a single Piercing Sphere could take it down, so he wanted to aim directly for its head. When Izuki ran all the way up to the stone statue boss's head, it also exposed a brief opening. He immediately activated Piercing Sphere and hit it. However, the sphere was too small. Even though it pierced through, it did not inflict much damage. The stone statue boss roared and turned toward Izuki. Earlier, Izuki had jumped high into the air to create distance before firing Piercing Sphere. But now, this had become a weakness when he was attacked, because Izuki could not dodge in midair. With no other choice, he activated Black Ice Barrier, turning his body into a shield. However, because the stone statue boss was so enormous, Izuki was still sent flying. His whole body slammed into the rock wall behind him, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. This brutish giant was far more durable than Izuki had imagined. The situation was already unfavorable, but Super Mimicry had also detected the opponent's giantification skill and begun analyzing it. So it's this big because of a skill? That makes things much easier, Izuki muttered. Whenever super mimicry activated automatically, he felt far more relieved, as though he could defeat any enemy, no matter how strong they were. Meanwhile, at the Kinoshita residence, one of Reggie's close subordinates had just received a phone call. The moment he answered, his expression changed, and his voice rose in alarm. What? Seeing this, Reggie immediately became displeased. He said sternly, "I told you not to make noise in front of me." "My apologies, sir, but this is extremely unexpected," the subordinate said. He then reported that someone had defeated Ogata and forcibly entered the dungeon. Reggie flew into a rage upon hearing this. The wine glass in his hand shattered instantly as he crushed it. Ogata had always boasted that no one below level 30 could break through his defense. Yet today he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. Was that not the same as slapping Reggie, his master, in the face? Reggie asked whether a level 30 plus awakener had appeared, but his subordinate denied it. The number of stone pillars falling onto Earth had risen sharply recently, so all level 30 awakeners were occupied dealing with them. How could they have time to train in these dungeons? Besides, the challengers currently at the Flame Rock Execution Ground dungeon were all rookies around level 10. Reggie found this even more absurd. There was no way a level 10 awakener could defeat Ogata, so his subordinate asked for more time to investigate thoroughly. But this time, Reggie refused. "There's no need," he replied. "Even if the opponent is a level 30 awakener, you're here, aren't you?" The Flame Rock Execution Ground is famous for its resilient calamity spirit beasts, and conquering it takes an extremely long time. "Even if we leave now, we'll still make it in time, won't we?" With that, he rose to his feet. Reggie's meaning was obvious. He intended to personally deal with whoever had defeated Ogata. His subordinate naturally understood, but still appeared hesitant. "Since we do not yet know the opponent's identity, we should act more cautiously, sir." But his advice was useless. Reggie roared, "I said we're going now. Don't make me say it a second time." Under the terrifying pressure from his master, the subordinate had no choice but to lower his head and obey. As for Reggie, he hurriedly changed clothes while swearing that he would make that person regret daring to oppose the Kinoshita family. Inside the Flame Rock Execution Ground dungeon, after constantly dodging the stone statue boss's attacks, Super Mimicry finally completed its analysis of the boss's skill. Izuki breathed a sigh of relief, but this time things were slightly different. He did not receive a new skill. Instead, Piercing Sphere had leveled up to level 2. After studying it, Izuki discovered that it had gained some different effects. The new feature allowed the user to adjust the sphere size by consuming additional mana after activation. In addition, every time Piercing Sphere passed through an opponent with a defense stat higher than the user's, its flight speed would increase by 200% instead of the original 100%. The moment Izuki read about this improvement, he could not wait to try the level 2. Piercing Sphere. As before, all his attributes increased by 20 points, his mana was restored, and his injuries vanished. This time, Izuki decided to expend all his mana to create the largest piercing sphere possible. When the sphere was fired, he realized that he might have overdone it. A notification appeared. Defeated level 15 stone giant. Piercing sphere speed increased by 200%. Even Izuki was rather surprised. "I used up all my mana, and I didn't expect the sphere to become this large. Its flight speed is now 7 meters per second. If I clear this dungeon 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a car." Information panel updated. Piercing Sphere, level 2 active effect. Fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 5 meters per second, piercing through every enemy in its path and ignoring their defense. After activation, the user may increase the sphere size by consuming additional mana. Passive effect. Whenever Piercing Sphere kills an enemy with a higher defense stat than the user, its flight speed increases by 200% of its current speed. Current flight speed increase 700%. Izuki had another thought. Wait, the active effect is actually pretty useful. Lotus Burst passive expands the range of all my skills, so Piercing Sphere's travel distance will increase too. Information panel, Lotus Burst passive effect. Whenever a living creature of level 1 or above is killed by Lotus Burst, the range of all the user's skills increases by 1%. Izuki deduced, if I keep raising Lotus Burst passive effect, one day I'll be able to kill calamity spirit beasts from thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of meters away. Information panel updated. Challenge successful. Dungeon level 15 challenger. Izuki time 3 minutes 1 second record. 6 clear record updated. Everyone was stunned by the announcement. 3 minutes and 1 second? No way. Even a 5-man team takes over 10 minutes. Did he kill that spirit beast in a single hit or something? He even broke Kazunari Susumi's 6th place record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? When Izuki came out, they were astonished. He's that already? Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window malfunctioning? He isn't even hurt. His clothes are only a little dirty. No way. He cleared just now. Agia silently assessed him. He completed it again without a scratch. And he even broke Susumi's record. He keeps surprising me. Even she felt that Izuki's speed was truly too fast. He explained, it was fairly weak compared to ordinary spirit beasts, and its defenses were thin. I managed to defeat it. Izuki curiously looked at the jade butterfly. What is this butterfly? Agia revealed, my class is Shikigami Summoner. This child is my Shikigami. Surprised, he raised a hand and lightly touched it. Jade butterfly. This is my first time seeing a Shikigami. It's beautiful. Izuki asked curiously. I've been wondering for a while. How many types of Awakener classes are there? She was rather surprised by the question. You don't know? That's common knowledge. Agia gave him a basic lesson. Classes are divided into 4 types. You've probably already seen 3 of them. First are elementalists. They possess the power to control the 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalists are the most common type of Awakener, and they also have the highest basic combat power. She was referring to his classmate, Oishi Hikaru. That stubborn guy from earlier, Ogata, belongs to that type too. Second are Shikigami summoners. They can summon Shikigami that obey them absolutely. New information displayed. Jade Butterfly Rank B. Level 15 Hidden Skills, Hidden Attributes. She continued, a Shikigami will always remain by its master's side. Is there anything else you want to ask? He was curious why her level was lower than her Shikigami's. Are you really an experienced Awakener? Those words were like rubbing salt into Agia's wound. This guy really had no tact at all. She honestly admitted, that's right, Shikigami absorb experience and level up, so their levels are generally higher than their masters. Izuki said seriously, then when fighting a Shikigami summoner, targeting the master is the best strategy. Agia sensed a murderous aura, such a dark presence. It's overflowing. What the hell is that? Izuki immediately asked. What about the other classes? You've only introduced 2. The third type is the mysterious class. With the limited information currently available, your class, Destroyer, belongs to this category. The reason it's mysterious is that every destroyer has a different ability. Your Azure Lotus, for instance. Other people might be able to control their body size at will, create unlimited clones, or stretch their bodies like rubber. Normal class skills are divided into 4 ranks, from C to S. However, destroyers possess only Z-rank skills, which lie outside that ordinary classification system. Destroyers are considered special because they have unique skills. If an enemy learns your ability, a destroyer loses their greatest weapon. That's why my father scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you're an abnormal existence even among destroyers. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are abilities that only elementalists should be able to use. Izuki felt that with his master absent, it was not good for her to keep talking about him like this. He asked curiously, what about the final class? I've never seen it before. Agia did not reveal it right away. I'll tell you about the final class after you see one. That is your punishment for not telling me anything about yourself. Izuki did not press her further. All right, then she remembered something. Oh right, the student you saved is fine now. By the way, what are you planning to do next? He answered eagerly, I'm planning to clear this dungeon a few more times. Agia reminded him, do you really know nothing? Dungeons have cooldown periods. This one has a particularly long cooldown, so the earliest you can enter again is 2 days from now. Izuki had only just learned this. There's a cooldown too? No wonder Reggie Kinoshita monopolized this dungeon. If I can't improve Piercing Sphere's passive, then I'll improve Lotus Burst instead. Is there a dungeon with a large number of spirit beasts? Agia immediately thought of one. A dungeon with lots of spirit beasts? There is one. The spirit beasts inside are not particularly high level, but there are an enormous number of them. Even conservative estimates put their number at over 100 locust-type creatures. Many Awakeners have backed off the moment they saw that number. Without an area of effect skill, what do you plan to do? Izuki replied, "Of course I'll go." He thought to himself, come to think of it, I haven't used Lotus Burst in front of her. Does she not know I have an area of effect skill? Agia sincerely advised him. For someone without an area of effect skill like you, it'll be very difficult. Izuki did not think it was a concern. I know, it'll be fine, so don't worry. The others who overheard were shocked. That guy's going to the Locust Wasteland? Doesn't he know fear? Forget it. If Reggie Kinoshita hears about this, he'll definitely come. Let's leave before we get dragged into their conflict. Meanwhile, when Reggie arrived, no one was there. He angrily asked, "No one's here?" His subordinate confirmed, "Yes." It seems the target went somewhere else. Reggie's face darkened upon hearing that. Only 30 minutes have passed since then, and he already cleared the Flame Rock execution ground. His subordinate continued, "It's hard to believe, but that seems to be the case. What should we do now?" Reggie cursed. "Damn it, he dares turn me into a joke." He ordered his subordinate. If he used a skill, he must have left traces of magic. "Contact the hounds and track him down. We need to capture him alive. I'll let him experience hell on earth." At that moment, someone else was full of regret. I never knew Reggie Kinoshita had such a powerful man at his side. Damn it, I never should have accepted this assassination request. The man hid behind a wall, panting heavily in exhaustion. If I didn't have Earth Escape, he would have killed me already. He peered out to look around. I've come this far, so I should be safe now. Suddenly, a massive mouth appeared behind him. The man was swallowed whole by the Hound of Death. Charlie stepped forward and said, "It seems you have something to say." Hound of Death spit him out a little. The man asked in shock, "How did you find me?" Charlie revealed, "My nose is very sensitive. I can smell the scent of death that people like you give off." The man begged in terror, "Please don't kill me." Charlie was not so kind. "No can do. Lord Kinoshita will take his anger out on me otherwise. Besides, the Hound of Death hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know." He ordered, "Eat. It's time for dinner." Having waited for those words, it howled and prepared to enjoy its prey. Once nothing but a pool of blood remained on the ground, Charlie patted the Hound of Death's thick fur. It finally leveled up. Information panel, Hound of Death rank B, level 16 skill, Death Aura. Rank C senses all magical traces within an area to identify and track the source of magic. Death Feast. Rank B after the Shikigami dies. Its revival time is significantly reduced. Attack. 250 speed. 250 defense. 150 mana. 150. Charlie's phone rang in his pocket. He answered it. Report. Everything here has been taken care of. When Charlie received the news, he was surprised. Seriously injured? That stubborn Ogata was hit in a weak point by someone? Understood. I'm coming right away. He directed the Hound of Death. Let's go. A new prey has appeared. Izuki had arrived at the Locust Wasteland. He asked the person who led him there, "This is the place?" He looked suspiciously at the endless wheat fields before him. "Are there really that many locusts here?" Agia explained, "When spirit beasts invade this world, they tend to choose environments they prefer. Therefore, inferring the kind of spirit beast based on the environment is one of an Awakener's essential skills." Izuki understood. "I see. There isn't even a reception desk here." She confirmed, "That's right. This dungeon's danger level is so high that they have even considered dismantling it." Izuki still did not understand. Its level is lower than the Flame Rock execution ground. Why would they go so far as to dismantle the reception desk? She replied, "In an ordinary dungeon, if you can't win, you can run away. But the Calamity Spirit beasts here are abnormally aggressive and numerous. If you let your guard down even slightly, countless locusts will surround you and eat you alive, down to the bone, leaving your skeleton behind." Hearing that, Izuki was delighted. So there really are lots of spirit beasts here. Excellent. Agia thought she had heard wrong. "What? Do you want to die that badly?" Izuki said seriously, "I'm not desperate enough to let insects eat me alive." Watching him walk through the gate, she thought, judging by his attitude, he should be fine. He entered the dungeon alone, and I warned him as much as I could. If anything happens, it will be his own responsibility. Then Agia remembered something anxiously. "Wait, what should I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts will keep appearing until he defeats the boss. I need to go in and tell Izuki." But a disturbance behind her made her wary. She turned around to see Charlie and the Hound of Death approaching. He said, "Miss, I'm looking for someone." Meanwhile, Izuki had entered. He looked at the wheat fields ahead. "It's rather desolate here." Izuki clapped his hands, making a loud sound. "Wake up, vermin. I've come to wipe you out." The locusts immediately flew toward him. He sensed that their levels were surprisingly low. They met Lotus Burst conditions, so there was nothing to worry about. Information displayed: demonic locust level 2, no talent, hidden attributes. As the sky before him began to fill with locusts, Izuki became even more excited. There really are a lot of them. He condensed Lotus Burst. This is even better. If they gather together, it will save me trouble. Once they enter Lotus Burst range, I'll crush them all at once. As the swarm surrounded Izuki from all four directions, he shouted, "Now, activate Lotus Burst." A destructive beam of light tore through the dense swarm of locusts. A stream of notifications appeared after the explosion. Defeated a level 1 demonic locust with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges plus 1%. Thick smoke and dust rose into the air. Without expending much effort, Izuki had dealt with the first wave. Information panel updated: Lotus Burst, level 2 active effect. Consumes mana to inflict explosive damage on enemies within a 10.5-meter diameter area. Power is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect: whenever a living creature of level 1 or above is defeated by Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current increase: 110%. Izuki deduced, 110% means I killed 110 of them at once. Against spirit beasts at this level, trading 10% mana for 10% firepower is enough. Considering my remaining mana and recovery speed, during battle, I can probably fire about 10 more times. Even if I kill only 100 enemies each time, I can increase my total skill range by another 1,000%. Current mana, 252/280. He felt that everything would be much smoother if this dungeon did not have a cooldown. After waiting for a while without receiving a notification, Izuki noticed something strange. That's odd. The challenge clear notification hasn't appeared. Could it be? Notification: C-rank skill detected. Mother's Will. Super mimicry activated. Analysis progress: 1%. Izuki warily looked behind him. There are still enemies. A swarm of locusts flew toward him from somewhere. He immediately activated Mother's Will protective armor. Is Mother's Will the boss skill here? I was careless. I assumed there was no boss. Fortunately, I can increase my skill range with Lotus Burst again. But the problem is that I do not know where the boss is. Izuki activated Lotus Burst. I'll deal with these first. If that's the case, I'll keep eliminating these small fry until the boss shows itself. A violente explosion érupted. The second wave was burned away. The system issued a notification. Defeated a level 1 demonic locust with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges plus 1%. Current increase: 220%. Izuki was secretly delighted. Lotus Burst range is 16 meters now. This effect is amazing. Information panel: Lotus Burst, level 2 active effect. Consumes mana to inflict explosive damage on enemies within a 16-meter diameter area. Power is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Izuki frowned at the thick haze in front of him. I killed another 100 minions, yet the boss still hasn't shown itself. More locusts hatch from their eggs, crawling out from holes in the ground before taking flight. Izuki immediately noticed. They've appeared again. Notification updated. Analysis progress: 27%. He carefully kept it in mind. I can only use Lotus Burst 9 more times. His mana was now at 232/280. Flames gathered in Izuki's palm. No matter how many times you appear, I will. As his palms struck together, he declared, "Wipe you all out." An explosion erupted, and blazing fire spread across the area. Notification updated. Defeated a level 1 demonic locust with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges plus 1%. He continued detonating Lotus Burst times 2. Izuki kept increasing it. Lotus Burst times 5. Lotus Burst times 7 activated. The explosion spread outward. Information panel: Lotus Burst, level 2 active effect. Consumes mana to inflict explosive damage on enemies within a 54.5-meter diameter area. Power is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect: whenever a living creature of level 1 or above is defeated by Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current increase: 990%. Izuki wondered, I've defeated the swarm 9 times and increased Lotus Burst range by a 990%, but I only have enough mana left for one more Lotus Burst. Why are they? Current mana: 50/280. Looking at the black mass of locusts filling the space before him, Izuki wanted to curse. Do they never stop? What worried him was that the boss still showed no sign of appearing. One option was to withdraw from the dungeon and challenge it again once the analysis was complete. But only weaklings would do that. Izuki condensed Lotus Burst. No matter how many there are, I'll kill every last one of them. A lotus blossomed over the barren earth, its fierce firepower scorching everything. Izuki panted in exhaustion with this attack. But when another wave of locusts flew in, he was shocked. There's still more? Their numbers haven't decreased at all. Notification updated, analysis progress, 91%. Izuki noticed something unusual. What is this? From the first wave onward, every spirit beast that appeared has been level 1. Their bodies are tiny, as though they were just born. I get it. The boss's ability is unlimited reproduction. Boss information displayed. Locust Queen Insect Race Level 13 First Tier Talent Trait. Lays a large number of demonic locust eggs. Skill. Mother's Will. Rank C remotely controls up to 110 hatched demonic locusts. Izuki changes plan. If it can reproduce endlessly, then no matter how hard I try, it's pointless unless I kill the boss. I'm out of mana, but the progress is climbing. 98%, 99%. Super Mimicry will finish analyzing it soon. When the analysis progress reached 100%, a blue sphere appeared. The information panel continued updating. Analysis of mothers will complete. Acquired Mana Sense Level 1. Mana Sense Level 1. Active effect. Upon activation, continuously consumes mana to sense mana flow within a 100-meter radius. Effective range expanded to 1,100 meters due to Lotus Burst passive effect. Passive effect. Whenever an enemy unit is detected, recover 10% of your mana. Izuki was delighted. A scouting skill with Lotus Burst passive, its effective range was now over 1,000 meters, and he could recover mana whenever he detected an enemy. This passive was perfect for this dungeon. He could ignore the boss and keep hunting the small fry too. But he had left Agio waiting, so it was time to finish this dungeon. Notification. Acquired Mana Sense Level 1. All stats plus 10. Removes all negative effects and fully heals all wounds. Attack 280-290. Speed 280-290. Defense 280-290. Mana 280-290. Total 1,121,160. Izuki raised a finger to his forehead and used Mana Sense to locate the boss. Rings of sound waves spread out beneath his feet. The waves radiated silently from Izuki, scanning for the final boss's location. The first ring of sound waves reached the boss. His eyes snapped open. There you are. Izuki manipulated a sphere of dark energy with 2 fingers, lifting it as he said, "Trying to use your children as shields?" A lotus bloomed and launched its power toward the boss's position. Useless. With Lotus Burst's passive applied to Piercing Sphere, its current travel distance will definitely reach you. Notification. Piercing Sphere range, 120 meters. The Piercing Sphere shot down into the ground. The boss, which had been hiding below, immediately flew upward to escape. But Izuki ambushed it from behind. He sneered, "Got you." One strike shattered the boss into pieces. Looking at the locusts frantically flying about in confusion, Izuki realized that without their queen, they had fallen into disarray. Flames erupted around his arm. "Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your mother soon." Once he finished dealing with them, dust and smoke filled the area. With all skill ranges increased by 1,210%, Lotus Burst's explosion radius was now 65.5 meters, and Piercing Sphere's travel distance had increased as well. Current Piercing Sphere range, 131 meters. Information panel, Lotus Burst Level 2. Active effect, consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 65.5 meter radius. Its power is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect, whenever a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated by Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current increase, plus 1,210%. Piercing Sphere range, 131 meters. He rejoiced inwardly. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Once the cooldown ended, he would challenge it again, and this time, he would raise Lotus Burst's passive effect into 5 digits. Notification updated. New record achieved. Challenge time, 17 minutes, 7 seconds. As he prepared to leave, Izuki muttered, "It took 17 minutes? Agia must be worried. She'll probably act cold again once she sees that I returned safely." but she was actually kind and considerate. Her inability to be honest with herself was rather cute, too. As soon as he came outside, Izuki announced, "I'm back. Sorry for making you worry." Then he fell silent, his eyes flashing with anger. Izuki saw Agia badly injured at Charlie's hands. Charlie was holding her up by the throat. Turning around, Charlie asked, "You entered the dungeon alone and came out safely? You're the one Reggie has been looking for, aren't you?" He continued, "Perfect timing. I was just about to make her tell me about you, but even in this state, she hasn't said a word. She's more stubborn than most men." His actions enraged Izuki. "Take your filthy hand off her. If you do, I'll only beat you up and let you go." Charlie arrogantly replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself, you level 0 rookie." Izuki did not want to drag things out any longer. He immediately rushed at him. Charlie froze in shock, no longer arrogant. "Zulfast, Hound of Death, stop him." Notification: Rank B Shikigami detected. Hound of Death. Activating super mimicry. Analysis progress: 1%. Izuki recognized the dog as a Shikigami, which meant the man in the hat was a Shikigami summoner. When the progress reached 12%, Charlie analyzed him inwardly. He had no wasted movements, and he was fast. No wonder even Ogata Shiki lost to him. He probably did not even have time to metalize. He was still holding Agia by the throat, but he had Hound of Death and a hostage. Hearing her cry out in pain, Izuki anxiously called out, "Agia." Analysis progress: 34%. Hound of Death broke free from the hand gripping its body. Charlie smugly thought that Hound of Death's bite could crush any defense with stats below 300. The best Izuki could hope for was losing an arm. But what happened next shocked him. What? Izuki blocked Hound of Death's bite with one hand, while the other fired a piercing sphere. As the lotus blossomed, the piercing sphere shot upward through Hound of Death's throat and pierced its head. Izuki said, "Without a Shikigami summoner is basically weak." Analysis progress: 77%. Seeing that Izuki was preparing to settle the score with him, Charlie was startled. He was just a rookie. Didn't he know that Shikigami could revive? Hound of Death possessed the rank B skill, Death's Rebirth, which could shorten its resurrection time. When Hound of Death rose again and prepared to bite him, Charlie rejoiced inwardly. Just let your guard down and become its food. Notification: Mana Sense activated. Mana spread outward like sound waves. Izuki turned and kicked Hound of Death away. Izuki felt that continuously activating Mana Sense ever since acquiring it had been the right choice. When the analysis reached 91%, he glanced faintly at the man behind him. Almost done. If that young man appeared because of super mimicry, he might grow suspicious. Charlie realized that Izuki's strength and speed surpassed Hound of Death's, and he even had a scouting skill. There was no way to ambush him now. He could only use Agia as a hostage to stall for a little longer. One more move, and this woman is dead. Izuki calculated silently. He wanted to finish the analysis without triggering the young man's appearance. Notification: Analysis progress: 100%. Analysis complete. Hound of Death. Acquired Shikigami Devourer level 2. Shikigami Devourer level 2. Active effect: by directly touching a Shikigami of rank H or lower, you can make it your own. Passive effect: maximum number of usable Shikigami. 2. Izuki was surprised by this information, so he could control it. He had completed the analysis without causing the young man to appear. Notification: acquired Shikigami Devourer level 2. All stats plus 20. Because super mimicry was not fully activated, its negative effect removal and wound healing effects did not occur. Attack: 293-110. Speed: 293-110. Defense: 293-110. Mana: 293-110. Izuki understood. So there was a price for bypassing the young man and losing the healing effect. But since he had recovered in the dungeon earlier, he could still fight at nearly full strength even without healing. Facing Hound of Death after its second revival, he already had a plan. This skill: it seems I can steal another person's Shikigami. Izuki closed his eyes as a pale white energy spread from him. If that's the case, his palm struck Hound of Death's head. "I'll take your dog." It squeezed its eyes shut as a stream of energy surged in a Hound of Death's body. Then Izuki gave it another kick. Seeing this, Charlie angrily shouted, "You useless dog! What was the point of feeding you all that experience?" He threatened him. Keep resisting, and I'll slit this woman's throat. Agia struggled to say, don't worry about me. Izuki raised both hands. Fine, don't touch her. Charlie was finally somewhat satisfied. If you had behaved like this from the beginning, this woman would not have suffered. Izuki began extracting information. Why are you targeting me? As far as I remember, I never held any grudge against you. Charlie knew full well what he was doing. Still trying to get information out of me? Fine, I can't tell you, since you'll be meeting him anyway. Reggie Kinoshita is extremely angry that you entered North District 4 without permission. I am Charlie, the Hound Master, and I came here under his orders to arrest you. Upon hearing that name, Izuki's expression darkened. Reggie Kinoshita. So it was him. I'll have to meet him in person and settle this. Charlie sneered. You'll meet him soon enough. Once Hound of Death tears your body apart, it's about to rip both your legs off. If you value that woman's life, don't use that strange layer of ice to protect yourself this time. Hound of Death, bite his legs off. Having gotten the information he needed, Izuki revealed the truth. Hound of Death, prove that you are worthy of becoming my Shikigami. Charlie could not believe the dog he had raised turned around and bit him. Izuki caught Agia in his arms. Looking at his severed arm, Charlie screamed, Damn it, why? Why are you attacking me, your master? Hound of Death walked over to Izuki's side, a lotus mark appearing on its forehead. Izuki praised it. Good. A vicious aura erupted from him. I'll return the pain Agia suffered 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Charlie tried to buy time. Wait, listen to my explanation. I was only following Reggie's orders. I had no choice. That's right. Form a team with me. I'll lure Reggie out for you. Izuki replied. That's a good suggestion. Charlie was overjoyed. I fooled you. Hidden weapons shot out from Charlie's direction. Brat. Izuki tilted his head aside. But I prefer killing Reggie Kinoshita myself. He ordered Hound of Death to make Charlie suffer the pain Agia had endured. Charlie immediately changed his tune. It was an accident. I am Sora. Give me another chance. Hound of Death growled, its red eyes fixed on Charlie. Charlie tried to awaken its loyalty. Hound of Death, have you forgotten? I'm your master. I fed you so much. Hound of Death opened its massive jaws. After Hound of Death finished dealing with him, Izuki suddenly exposed someone else. You've been following me since I left the dungeon, haven't you? Izuki's cold gaze swept behind him. How long are you planning to hide? Why don't you show yourself? Someone had been secretly watching from the distant bushes. A masked Iberia stepped out and asked, You noticed me? Izuki's murderous gaze swept over her. Are you the teammate of that man from earlier? She removed her mask. No, I'm not your enemy. Please listen to my explanation. Izuki coldly turned away. Fine, I don't have time to talk with you. Hound of Death, follow me once you're done eating. Izuki and Hound of Death gradually disappeared. Iberia was surprised. He could even make a mad dog like that obey him. This person might be able to save her. She followed after him. My name is Iberia. And yours? That fight just now was incredible, though there were a few close calls. He replied curtly, Izuki. Izuki, she continued. You're the mysterious man who defeated King Fong, right? Having only just met him, Iberia boldly made a request. Could you do me a favor? I'll pay you. If you want, I can pay with mana stones or weapons. Seeing that he did not respond and continued walking, she thought to herself, what the hell? Wouldn't anyone be happy to receive such generous payment? Did that old man deceive me? Earlier, the old blacksmith had advised her, just as a cup of water in the desert is worth more than a treasure trove, rewards must be offered wisely. Give a sword to someone thirsting for revenge. Give medicine to someone who is wounded. To them, that would be a worthy reward. Iberia understood the principle completely. I understand now. She continued, you walked here, right? You can't move quickly while carrying an injured person, and the nearest hospital is dozens of kilometers away. If you keep taking your time, that woman will die. In Iberia's hand was something Agia desperately needed right then. I also have a recovery scroll. Izuki stopped in his tracks when he heard those words. I can save her. He immediately turned around and asked, Really? Iberia replied, I can't fully heal her, but I can save her life. Izuki laid Agia on the ground as Iberia carefully wrapped bandages around her. Izuki worriedly asked, Is it okay to use it over her clothes? She explained, This isn't an ordinary bandage. It's a rare artifact made from the bandages of the Shadow Tribe and the hide of the Kodama Tribe. He was doubtful upon hearing that term. Artifact, Iberia understood. At your level, you must have only recently awakened. It makes sense that you don't know. Modern weapons are ineffective against spirit beasts. That is why ordinary firepower cannot be used against them. Artifact smiths can craft special artifacts designed to fight spirit beasts using spirit beast parts. Artifacts are divided into 4 grades based on the smith skill and the materials used. Common artifacts are not much different from ordinary weapons, aside from being able to damage spirit beasts and awakeners. Common artifact, common longsword. Rare artifacts enhance some of their owner's stats. Rare artifact, sea sword, increases speed and mana. Epic artifacts not only raise stats, but also possess special abilities. For example, epic artifact, blood sword, increases attack power. Special effect, absorbs blood, raises the blade's temperature, and reduces the enemy's self-healing ability by 50%. And finally, the ultimate goal every artifact smith dreams of, unique artifacts, which possess immense stat boosts and powerful effects. One such unique artifact is the unique Holy Sword. It increases attack power and speed. Unique effect. The unlimited mana contained within the Holy Sword allows the user to use skills without limit. Artifact smiths themselves do not possess much combat power, and there are not many of them. But because they can forge artifacts, they are respected by all awakeners. Izuki understood. So your father is an artifact smith? She proudly revealed. Not an ordinary artifact smith. Many artifact smiths go their entire lives without forging even one unique artifact. There are currently only 10 in all 6 continents, and 3 of them were made by my old man. That's why everyone calls him the Artifact King of the 6 northern regions. Seeing Izuki turn his back on her, Iberia called out, "Did you hear me?" She was slightly annoyed. "Hey, I put my heart into explaining all that. Don't ignore me." Izuki was currently examining the weapon in his hand. It was the crossbow Charlie had used earlier. Meanwhile, Iberia curiously observed him. He was not surprised at all after hearing her father's name. Any awakener would have already latched onto her by now. Izuki calculated, "With this, I can use Piercing Sphere less often and reduce the risk of exposing my abilities." Iberia had a good eye. "It's a rare artifact," Izuki said regretfully. "Too bad it doesn't have any arrows." She revealed, "Ranged weapons like this can assimilate ordinary ammunition into artifact ammunition, so you do not need to worry about arrows." Notification, rare hunter's crossbow, speed plus 50. Izuki was surprised. It disappeared? She explained, "That is another function of artifacts. Once it bonds with its owner, it is stored away, and you can summon it again whenever you need it." Izuki politely said, "That's quite convenient. Thank you for treating her. If you ever need help with anything, tell me. Once I'm done here, I have to find Reggie Kinoshita." Iberia changed the subject when she heard that name. "I thought I had misheard you. You dare provoke Reggie Kinoshita in North District 4? You got guts." Izuki questioned her. "What, are you telling me to give up?" She denied it. "No, if it's Reggie Kinoshita, then we have a common goal." Izuki misunderstood. "Did he anger you too?" Iberia replied, "Not exactly, but I want you to team up with me for the preliminary round of the Savior Alliance National Tournament." Izuki thought to himself, "The preliminary round? Joe-san mentioned that too. I heard only the top 10 can advance to the main tournament. I've been too busy these past few days to prepare for it." Izuki was puzzled. "What does the preliminary round have to do with Reggie Kinoshita?" She answered, "The preliminaries are held by region, and the Northern Region's venue is in North District 4. Reggie Kinoshita, the son of the regional administrator, is obviously aiming for the main tournament. In fact, his older brother is also a savior, so if he fails to make the top 10, it would be a disgrace to the Kinoshita family. That is why he is monopolizing every dungeon in North District 4 to level up." There was still something Izuki did not understand. "Why form a team with someone like me? You've already helped me a great deal." Iberia's reason was simple. "Because you're strong. My instincts tell me that if we team up, we will definitely pass the preliminary round." Izuki continued, "You're younger than me, aren't you? You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. So why does it have to be this year?" Iberia's expression turned sorrowful. "Why? Ever since I was little, I watched my father forge artifacts. Every completed piece was like a flawless work of art, and my admiration for him only continued to grow. So I always dreamed of becoming an awakener someday and fighting spirit beasts with equipment crafted by my own father. Then a month ago, I finally awakened. Excited, I asked my father to make an artifact for me. He refused, saying it was still too early. Only saviors could use his artifacts. Iberia had begged him through tears. Even so, I kept pleading, and eventually, he gave me a condition. If I pass this year's preliminary round, he'll give me one of his masterpieces. That's why I absolutely have to win this year's preliminaries. Izuki felt that, with such a great father, plenty of people should have wanted to team up with her. You don't need to form a team with a level 0 like me. She replied, my father thought so too. That's why before I left, he told me, listen, pass the preliminaries with your own strength. He declared that if I relied on powerful teammates, he would not give it to me. Izuki had to admit that her father was strict. Iberia said helplessly, based on the information I gathered, Kinoshita has already bought off most of the promising candidates. The rest are either loners who do not want to form teams or people who already have teams, so there was no one left to ask. She clasped his hand intimately. But 2 days ago, I heard about someone who defeated one of the 4 pillars, Ogata Shiki, and even broke a record. I searched for information, and that is how I found you. Izuki shook her hand away in annoyance. Fine, I do not care about forming a team, but first I want to take her to the hospital. Iberia hurriedly said, I'll go with you. From now on, we're teammates. She was already planning ahead. We should think of a team name, too. You're Izuki, and I'm Iberia, so how about Ibiden? Doesn't that sound like a store name? Then maybe Ibe? No, that does not sound great either. How about Teneminria? Carrying Agia, Izuki felt a headache coming on. Seriously, this girl talked even more than Omaku. Speaking of which, what about Rigel and Sia? They both became Awakeners too, right? Are they participating in the preliminaries? Iberia was still rambling. Since both our names have an I, what about Team I? Meanwhile, Rigel was training hard. His body suddenly staggered backward. Sia asked with concern, are you sick? Rigel denied it. No, I feel like someone is talking about me. It must be Izuki. Sia looked downcast at the mention of him. Izuki, how long has it been since that attack? I never thought we would be apart for so long. I wonder whether he is doing all right. Seeing this, Rigel teased her. You're weird. If you are that worried about Izuki, why didn't you go see him after he defeated that spirit beast, Sia? Sia flew into a rage and attacked him with her water ability. Rigel protested angrily. A sneak attack is cheating. Sia retorted coldly. Cheating or not, we're training for combat, aren't we? You were careless. Right, Hisuto? Hisuto walked over and said, that's right. The national tournament preliminaries begin the day after tomorrow. There's no time to fool around. Sia condensed a stream of water in her palm. At last, there's another Awakener to spar with. I'm sick of fighting Rigel. His information appeared. After waiting a long time without seeing Charlie return, Reggie asked, where is that hunting dog? Being this late isn't like him. Tanuki worried that something might have happened. Hearing that, Reggie became furious. Again, those useless subordinates. His hand crushed the experience stone. Tanuki asked for instructions. Should we send someone to look for him? Reggie replied, forget him. The preliminaries are our top priority. If I lose, that old man will lock me in an isolation room. He changed the subject. By the way, what about the task I assigned? Tanuki reported. Out of 3,113 candidates across the 6 northern regions, we have persuaded 887 people. As instructed, all of them are level 5 or higher. Reggie picked up the remaining stone. Good. You truly are a dependable subordinate. Tanuki reminded him, this is the last mana stone. Reggie absorbed its experience and leveled up. Violent energy radiated from Reggie's body. He felt this was more than enough to crush a bunch of commoners. Izuki had returned to the school and took the initiative to apologize. Master, I'm sorry for putting Agia in such danger. Yaoji offered to help. There is nothing we can do. I can get rid of him if you want. Izuki refused. No, leave him to me. He praised him. Very good. Tell me everything that happened later. Iberia, following behind them, was surprised. So the commander of the 6 northern regions was his master. No wonder he had not been surprised when she mentioned her father. Yaoji was such a mysterious person. She should ask for his autograph someday. Upon arriving at Agia's hospital room, Izuki continued, that is why I decided to participate in the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries with Iberia. Yaoji looked at Agia. What do you think, Agia? She replied, Jade Butterfly healed me, so I'm fine now. This is thanks to Iberia, who treated me with a rare artifact. Yaoji turned to Iberia and asked, you possess the Wood Spirit Bandage artifact made by Eden. Then you're his daughter, correct? Iberia thought to herself that he not only knew about artifacts, but also knew her father. She needed to behave properly as the eldest daughter of the artifact king of the 6 northern regions. She nodded. That's right. Eden is my father. The entire room fell silent and stared at Iberia. Izuki reminded her, you said that backward. Her face flushed red. Eden is my father. Yaoji cleared his throat and tried to remain calm. In any case, thank you for saving my daughter. After the preliminaries are over, I will take Izuki to meet Eden with you. You two should prepare for the tournament. You may go now. Agia and I will be watching tomorrow as well. Izuki replied, yes. Iberia promised, please rest assured. I will definitely show everyone that the two of us can pass the preliminaries. Once they were alone, Agia suddenly said, Father really likes Izuki. Back when he was Kazunari's student, Father always brought me to Izuki's meetings. Izuki has a strong self-destructive impulse when facing spirit beasts because of childhood trauma. But that impulse weakens whenever people he wants to protect are by his side. Yaoji continued, that is why I kept you by his side. Become his close friend, become his weakness, and then become the person he wants to protect. Agia thought about those words. The person Izuki wanted to protect. Before leaving, Yaoji revealed, by the way, regarding the spirit beast attack at the school, it has been confirmed that it was not an accident, but a planned operation. Agia was shocked. What did you say? He continued, the number of traders siding with spirit beasts is growing. Although the scale varies, commanders in other regions have also been targeted. At this rate, humanity's future is bleak. He trusted that Izuki would surely destroy it all and become a light of hope. At North District 4, the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries had begun. Izuki and Iberia had arrived. Izuki exclaimed, there are more people than I expected. Iberia replied, I heard that as soon as word spread that Yaoji would be coming to watch, people who had not intended to participate suddenly changed their minds. The number of participants jumped from around 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Reggie was irritated by the crowded scene. That old man Yaoji has created too many variables. Tanuki assured him, do not worry. They are just a disorganized crowd who decided to join at the last minute. They will not have time to form teams, so we still have the advantage in numbers. Tell everyone we recruited to wear a red armband on their right arm, so we know they are on our side. Rigel had also arrived. Curious, he asked, are red armbands in fashion? Should I wear one too? See a guest. If Yaoji is here to watch, Izuki might be here too. Soryu, the host of the International Savior Alliance Tournament preliminaries, announced, everyone, I will explain the rules before the preliminary round begins. The competition area is divided into two zones, the outer zone and the inner zone. In the first stage, you will begin from the four main directions of the outer zone. First, you will compete based on how quickly you enter the inner zone. The moment you enter the inner zone, your ranking will be recorded on your bracelet. Only the top 300 will advance to the second round. Rigel looked at the bracelet on his wrist in surprise. This bracelet has that function. Sia thought sadly that eliminating thousands of people in the first round was brutal. Soryu revealed, you may bring 2 artifacts, form teams with anyone, and use anything you wish. Only the result matters. Iberia suddenly cried out in surprise. Izuki, look, he continued. After the first round ends, the rankings will be announced, along with the rules for the second round. Izuki noticed Reggie Kinoshita, who was giving orders to his faction. Understood? Whoever runs ahead of me, stop them. Iberia guessed that the people around him were candidates he had bought off. For now, we should enter the inner zone as quickly as possible. Once Kinoshita gets inside and lowers his guard, we will ambush him. Just then, the next development made her widen her eyes in alarm. Iberia warned, Izuki, did you hear that? 2 of Reggie's lackeys asked, who are you? Watch out, this guy isn't wearing a red armband. Meanwhile, Soryu announced, the first round begins. He said with concern, the increasing number of young people who want to join the Savior Alliance is certainly encouraging, but quantity means nothing without quality. Akira recalled, in our day, there were very few candidates below level 15. Soryu said thoughtfully, very few? In the year you participated, there were only 2, right? Those 2 people reached level 21 and level 18 that year. Akira continued, that is why I said it would be boring without newcomers like Kazunari. Hopefully there are some. He replied, don't be ridiculous. A once-in-a-century genius like that does not simply appear out of nowhere. He turned to Yaoji. I heard that in the 6 northern regions, there is a student who defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier immediately after awakening and became your disciple. Is that true? The others, having heard the rumor, immediately denied it. Defeat a level 8 right after awakening? Impossible. Yaoji frankly admitted, it is true. He asked curiously, is that person among them as well? Soryu thought to himself. Ninto's second acknowledged disciple after Kazunari Sasumi must have extraordinary talent. He, too, curiously looked at the surveillance screen. Who is it? Soryu considered the candidates one by one. Rigel, level 10, an elementalist with a hidden tier 2 talent. Ordinary, not him. Kisaragi Sia is level 11 and possesses a tier 1 talent, but she is a water elementalist focused on support. Probably not her either. He thought it had to be this girl. Habane Hannah, a wood elementalist, but her level is unusually high, level 16. Is it not her? But Hannah is already the highest level candidate. Akida no Izuki. Is there a level 0 candidate this time? Soryu was not surprised. Every year, there are people who join out of curiosity, only to be immediately crushed and withdraw. Meanwhile, Reggie and his people burst into laughter. A level 0 candidate? Really? Are you lost, kid? Izuki raised his hand, showing them the crossbow in his hand. Reggie recognized it as Charlie's. Who the hell are you? Izuki asked bluntly. You were looking for me, weren't you? Reggie realized that this low-level trash was the one who had defeated Ogata Shiki. You gotta be kidding me. I see. Someone sent you here to provoke me, didn't they? Reggie ordered his lackeys to chase him out. They eagerly stepped forward. Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting Lord Reggie. Reggie walked away. I did not have time to talk to trash like you. Izuki was now surrounded by a group of people. Akira noticed what was happening. 1 level 6 and 2 level 7s. I can tell the outcome without even watching. If he begged for mercy now, he might survive. Iberia calculated silently. She could take down one of them, but no matter how strong Izuki was, could he defeat 4 people at once? She touched the pouch at her waist. It meant she had no choice but to use that. One man looked at Izuki disdainfully. I thought there would be some formidable opponents waiting for us, but it turns out it's just some level 0 trash. Izuki coldly ordered, move. His attitude initially made the man hesitate. The man and the others laughed coldly. Akira found it quite interesting. Good. I like that attitude. If he is about to die, I will save him. The man reached out. I'll smash your head open and see what's inside. But before he could touch Izuki, he was sent flying, teeth scattering across the ground. Izuki repeated coldly, I said move. Akida was shocked by the sight. He defeated an opponent of a higher level in an instant. The others were frightened. Honda is level 7. How could that rookie, one of his companions, condense a fireball? Don't panic. He was just careless. I'll burn you to ashes. He unleashed a full-power B-rank fire skill, full-power fire cannon. Izuki calmly stood before the incoming fireball while Iberia panicked. It's too fast. I don't even have time to use an artifact. Seeing the sea of fire engulf Izuki's position, someone worriedly asked, wasn't that too much for a level 0? The attacker replied, people always die in the preliminaries. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough despite being only level 0. But someone noticed that something was wrong. As the flames gradually faded, they discovered that armor had blocked the fire. What is that? Iberia, behind him, exclaimed in admiration. No way. He blocked that area of effect fire attack completely? That's incredible. Izuki coldly warned, stay away from me. Izuki thought to himself, his defense has risen to 33. He needed to confirm whether Black Ice Jade's passive effect would still activate when blocking the same skill from the same target more than once. The attacker was utterly shocked. He is completely unharmed? Is that his ice element skill? There are no water elementalists here. How can he use an ice skill? Izuki coldly reminded him, try that move again. This time, I will not block it. The man was immediately enraged. Are you insulting me? A man never goes back on his word. Izuki replied, yes, I promise. Blazing flames shot toward him. This time, I'll definitely finish you with my strongest attack. Izuki stood still as the firepower formed a massive sphere over his head. Izuki thought, its firepower is stronger than before, but it is still a fire element skill. The area where he stood was engulfed by intense flames. The fat man on the team warned, you went too far. The attacker was confident. With this much firepower, I could even take down a level 8. Inwardly, he thought, I used up all my mana. This is my finishing move. It is a bit wasteful to use it on a level 0, but this show is over. But what happened next terrified him. Izuki emerged completely unscathed. So the passive effect of Black Ice Jade does not activate again against a skill from the same person. I understand. I have confirmed it. Time to end this. The group immediately panicked. He blocked my ultimate skill that easily? Impossible. Yes, that ice skill is strong, but I found its weakness. Another man tried to launch fire at him. Izuki thought, trying to overwhelm me with numbers? He activated Black Ice Jade. A loud explosion rang out as fierce flames burned through the area. The fire user thought, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's mana is limited. If we drain his mana until he can no longer create that wall of ice, we win. Then suddenly, Izuki grabbed his hand, cutting off the stream of fire he was releasing. The man froze, unable to believe his eyes. He had closed the distance in an instant. Izuki reminded him, even after blocking multiple fireballs, the passive effect only activates once. The man tensed, trying to squeeze Izuki's hand tightly. If your advantage is speed, then ours is strength. Izuki asked indifferently, "Are you even putting any strength into this?" He threw a punch that sent the man flying. "You look like you're struggling, so I'll make this easier for you." As he looked at the notification, Izuki was surprised. 33 points of defense, not 234, so it was calculated based on his defense before enhancement. The system notification read, Black Ice Jade has blocked a B-rank fire skill. Black Ice Jade has increased defense by 10%. Defense, 310 plus 62 from Black Ice Jade. He turned toward the others. There are still 2 elementalists left. Come at me. I'll use you to increase the passive effect of Thunderquake. They began to retreat, but the 2 of them were already knocked down. No doubt about it. This guy is hiding his true stats. Let's get out of here. Izuki found it ridiculous. You think I'll let you leave? The 2 elementalists had no choice but to risk everything and fire bolts of lightning. Damn it, I'll take you down. This isn't a fire attribute. Don't think that trick will work. Their power converged as they unleashed the C-rank skill, Silver Serpent. The system displayed, absorbed a C-rank lightning element skill through Thunderquake. Attack speed plus 5%. Attack speed, 310. Speed, 341. Defense, 372. Mana, 310. Total, 1,333. The second pillar, Akira, watched Izuki's side intently. He was taking down awakeners of higher levels, as though it were a joke. Seeing the remaining 2 men defeated, he wondered, just who was that kid? Izuki had verified it. So Thunderquake's passive effect works like Black Ice Jade's. It doesn't increase further when absorbing skills from the same target. Iberia was kicking one of the fallen men. They're all down already. I thought this would be a tough battle. I never expected Izuki to be this strong. What kind of power is he using? One man was still alive. What kind of monster are you? You can't possibly be level 0. Iberia sneered. You're asking who we are? Izuki was puzzled by her use of we. She proudly declared, we are E-Team. Remember that name, because one day, we'll become the strongest duo in the 6 northern regions. Not wanting to waste any more time, Izuki grabbed Iberia by the collar and dragged her away. Forget that. Let's catch up with Kinoshita. She protested. We're entering the inner zone. Hearing the team name, Izuki was speechless. E-Team, what a ridiculous name. Reggie was rushing ahead, though he still kept an eye on what was happening behind him. That level 0 was defeated, but that crossbow definitely belongs to Sakuya. I'll have to investigate it later. No one in the 6 northern regions can capture Sakuya except a savior. Lost in thought, he was overtaken by someone else. Kanji was secretly delighted. I passed another one. Unlike those muscle-brain fools, I specialize in speed. Suddenly, electricity shot toward him. Kanji crashed to the ground, attacking us at full speed? What kind of monster is that? Reggie stepped on Kanji's head and said contemptuously, "That's what you get for running ahead of me." Reggie turned and shouted at those following him, "Pull yourselves together. I need to conserve my stamina for the second round. Don't waste my time on trash like this." Ninto was displeased by his behavior. That is the son of Yaoji Kinoshita, the administrator of North District 4. Even Soryu could not stand the sight. He really is arrogant. I wonder how he was raised, but he hasn't broken any rules, so there's nothing we can do. Meanwhile, Reggie thought, thanks to them taking care of all the trouble, my stamina is almost recovered. At this rate, I can clear the second round easily. A group stopped before the inner zone, and Reggie thought, so that's the inner zone ahead? This is too easy. Suddenly, someone behind him called out his name. Reggie turned around with a bad feeling in his chest. Who dares call me by name like that? The others denied it. It wasn't me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Behind them stood the level 0 newcomer. They noticed the 2 newcomers. When Reggie saw him clearly, he was shocked. Level 0? Don't tell me it's really him. He really took all of them down? Impossible. A level 6 and a level 7 couldn't deal with him. Reggie thought he understood. He must have bribed them. He sneered. How long have you been following me? You worthless level 0. Izuki declared bluntly. You'll stay here until we're finished. Iberia thought. Basically, Izuki brought me all the way here. Every opponent we faced was defeated in an instant. Without him, I would have been eliminated halfway through. Reggie turned to leave. I'm Busa. I don't have time to waste on you, but I prepared a few opponents for you. He ordered, take care of him. They felt insulted. What? Over some level 0 brat? You dare call Kinoshita by his name? Wake up. We'll teach you some manners. Don't worry. I'll show those two what hell looks like. Iberia counted them, her expression growing paler. 80, 78, 79. There are over 100 of them. What should we do? Izuki picked her up by the collar and covered her head. Then he leapt over the crowd, even grabbing Reggie by the collar as he passed. He threw Iberia ahead, while Reggie was flung backward. Reggie was caught by his men, while Iberia flew dazedly into the inner zone. Izuki turned back to face him. It seems you didn't understand what I said. Let me repeat it. Stay here until we're finished. You are not allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Sia and Rigel entered the inner zone sluggishly. The display updated. She had claimed 4th place, and he was 5th. Rigel collapsed onto the floor to rest. Those red armband guys were involved too. They still haven't learned their lesson and keep deliberately provoking us. Sia added, if the two of us hadn't fought together, we would have been knocked out before even reaching this place. Rigel was disappointed. I was certain our group was among the fastest. I never imagined someone could be even faster than us. Gaku, who had taken 3rd place, was dissatisfied. I can't believe I only got 3rd. The 2nd place contestant, Sun, teased him. Are you hungry? You just finished eating, didn't you? She shifted her attention to Kana, who had finished 1st. More importantly, look at the leader. She's already level 16. Sia silently assessed the situation. Izuki must have been fighting alone, and if he was also surrounded by enemies like we were. Rigel gaped. Look, someone's flying this way. Hearing that, Sia frowned and looked over. Iberia landed on the ground with a thud. The system announced, Iberia has entered the inner zone. 6th place. At once, Iberia anxiously called out Izuki's name. Rigel said, that person just mentioned Izuki? Sia nodded. That's right. I heard it too. They looked into the distance and saw his firm silhouette standing against 100 people. That figure. There's no mistake. It's Izuki. Amid the pouring rain, he repeated his warning. Until I finish what I came to do, I will not let you leave this place. Soryu wondered. That newcomer is only one step away from entering the inner zone. Why is he so determined to stop Reggie Kinoshita? Agia looked dejected as she watched him. Why is he so determined to go after Reggie Kinoshita? Agia looked dejected as she watched him. Yaoji suggested, Akira, lend him a hand if he gets into trouble. Akira thought. Izuki just burst out at an unbelievable speed. I wonder whether I could have done the same at his age. Over there, Reggie darkened his expression. You keep blocking me again and again. Prepare yourself. What's about to happen won't simply be a fight. It will be a complete humiliation just for you. In other words, it was 100 against 1 beatdown. Izuki did not care about the rankings in this round. Qualifying could wait. Right now, seeking justice for Agia was his top priority. Reggie roared out an order. Kill him. Activate your abilities and charge. They rushed toward Izuki, while he remained calmly in place as the wind and rain howled, making his clothes flutter. A fire element user rushed forward first. I won't give anyone else the chance. I'll take your head. C-rank skill, Fire Fist. Seeing Izuki stop his attack with a single palm, he was horrified. What? Izuki counterattacked with a punch directly to his face. The fire element user collapsed, his mouth and teeth a bloody mess. The crowd charging at him came to a halt. He knocked him out with one punch. Someone reassured them, don't panic. We have the numbers. We can't lose to a crippled level 0. They rallied themselves. That's right. Everyone charge. Izuki said indifferently. Good. Black Ice Jade has dispelled a B-rank fire element skill. Black Ice Jade has increased defense by 10%. Izuki prepared to inflict area damage with Lotus Burst. Let's end this farce quickly. Activate Lotus Burst. Heat radiated from the streams of energy coiling around Izuki's arm. A blast shot directly into the crowd, and the explosive shockwave sent them flying backward. Rigel, who had not seen him for a long time, was stunned. Is that really Izuki's skill? Sia and Iberia were too shocked to speak. Gakko noticed the disturbance over there. What was that earth-shaking explosion? Sun stroked the cat in her arms without paying it any attention. An explosion of that scale is nothing to me. Kana held her sword tightly as she stood alone in a corner, seemingly deep in thought. Soryu looked at the cracked ground in shock. That bombardment was launched by a level 0 boy. His firepower is one thing, but how can he use a skill that has nothing to do with his class? The second pillar, Akira, was speechless at the shocking sight. Agia thought, I never expected Izuki to possess an area of effect skill. Is that why he was so confident in a Locust Wasteland? Just how many trump cards is he hiding? Izuki calculated 30% power should be enough. They're human, so I have to hold back to avoid killing them. Reggie stared blankly at the devastation before him. His entire side had been wiped out while Izuki stood unharmed. Izuki coldly settled the score. Now it's your turn. Reggie staggered. We had over 100 people, and you took them all down in an instant? What kind of monster are you? Why are you so relentlessly pursuing me? Izuki found it ridiculous. Pursuing you? You were the one who attacked me first and seriously injured my friend. Today, I'll make you experience every bit of pain she endured. Reggie's energy erupted. I'm the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family from North District 4. Every dungeon in this area belongs to me. I don't need to risk my life fighting calamity spirit beasts. Using the karma stones provided by my family, I can easily reach levels that commoners could never even dream of. Our backgrounds are worlds apart. I'll send you to your death. I will win for sure. B-rank skill, Violet Thunder Cannon. The system announced. B-rank skill, Violet Thunder Cannon detected. Activating super mimicry. Analysis progress, 1%. Izuki charged straight at Reggie and struck him hard in the abdomen. Reggie clutched his stomach, trembling in agony. He thought he dodged that attack. With that speed, is he really only level 0? I can't win this fight. He called for help. What are you doing? Hurry up and help me, Tanuki. Reggie knew full well that this was against the rules, but he no longer cared about his pride. He boasted, Tanuki is a level 35 awakener. Prepare to be cut open. Neno had already made preparations. Akira excitedly cracked his knuckles to warm up. Understood. Izuki sensed someone closing in from behind. Magic resistance. My mana sense is responding. Someone is approaching at extremely high speed. The system announced, analysis progress, 19%. Of course, Izuki saw through it. And it was not just one person. A powerful tremor came from in front of him. Izuki calmly glanced in that direction. Akira had already pinned Tanuki to the ground. Go on. Continue. Izuki resumed what he had been doing. Killing intent enveloped his body as he stared down at Reggie beneath his feet. It seems your lackeys won't make it in time to help you. Terrified, Reggie invoked his family background. Wait, my father is the administrator of North District 4, and my older brother is a member of the Savior Alliance. Can you bear the consequences of laying a finger on me? Izuki did not care who his father or brother was. One punch knocked Reggie unconscious. Izuki felt relieved. Now Agia has received justice. Agia knew that everything he had done today was for her. Her face flushed red, her heart stirred. Soryu was astonished. That boy really defeated Reggie Kinoshita? Why is he looking this way? Izuki calculated, if I freeze the analysis at 99% now, I can recover my stamina once I enter the second round. Once the simulation reached 99%, the system announced, analysis halted. Behind him, Sia called out, Izuki. He was startled by the familiar voice. Turning around, Izuki saw Sia. She had been waiting for him. Come inside. You'll catch a cold. Sia's tone was extremely gentle. Izuki stepped inside and greeted her. Long time no see. The system announced. Izuki has entered the inner zone. 7th place. Iberia and Rigel rushed over and embraced him. Izuki, I missed you so much. You bastard. I'm so relieved you're safe. The two glared at each other. Rigel asked irritably, Who the hell are you? Why are you crying over Izuki? She calmly replied, Me? Then she proudly introduced herself. I'm Iberia, Izuki's comrade. Rigel turned furious and shouted at Izuki. You never told me you were forming a team with someone else. Traitor. Sia was surprised. It was rare to see Izuki make friends. Iberia retorted, Izuki is a traitor? Are you two a couple or something? What's your team's name? He answered, Who cares about team names? We're not children. Do you even have one to say that? Iberia said smugly. Of course we do. Rigel urged her. Tell me. Izuki had to stop them before things got worse, but it was too late. Iberia revealed it with immense pride. E-Team, we really racked our brains to come up with that name. The name made Rigel burst out laughing. E-Team, that's so bland, it's ridiculous. She snapped. What are you laughing at? It's an excellent name, Soryu announced. The number of people who have entered the inner zone has reached 500. Anyone who failed to arrive in time has been disqualified. The second round will begin shortly. In the second round, you will each fight spirit beasts alone in the testing ground for 1 hour. Rigel was shocked. A solo battle? Iberia became serious. The second round is finally here. Akira had been waiting for this moment. It's finally here. I've been waiting all this time. He was truly looking forward to seeing what special abilities they possessed. The group headed to the area where the second round would be held. The arena was packed with spectators on all sides. Rigel asked, will the second round be held here? Iberia could not suppress a shiver. It's so dark and creepy in here. Rigel teased Izuki. After all this time, you're really still stuck at level 0? Is your level permanently locked? Then your attributes haven't increased either, right? How did you become so strong? Iberia chimed in. I want to know too. How can Izuki be so powerful when he's only level 0? Izuki answered, regarding that, my master told me not to reveal it to anyone. Sia intervened. We were trained that a destroyer's abilities are classified national secrets. Izuki, you don't need to worry about them. Soryu appeared and asked, is everyone ready? Iberia was stunned when she saw him approach the crowd. Looking up at the people standing above, she gasped. That is Soryu Fujihara, sir. He is the one who organizes the annual national tournament. Beside him is Akira Hayton, a veteran of the Glacier River battle, the man with an invincible physique, and the one wearing that mask. Could that be the legendary Ninto? What a gathering of legendary figures. He announced in a booming voice, I will now explain the rules of the second round. Listen carefully. Countless calamity spirit beasts will descend upon the trial grounds. Kill points are awarded according to their danger level. The notice board displayed the details. Eliminate a difficult rank spirit beast, 1,000 kill points. Kill points by rank. Beginner 100, Standard 500, Difficult 1,000, Nightmare 5,000. Soryu continued. After defeating a spirit beast, you'll have 1 minute to rest. After that, you will be forcibly teleported to a higher difficulty level. Remaining waiting time, 56 seconds. Gaku smirked. I'll blast straight through to the Nightmare rank in one go. His status panel appeared. Gaku, Human, Level 13. Class, Earth Elementalist. Second rank talent. Hidden attribute, Hidden. Izuki suddenly spoke up. I have a question. The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. He's only level 0. How'd he even pass the first round? Someone must have carried him. Did you only just realize that the second round is an individual competition? Are you scared now? Yes, that's right, Soryu agreed. What is it? Feel free to ask. Izuki asked bluntly, without the slightest hesitation. Is Nightmare rank already the highest danger level? Akira burst out laughing upon hearing that, while Soryu stared in stunned silence. The people around them immediately mocked him. What kind of stupid question is that? How could a level 0 possibly survive against a Nightmare rank spirit beast? I doubt he can even kill a beginner rank monster, much less a Nightmare rank one. Gaku sneered. What a useless fool. All he can do is talk big. Soryu answered solemnly. In theory, the danger level of calamity spirit beasts is limitless. You will understand that once you enter the extermination battle. Limitless, Izuki replied. Rigel cautioned him. There's no point worrying about that. Even the weakest Nightmare rank beasts are level 10 or higher. We'll be lucky if we could defeat a difficult rank 1. Soryu further explained. The points you earn in this preliminary round can be directly added to the official national tournament. In other words, whether you qualify to join the Savior Alliance's 5 ranks in the future will largely be determined by your performance today. Rigel brightened. The points earned here count toward the main tournament too? Izuki silently made up his mind. I'll have to use that then. Kazunari Susumi's current record is 115,000 points. I need to seize this chance and break his record. A notification was sent to everyone. Please enter the trial grounds. Preliminary round 2 is now beginning. As soon as Izuki stepped inside, he recognized the place as a trial zone. The scenery was not much different from an ordinary dungeon. Deep in the darkness, countless glowing red eyes stared directly at Izuki. A pack of monsters emerged from hiding. System alert. Beginner rank Calamity Spirit Beast, Calamity Hound. Level 10. Kill points, 100. Izuki thought to himself, "At last, I have a chance to face spirit beasts." The system displayed, Black Ice Jade activated. He decided to finish the battle swiftly. I can't waste time farming stats on these small fry. I might as well clear them out quickly. Izuki's scene was broadcast on a giant screen. Soryu asked with interest, "You're still watching that, boy?" "I was more interested in watching Miss Haniyu fight," Akira replied. "This young man is much more intriguing." His eyes remained fixed on the screen. "It's starting, old man." Soryu asked curiously, "Does he really have something so shocking to show us?" Akira replied, "This young man is much more intriguing." His eyes remained fixed on the screen. "It's starting, old man." Soryu asked curiously, "Does he really have something so shocking to show us?" Inside the trial zone, Izuki waved his hand and slaughtered the entire pack of Calamity Hounds. The system reported, completion time, 1 second. Points gained, 100. Soryu was stunned. Just 1 second? Normally, that would take several minutes. Akidasumai. I told you from the beginning, didn't I? This kid is far more interesting. The old man believed that although the Calamity Hounds were numerous, they were only beginner rank. If Izuki went all out, he could certainly wipe them out in an instant. But the next obstacle was an enemy at level 8. Killing it in only a few seconds would be unimaginable. Before long, Izuki encountered a standard rank spirit beast, Fire Dragon. Level 8. Kill points, 500. Soryu analyzed. Facing a creature of a higher rank, that boy will surely run into trouble. Akira saw things differently. Do you really think so? I don't believe a level 8 Fire Dragon is qualified to threaten him. Ninto walked over and asked, "How are the other contestants progressing?" Soryu awkwardly replied, "My apologies. We were too absorbed in watching the broadcast. I'll activate multi-screen display mode. That way, we can monitor the top 10 contestants at the same time." Agia understood non tuer intention. He is deliberately drawing attention away from Izuki, isn't he? Soryu looked around. It seems most of the others are still struggling at the beginner rank. Sia used her water element ability to bombard the spirit beasts. Gakka chose a direct approach, swinging his hammer and smashing each target skull apart. Kana used her wood element ability to bind and crush the spirit beasts to death. Soryu compared their progress. Kana and Haniyu are the only ones closely following behind Izuki. Agia suddenly cried out in alarm. Oh no, Izuki is about to. He's being swallowed by the fire dragon's flames. Soryu was about to rush out. Did he exhaust himself after clearing the Calamity Hounds, leaving him unable to evade? If he takes that fire breath head on, he'll be seriously injured. Contact the medical rescue team immediately. Akira stopped him in time. Wait, be patient and watch a little longer. With the speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack like that should be child's play. The system reported, Black Ice Jade activated. Izuki's entire body was shielded by Black Ice Jade, leaving him completely unharmed, not a single scratch. A sharp sword slash split the fire dragon in two. As it collapsed, the system recorded the result. Completion time, 5 seconds. Points gained, 500. Soryu was astonished. Not injured in the slightest? That ice armor completely covered his entire body? He clearly had the ability to kill it immediately. So why did he deliberately take the attack? System notification. Black Ice Jade has neutralized a C-rank fire element skill. Defense increased by 10% through Black Ice Jade. Izuki calculated inwardly. I have to make full use of every opportunity to strengthen my stats. He glanced at his current attributes. My defense has already reached 434. His information was updated. Izuki, human, level 0, lock class, destroyer. Talent, Nirvana, special rank. Skills, super mimicry, Z rank. Thunderquake 3, level 1. Black Ice Jade, level 2. Lotus Burst, level 1. Pierce Orb, level 2. Mana Sense, level 1. Instant Devour, level 1. Attack, 310. Speed, 341. Increased by Thunderquake, 30%. Defense, 434. Increased by Black Ice Jade, 40%. Mana, 310. Total value, 1,395. The interface displayed. Remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest period? Izuki selected yes. Let's test my durability against the next Calamity Spirit Beast, Akira explained. At this level, the contestant's speed and battle instincts will be tested. Soryu agreed. Exactly. When a thunder rhinoceros attacks, it fires electricity through its gun-shaped horn. It is a double attack, combining physical force and lightning. Difficult rank Spirit Beast, Thunder Rhinoceros. Level 10. Kill points, 1,000. If he gets hit by that attack, his body will be pierced through because his defense is insufficient. At the same time, he will be paralyzed and immobilized due to a lack of lightning resistance. To defeat the Thunder Rhinoceros, he must rely on his own speed to evade continuously, then counterattack when it is exhausted. When Soryu saw Izuki's next move, he was startled. Wait, what is he trying to do? Izuki was directly touching the Thunder Rhinoceros's horn. He lightly tapped its surface to assess it. This horn is perfect for testing my defense. Violent lightning surged across the horn. Veins bulged across the Thunder Rhinoceros's face, and thick smoke poured from its nostrils. It flung Izuki backward with its horn, launching his entire body into the air. Agia anxiously shouted his name. Izuki. Akira could not predict the boy's next move. This young man's every action is completely unpredictable. Yet every time, he gives an answer far beyond anyone's imagination. The air around Izuki suddenly exploded. System report. Withstood a C-rank lightning element skill. Speed increased by 5% through Thunderquake 3. Izuki concluded, test complete. It seems attacks from level 10 spirit beasts or below cannot harm me in the slightest. Izuki lost all interest in playing around with it. It's time to end this. He activated Thunderquake 3. Speed increased by 50%. He shot straight toward the Thunder Rhinoceros. It raised its head arrogantly, ready to meet him head-on. Izuki descended from above like a bolt of lightning. One arm encased in black ice, Jade drove straight into the Thunder Rhinoceros's head. System notification. Completion time, 7 seconds. Points gained, 1,000. Akira smiled and remarked, so far, his total combat time hasn't even reached 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but it feels like he is still holding back. Soryu was uneasy, but the next obstacle is rapid, relentless arm swings and razor-sharp claws capable of tearing enemies apart in an instant. A massive mouth that opens wide to spew chains and devour everything, and a huge body covered in armor like shell plating. It possessed all those traits. The fiercest and most powerful calamity creature in the preliminaries, the final target for every participating contestant. Izuki stood before a nightmare-ranked spirit beast, Purgatory Giant. Level 15. Kill points, 5,000. Izuki activated Pierce Orb. The orb of energy pierced straight through its skull. System update. Purgatory Giant, level 15, eliminated. Pierce Orb's flight speed has greatly increased by 200%. Everyone who witnessed the scene was dumbstruck. He checked the information. Pierce Orb flight speed, 9 meters per second. Total damage, 900%. Izuki was excited. Next, Soryu was forced to completely revise his opinion of the young man. He killed even a nightmare-rank Purgatory Giant in just a few short seconds. The system displayed, completion time, 3 seconds. Points gained, 5,000. A calamity creature opened its enormous mouth and released a strange energy blast. Sia activated her C-rank skill, Water Bullet. She calculated inwardly. Defeating 2 more targets will be enough to advance to standard rank. System update, beginner rank 1. Completion progress, 80%. Gakko arrogantly thought, I skipped the rest period. I will definitely be the first to reach standard rank. On Kana's side, a notification displayed, standard rank. Completion progress, 0%. She silently calculated, I'll recover the mana I expended before continuing. Just as standard rank completion progress reached 100%, a notification sounded. Nightmare rank successfully conquered. Completion time, 21 seconds. First place. Sia happily cried out, that must be Izuki. Gakko was stunned. Someone was faster than me? Was it Kana? Kana, who had been mentioned, fell silent upon hearing the result. Izuki has already dealt with that spirit beast. Should we move to the next stage? Even now, Soryu could not believe it. He killed the Purgatory Giant in the blink of an eye. That dark orb even pierced through its armor. What exactly is it? Akira Hayton instructed, raise the difficulty. Let's see just how far that boy can go. Notification, Nightmare rank, stage 2. Purgatory Giant, level 15. Quantity, 2. Kill points, 1,000. Izuki looked disappointedly at the spirit beasts around him. I thought something unexpected would happen. They only increased the number. The fierce beasts roared, sending deafening shockwaves through the area. Izuki calculated. While they are busy roaring, I'll take one out first. System notification. Pierce orb activated. The orb pierced through one giant's skull, accompanied by a notification, eliminated. Purgatory Giant, level 15. Pierce Orb's flight speed has greatly increased by 200%. Pierce Orb flight speed, 11 meters per second. Flight speed increase, 1,100%. Soryu was bewildered. Just one attack? What is that orb? Could there be no limit to its use? Akira Hayton observed. Its power is indeed overwhelming, but that technique has one fatal weakness. Soryu did not understand. A weakness. At that moment, Izuki was facing the final spirit beast. He frowned as he compared it to the others. This one is faster than any creature I have encountered before. Outside, Akira quickly provided a reasonable explanation. Because their bodies are so enormous, people often assume they're slow. But Soryu was still confused. What are you trying to say? Inside, Izuki was condensing an energy orb. System notification. Pierce orb activated. Compared to the spirit beast's enormous size, the orb was incredibly small. Akira continued. As a racial trait, they possess no mana. In exchange, all their other stats are greatly enhanced. Despite that massive body, it is actually a speed-type creature. Just as Akira predicted, it dodged Pierce Orb. Spirit Beast information displayed. Purgatory Giant number 1008. Giant Race. Level 15. Second rank talent. Unable to use magic, but all stats increased by 25%. Skill Counter. Attack 320. Speed 300. Defense 320. Mana none. Total value 940. Only then did Izuki realize that the situation had become dangerous. It dodged the attack. Akira admitted, exactly. That dark orb deals enormous damage, but its flight speed is not particularly fast. He took advantage of their habit of roaring before attacking to strike first. That boy's battle instincts are truly sharp, but unless he finds a way to increase the flight speed of that black orb, he likely won't be able to pass this trial. The Spirit Beast's punch sent Izuki flying backward. He was smashed into the rock wall behind him with such force that the ground shook and thick clouds of dust rose everywhere. The rock wall behind him caved in deeply. Izuki forced himself to rise, his body aching. It can evade attacks at mid-range. Outside, Soryu guessed. He knows the attack will miss, yet he stubbornly keeps using it. That must mean he has another trump card hidden away. Akira thought to himself, is that really the case? They saw the strange expression on Izuki's face. Why is he smiling? Because he had already found a solution. That was quick. In that case, I'll close the distance immediately. Izuki activated Thunderquake 3 and vanished from his original position. He was already rushing toward the beast. It viciously raised its enormous fist, preparing to bring it down. The blow sent shockwaves sweeping across the entire area, splitting the ground open for dozens of meters. Agia covered her mouth in horror. She was truly worried about him. Soryu frantically grabbed his phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Rhinoceroses. If he takes it head-on, even he will not survive. Contact the medical team immediately. This time, Nito stopped him. Calm down. Akira had also seen through it. That punch is indeed incredibly powerful, but means nothing if it fails to hit its target. When the spirit beast raised its fist, thick dust obscured their view of the situation inside. Finally, as the dust settled, it lowered its head in alarm and looked at the deep crater in the ground, but there was no sign of anyone. Then Izuki's voice rang out from behind it. I'm over here. It instinctively turned around. A pierce orb shot straight through the spirit beast's head. Izuki had launched a surprise attack from behind to deliver the finishing blow. Its massive body crashed to the ground. System notification. Purgatory Giant, level 15, eliminated. Pierce Orb's flight speed has increased by 200%. Pierce Orb flight speed, 13 meters per second. Flight speed increase, 1,300%. Completion time, 12 seconds. Earned 10,000 points. Soryu teased her. It's rare to see Agia so flustered. Embarrassed, she avoided his gaze. I was only praying for everyone's safety. Listen, if a young talent carrying humanity's future were to fall, it would be an enormous loss for all of us. His family would surely be heartbroken too. I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. It's not like I think Izuki looks incredibly cool when he defeats those purgatory giants or anything, because Izuki would react that way too, so please don't misunderstand. It's not like that, Soryu reminded Agia. Compared to the last time we met, you've become much more talkative. Ninto was left speechless by his remark about his daughter. Soryu turned to question him. By the way, how did you know Izuki would evade that dangerous attack? Akira Hayden replied. That kid's speed was never too far behind that of the purgatory giants to begin with. When electricity courses through his body, his speed is greatly enhanced. Once that happens, the purgatory giants have no way of hitting him. Soryu was curious. He managed to take down 2 of them, but there were some pretty dangerous moments. With his current score, he's certainly secured first place. If it were me, I'd stop here. But Izuki had set his sights on surpassing Kazunari Susumi, humanity's strongest. He continued his assault. I can't rest, not even for a second. The system updated the information on the spirit beasts pursuing Izuki. Nightmare rank, stage 3. Level 15 purgatory giants. Quantity, 3. Kill points, 15,000. As before, he activated Pierce Orb. One of them had its head blown away. Izuki counted silently. 1 down. Akira Hayden praised him. He chose to keep going again, just as expected from the person I had my eye on. Soryu suddenly recalled something. Come to think of it, you also went straight through to stage 3 back then. Akira replied, you did too. Soryu compared them. Even for you, with the strongest physical body, stage 3 was the absolute limit. I wonder how Izuki will handle this. Inside, Izuki was confronting a ferocious monster. Its fist reached out to seize him, but Izuki had already shot away. He moved above its head. I'll burst forward with Thunderquake 3 and close the distance by circling behind it. As Pierce Orb shot straight down, Izuki counted. That's the second one. System update. Level 15 Purgatory Giant eliminated. Pierce Orb flight speed increased by 200%. Pierce Orb flight speed, 17 meters per second. Flight speed increase, 1,700%. Izuki considered how to deal with the next creature. The third one was holding him in its mouth. Its razor-sharp teeth were about to clamp down. The spirit beast's jaws shut tight, without leaving a single gap. But its head vanished in an instant. Inside its mouth, Izuki was collecting a blood debt. Let's see. I'll rip out every last one of your guts. Activating Lotus Burst at full power. Sparks erupted from the spirit beast's mouth. Fire power violently burst out from within. Its body exploded into hundreds of fragments. System notification. Level 15 Purgatory Giant eliminated with Lotus Burst. The range of all skills increased by 1%. Current increase, 1,101%. Completion time, 13 seconds. Earned 15,000 points. Soryu could not believe his eyes. That move, that's the skill that blew away so many contestants in Stage 1. Izuki looked at the notification screen. Mana, nol otiga sepuluh. My mana has been completely drained. But as long as Calamity Spirit Beasts keep appearing, the passive effect of Mana Sense will restore my mana. System display. Mana Sense, level 1. Passive effect. Upon detecting one enemy unit, restores 10% mana. Izuki now faced high-ranking Spirit Beasts. Nightmare rank, Stage 4. Level 15, Purgatory Giants. Quantity, 4. Kill points, 20,000. Mana, 1, 2, 4, 3, 10. For enemy units detected. Restored 40% mana. Soryu discussed it with the others. Stage 4 has begun. If that kid clears this stage, he'll surpass your past record. Akira admitted, exactly. Only Kazunari has ever passed Stage 4. No one else has conquered it. I'm eager to see just how far this kid can go. Inside the trial area, he continuously flipped through the air to dodge the Spirit Beast's attacks. Whenever Pierce Orb's flight speed increased, Izuki noticed that its accuracy improved as well. At this rate, if I raise its flight speed a little more, I'll be able to strike them without getting close. My mana is limited. I absolutely cannot waste even a single Pierce Orb. The Calamity creatures were linked to one another by iron chains. He frowned when he noticed this detail. Chains. One monster tilted its head and yanked hard on the chain. That meant the Pierce Orb fired at another creature's head missed its target. Its hand reached straight toward Izuki and grabbed him. Once caught, he thought, this is bad. I can't find any foothold in this position. The Spirit Beast's hand clenched, intending to crush Izuki, the bones in his body were compressed, causing him to cough up blood in agony. Cracks began spreading through his joints. Then it violently hurled Izuki away. Covered in blood, he crashed onto the ground. Soryu anxiously shouted, "Akira, hurry and save him." Akira was stunned. Is this as far as he gets? He recalled what he himself had looked like back then. He looks exactly like I did at that time. Just as he was about to rush in, saying, "I'll go save him," Ninto stopped him again. Wait, he had complete faith in Izuki. He hasn't given up yet. Soryu protested. Ninto, this isn't the time to discuss whether he has given up or not. Agia added, he's right. If we don't rescue Izuki in time, he'll die. Akira Hayden added, he's in the most desperate situation imaginable. Ninto calmly faced everyone's criticism. However, I know he still has a trump card. Soryu asked, a trump card? How could you possibly know that? Ninto emphasized, it's in his eyes. They're absolutely not the eyes of someone who has accepted his fate. Izuki would not surrender so easily. To kill it, I've done everything possible to temper myself. System display, activating super simulation, continuing analysis. He recalled that during his battle with Kinoshita, super simulation had successfully activated on his skill. However, I chose to cancel it at the last moment. Analysis progress, 99%. Analysis canceled. I saved it specifically for a desperate situation like this. Once the progress reached 100%, the system reminded him. Analysis complete. Obtained B-rank skill, Violet Thunder Cannon. Obtained Lightning Break, level 2. Agia happily cried out, look, that blue lotus is. Seeing it for the first time, Soryu was curious. Is that one of his skills too? But what use is that blue lotus in such a dire situation? Akira Hayden suspiciously glanced at Agia's delighted expression. Does she know something in advance? Izuki's notification updated. Lightning Break, level 2. Active effect. Can absorb all lightning element attacks of B rank or below into the body. Upon releasing the accumulated lightning energy, personal speed increases by 100%. Absorption capacity, 0/5. Passive effect. Each time a B rank lightning element attack is absorbed, personal speed increases by 10%. Current increase, 15%. His hand was covered in black armor. He clenched his fist and began absorbing power. System notification. Obtained Lightning Break, level 2. All attributes increased by 20. All negative effects cleansed and all injuries healed. The Spirit Beast Descending Fist was completely stopped by the Blue Lotus. Izuki had no time to keep playing with it. That warm-up was enough. From this moment onward, I'll go all out. His attributes were refreshed. Attack, 310 to 330. Speed, 310 to 330. Defense, 310 to 330. Mana, 310 to 330. Total, 1,240 to 1,320. Soryu was dumbfounded. He was beaten to a pulp, yet he completely recovered in just a few seconds. That healing ability is even more outrageous than a real healer's. And that insane area of effect move. Just how many monster skills like that does he possess? As Pierce Orb flew past its head, the system reminded him. Level 15 Purgatory Giant eliminated. Pierce Orb flight speed increased by 200%. Another one was taken down. The same notification repeated. System display. Nightmare rank. Stage for successfully conquered. Completion time, 31 seconds. Kill points, 20,000. Their corpses collapsed behind Izuki. Confident in his current strength, he thought, no matter how many Purgatory Giants appear, I'll still win. Izuki charged into a massacre of giants. System notification. Level 15 Purgatory Giant eliminated. Pierce Orb flight speed increased by 200%. The next Pierce Orb grazed past a giant's head. Pierce Orb flight speed, 27 meters per second. Flight speed increase, 2,700%. The next one was pierced through the chest. Nightmare rank. Stage 5 successfully conquered. Completion time, 57 seconds. Kill points, 25,000. The next one was pierced straight upward from groin. Nightmare rank. Stage 6 successfully conquered. Completion time, 1 minute 34 seconds. Kill points, 30,000. This horrifying scene was enough to terrify those watching through the screens. Looking at the giant corpses piled as high as a mountain, someone could not help exclaiming, "This place is completely ruined." I'm starting to wonder who the real monster is, Izuki or those Purgatory Giants. Izuki noticed something. Where did the next stage go? No more Purgatory Giants appeared. still unable to recover from his shock. Soryu could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He pressed the red button on the control panel beside him. Then he announced through the microphone, "Izuki, the trial is over. You have eliminated every purgatory giant we prepared." Looking at the corpses stacked into a small mound, Soryu repeated, "You have cleared out all the purgatory giants we prepared." Izuki could not believe his ears. "I cleared them all?" Wasn't the difficulty of this trial supposed to be infinite? He stepped over the enormous giant corpses. "I can't remember how many creatures I sent to their deaths, or how many points I earned in total, but I'm nearing my absolute limit. The gap between Kazunari Sasumi and me probably isn't that great anymore. Besides, I accomplished an unexpected goal, increasing Pierce Orb's flight speed. This result isn't bad at all. System notification. You have successfully defeated 11 level 15 purgatory giants. Pierce Orb flight speed increased by 1,100%. Pierce Orb flight speed has reached 38 meters per second. Flight speed increase 3,800%. Izuki compared it. This speed of 38 meters per second is even faster than an ordinary car. Suddenly, strange waves of energy erupted behind him. Izuki swiftly looked back, maintaining the highest level of vigilance. Seeing no sign of danger, he sighed in relief. "I thought there was another monster left. Right, I almost forgot. Since I cannot level up, the experience points gained from the spirit beasts that die here will condense into karmic stones." A massive karmic stone, as large as an adult human, appeared behind him. Soryu jumped in shock. "That's a karmic stone? Why would it appear in the testing area? If it's blue, it must contain at least 10,000 experience points." Nento revealed the secret. Izuki is inherently unable to absorb experience points, so every bit of experience essence that condenses immediately turns into a karmic stone like that. Akida! Hayton suddenly understood. "I thought that locked level was because he was deliberately concealing his status panel. But he really can't level up." Soryu understood as well. If Izuki forms a party with someone and enters a dungeon, then that companion would receive all the experience points that drop. It's fortunate that child belongs to humanity. Otherwise, if he were a spirit beast, I dare not imagine the horrifying consequences. He collected the karmic stone, which shrank into a compact form that fit in his palm. Izuki headed straight toward the large gate. "I've completed everything I needed to do. Time to leave." The heavy gate slowly opened. Soryu happily exclaimed, "The kid is coming out." As Izuki emerged, the system screen displayed, "Izuki has completed the second preliminary round. Accumulated score, 106,600. Total completion time, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Rank, first place." Soryu walked toward him and made an offer. "Izuki, I witnessed your outstanding performance firsthand. You truly possess limitless potential. Would you like to join me? I guarantee that I can recommend a prestigious mentor worthy of you." Izuki refused without hesitation. "I appreciate the invitation, but I already have a master. There is no need to trouble yourself." Soryu questioned him skeptically. "You still don't understand how the world works, do you? So what if you have a master? No ordinary person is qualified to guide an exceptional talent like you. Following me will give you a far brighter future. I have both powerful connections and abundant resources." Akira Hayton reminded him. He already said he isn't interested. Persistently forcing him will only make him dislike you. But Soryu remained stubborn. "Do you think I would give up that easily?" You persuade him. "Are you going to stand by and watch Izuki's heaven-sent talent be ruined by some mediocre person?" Izuki Zikan Akida. "Back then, you stepped in a deal with Kinoshida's lackeys." Akira Hayton casually replied, "Don't worry about such a trivial matter. I merely punished people who deliberately broke the rules. Besides, the kid is Nento's direct disciple. There's no reason to persuade him any further, is there?" Soryu was utterly shocked. "What did you say? Whose disciple?" Izuki politely said to him, "I was very grateful to you back then." While Soryu still could not believe his ears, Nento spoke up from behind to confirm it. "Yes, that's correct." He stood frozen in disbelief. So this monster who suddenly appeared was Nento's disciple? Izuki finally had time to greet Nento. "Master." Nento was extremely satisfied with his excellent performance today. "Well done. I watched your display of strength very closely. You aren't injured anywhere, are you? If there's a problem, I'll order Agia to treat you." Agia indignantly said. He was even planning to challenge the limits of Stage 7. "You better not come back here with a body full of injuries." Izuki explained, "I'm not injured at all. However, my stamina is nearly depleted. I'll recover once I rest for a little while. Soryu regained his composure. If that kid is Ninto's disciple, then it all makes sense. One of his other disciples once wiped out every calamity spirit beast we had painstakingly prepared. You know exactly who that person is. Kazunari Sasumi made it to stage 6 back then too, didn't he? Soryu shook his head. No, stage 4 was the highest limit at that time. That was why we later decided to upgrade it to stage 6. But if even that still isn't enough, then perhaps we'll have no choice but to raise it all the way to stage 8. Ninto calmly said, just sit back and keep watching. For the other contestants, the second round is only truly beginning now. Inside the qualifying grounds, Rigel's progress through the difficult rank had reached 100%. He was so exhausted that both hands trembled as he struggled against the Thunder Rhinoceros. I don't even have the strength to lift my arms anymore. It looks like the Nightmare rank is still far beyond my reach. The system announced, Harino Rigel has completed the Stage 2 challenge. Total completion time, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Accumulated score, 1,600 points. Sia was also running out of energy as her difficult rank progress reached 100%. Wearily, she raised the imprisoned Thunder Rhinoceros high into the air within a stream of water. I don't have any high damage area of effect skills, so all I can do is try to suffocate it by trapping it inside this enormous sphere of water. But this method takes too much time, and I'm almost out of mana. The next difficulty level is completely impossible for me. Once her energy was entirely depleted, the system announced, Sia has completed the Stage 2 challenge. Total completion time, 19 minutes and 1 second. Accumulated score, 1,600 points. Izuki was surprised. Rigel and Sia both chose to stop at the difficult rank. I thought they could go even further. Soryu reminded him, don't judge everyone by your own standards and assume that everyone possesses strength as overwhelming as yours. Most contestants can't even clear the standard rank. Those two children defeated the Thunder Rhinoceros so quickly that their names will certainly make the top 10 rankings. Izuki asked, they should have already suffered 7 defeats. Why haven't they left yet? Soryu explained, unless they sustain severe injuries or encounter an extremely unusual circumstance, contestants are not allowed to leave the examination area. However, you are the sole exception. Akira Hayton stared excitedly at the display screen. Looks like another contestant has reached the Nightmare rank, he predicted. With his rare ritual artifact, Gaku will probably be able to defeat at least one purgatory giant. Hanyu Akagami, the Shikigami summoner, has made it this far as well. Her abilities are truly impressive. Just as the giant pursuing Hanyu prepared to launch an attack, its entire body suddenly froze for a brief instant. Hanyu's cat used its power to drag another giant over and redirect it toward the monster chasing her. The two creatures charged at each other, tearing and slaughtering one another. Izuki asked suspiciously, can Shikigami change forms? Can Agia's green leaf do the same? Agia immediately denied it. No, this is also the first time I've personally seen a Shikigami capable of transforming like that. There are many different types of Shikigami, and their abilities are filled with mysteries. Be especially cautious if you ever encounter a Shikigami summoner from now on. Izuki suddenly thought of the Calamity Hound. From up close, Shikigami do seem rather powerful. I've neglected the Calamity Hound I took from Sakuri for far too long. From now on, I'll use all the experience points I obtained to raise it. After making his decision, he thought, Sia and Rigel have both voluntarily withdrawn, so there's no need for me to stay here any longer. Let's go. However, Izuki had to change his mind when he saw what was happening before him. It turned out that Iberia's battle was not over yet. Seeing his mysterious armor, Izuki asked in surprise, Iberia, what exactly is that protective armor? Did it come from your father? Iberia thought to himself, this is the most powerful epic rank artifact that the old man personally crafted for me. The system interface displayed its details. Dragon Armor Epic Rank Attack and Speed increased by 100. It grants 20 attack and speed every minute while equipped. But if I keep wearing it for more than 15 minutes, I'll suffer an insane penalty. I have to finish this within 15 minutes. The screen displayed an update. Iberia guessed. That notification about clearing the nightmare rank just now must have been Izuki's doing. I need to work harder, or I'll only become a burden to him. Izuki's overwhelming victory seemed to give Iberia a tremendous boost of strength. He immediately shot toward the giant like an arrow, driving a thunderous kick straight into its face. I won't let Izuki lose face. After all, we're an E-rank duo. Watching from outside, Izuki smiled. That kid is really going all out. A cold mechanical notification echoed throughout the space. The second round has ended, Soryu announced loudly. Only the 10 contestants with the highest scores will receive tickets to the national tournament finals. In addition, the top 2 contestants will receive extremely special rewards during the finals. Gakka lay sprawled on the ground, catching his breath. He was supremely confident. Other than Kana, no one has a score higher than mine. That special reward is already mine. Soryu immediately announced. We will now reveal the top 10 contestants. The display showed the rankings clearly. The other contestants were utterly stunned. Over 100,000 points? Even the leader of the Lantern faction only has around 60,000 points. With a score that ridiculous, taking first place nationwide should be inevitable, right? Each purgatory giant must be worth at least 5,000 points. How many creatures did he slaughter to accumulate more than 100,000 points? Gakka was completely shocked as he looked at the rankings. What? I'm only 3rd place? Who the hell is this Izuki guy? I've never even heard of him. Kana exclaimed excitedly. Izuki, I really want to cross-sword with him someday and learn from him. Sia felt a little dejected. The gap between Izuki and me is this enormous. It seems I'm simply not suited for close combat professions. Soryu shouted joyfully. The regional qualifying rounds have officially ended. The nationwide rankings are now available. Izuki stands firmly in first place, leading the second-place contestant by a full 65,000 points. Hanyu glanced at Ninto, who wore a lantern over his face, and thought regretfully, I can't see his expression, but I can still clearly feel it. Father must be incredibly delighted. Humanity's new sun is shining ever more brilliantly. Upon hearing this news, Iberia was overjoyed. More than 100,000 points. I knew Izuki would take first place from the very beginning. But I also put on a top-tier performance worthy of our E-rank duo's reputation. Beside him lay the soulless corpse of an enormous giant. Izuki walked over and praised him. Yeah, you did very well. You really surprised me. Iberia's vision began to spin, but he still forced a smile. Really? At the examination arena, Soryu formally announced, the preliminary stage of the 21st Savior Alliance National Tournament has successfully concluded. Izuki silently carried the unconscious Iberia out of the qualifying zone. At that moment, inside a luxuriously furnished room in South District 6, an old man sat motionless with his eyes closed like a statue. Koji asked with an unhappy expression. We were dragged out to this godforsaken place before dawn just to watch an old man meditate. The man beside him immediately cautioned, watch your mouth. That is the supreme commander of all South District 6. He possesses the ability to see into the future. He is a true prophet. The person they were waiting for was Vanga Kazu, the supreme commander of South District 6. There's something I don't understand. Why are security barriers always erected before any notification is issued? If he truly can foresee the future, then let him prove it by telling us exactly where the energy will fall before it happens. The other man explained patiently. To be precise, Elder Vanga can only foresee a tiny fragment of the future's flow. Even so, he is still one of humanity's great figures, the only person qualified to stand on equal footing with Kyo Ninto, the supreme commander of North District 6. Suddenly, Vanga opened his eyes wide. Sweat poured down his wrinkled face. He shouted, it's him. His prophecies are always 100% accurate. Vanga collapsed heavily to the floor, muttering, North District 6. Two disciples hurried over to support him. Elder Vanga, are you all right? Vanga answered weakly. North District 6 is facing the gravest danger. He cried out in terror. A massive assault by spirit beasts is about to descend directly upon North District 6, including several monsters above level 100. Night fell, and the outside world was wrapped in silence. Izuki checked his attributes. At last, his total attribute value had exceeded 1,500. His updated information appeared. Attack, 330 speed, 380 additional increase from Thunderquake, 35% defense, For 162 additional increase from Black Ice Jade. 40% mana. 330 total. 1,502. The system prompted. Level up successful. You have received 50 attribute points. Please choose how to allocate them. Izuki calculated. A total of 1,500 points should be roughly equivalent to a normal awakened person at around level 30. Speed and defense can increase without limit through the passive effects of my skills. The notification interface updated. Izuki considered his mana attribute. My mana can recover endlessly thanks to the hidden passive of Mana Sense. But attack is the only attribute that has no way to grow further. Then a sweet voice came from behind him. The food is ready. Izuki turned to look at Rigel. Wearing an apron, Rigel called out, Izuki, I personally made a lot of dishes that you really like. Sia stood beside him. Izuki quietly felt that he could not be more content than he was now. Perhaps super simulation will let me acquire an explosive skill in the future that can increase my attack. They gathered around a warm, lavish dinner table. Nento sat imposingly at its head. Izuki sighed softly. It has been a long time since I last tasted a home-cooked meal made by Rigel. He looked around. Where did Iberia go? Is he still sleeping? Agia reported. I treated him earlier, and every injury on his body has completely healed. However, it seems he drained himself utterly, so he is still deeply asleep. Rigel added, even so, I'm still amazed. Sia and I couldn't clear the nightmare rank, yet someone at level 7 like him managed to conquer it. Sia suddenly gasped. Rigel misunderstood her reaction. Was the food I personally made so delicious that it moved you to tears? She pointed behind him. Look behind you. A figure suddenly appeared directly behind him, radiating a dark and ominous aura. Rigel turned around. Is something behind me? He immediately saw Iberia, who was so hungry he had nearly gone mad. Food! Give me food, Rigel. Rigel fell backward into his chair in fright as he watched Iberia devour the food like a ravenous beast. He angrily complained, You scared the life out of me. Sneaking around like that nearly gave me a heart attack. And why are you shamelessly stealing someone else's seat? Iberia finished an enormous bowl of rice, his head still lowered in silence. Rigel was frightened for the second time. What is going on? Are you holding a grudge against me? Iberia looked like a mischievous child as he happily licked his lips. It's delicious. Rigel sighed in relief. He's back to normal. You'd better remember the favor of my incredible cooking. Iberia smiled brightly. You made this meal? Why don't you quit being an awakened person and become a real chef? You clearly have more talent for cooking. Hearing that, Rigel immediately snapped. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Nento suddenly spoke in a deep voice. You two wish to become saviors as well, correct? Then let me ask you something. He posed a question to both of them. What is the most frightening thing? Rigel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The most frightening thing? It would probably be anything that turns out completely opposite to what I hope for. My dream is to become a true savior, earn a lot of money, travel around the world while I'm still young, and enjoy all sorts of delicious food. The complete opposite of that would be growing old. Once you're old, you won't have the strength to travel anymore. Your sense of taste might even deteriorate so badly that you can no longer tell different flavors apart. He shook his head with a grimace. Just thinking about that gives me chills. Nento turned his attention to Sia. What about you? She began to explain. Me? I was born into a family of doctors and grew up in a hospital. Ever since I was a child, I have watched countless people suffer from illnesses, both great and small. Some of them even drew their last breath and died right before my eyes. The little girl continued her story. That unknowingly became a terrifying trauma for me. Even catching a cold or having a slight fever is enough to make me incredibly afraid. Izuki finally understood the root of it. So that's why you ran away so quickly the other day, just because I sneezed a little. Remembering his behavior that day and Nito's frightened expression, she explained, Awakened ones have lifespans roughly twice as long as ordinary people's, and they almost never get sick. Now you can finally say goodbye to the things you've always feared. When Iberia noticed everyone's eyes turning toward him, he panicked. Now it's my turn? What? He hesitated. What I feared most was failing to make it through the preliminary round. But now, I'm afraid that I may no longer be worthy of fighting alongside Izuki. Iberia curiously pressed Izuki. Then what are you most afraid of, Izuki? Izuki answered calmly. Why are you suddenly questioning me about that? Sia looked at him and thought, I'm curious too. Does someone like him even have anything he fears? The others urged him on. Come on, tell us. Don't tell me you're someone who doesn't know fear. Rigel was equally curious. I really can't imagine what someone like Izuki could possibly be afraid of. Izuki began to speak honestly. After my parents suddenly died, I fell into despair, worrying about how I would survive in the future. Helplessness, anger, sorrow, hunger. My entire body was consumed by those dark, negative emotions, until Sia and Rigel suddenly appeared before me. Back then, they had approached him and asked with concern, This child, why are you curled up here crying all by yourself? The sky above is so vast and beautiful. It would be such a waste to keep your face lowered toward the ground. Sia gently sat beside him. Did you catch a cold? Should we take you to the hospital right away? Rigel held out a warm lunchbox. Hurry and eat something. All the worries in your heart will disappear. Izuki said emotionally. The warmth I received from the two of them pulled me out of that dark world. After that, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Agia and Iberia as well. It felt like I had gained true comrades. Everyone present looked at Izuki with gentle eyes. Or rather, it felt like the family I used to have. It had been a very long time since I last felt such absolute peace of mind. Sometimes, I secretly wished this peaceful moment could last forever. More than anything, I was always afraid of living alone. Agia's face reddened as she thought to herself, Izuki's aura is so calm and peaceful now. It is completely different from the chilling presence he once had. Moved, Iberia rushed over and hugged him. Izuki, I swear I will never leave you. Izuki immediately denied it. That isn't what I meant. That's not the meaning behind my words. Ninto explained. The reason I asked this question was to determine whether, once the two of you become true saviors and are forced to confront genuine danger and hardship, you will regret choosing this difficult path. For a savior, regret is the one thing you must never allow yourselves to have. Remember that well. A peaceful death without regrets is the ultimate goal of every savior. They answered in unison, yes. We will remember that deeply. Ninto stood up decisively. Leaving them with one final instruction, he quietly departed. If that is so, finish your meal and get some rest. Sia and Rigel must return to North District 6 tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved enthusiastically. When we meet again, make sure you treat me to your amazing home cooking. Rigel nodded at once. Of course. Just make sure you don't go causing any more trouble for Izuki. Sia waved goodbye. Then I'll see you at the national tournament. Seeing Iberia sniffling beside him, Izuki asked curiously, Since when did you and Rigel become so close? Ninto turned around and urged them. We should head back as well. Izuki suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, there is something important I want to ask Sia. I suppose I can ask her during the tournament. Seeing someone rushing toward them from the distance, Izuki looked surprised. Agia? Why does she look so hurried? Ninto asked gravely, what happened? Panting heavily, she urgently reported, a classified emergency report has just arrived from South District 6. Ninto immediately sensed something was wrong. What does it say? Agia hesitated. This information is highly confidential. It may only be disclosed directly to saviors above level 50 and the supreme commanders of the 6 districts. Ninto gave her permission. It is fine. Go ahead and tell them. There is no harm in informing these two as well. Agia went straight to the point. A new prophecy has been issued by Elder Vongakazu, the supreme commander of South District 6. It appears that a massive assault by Calamity Spirit Beasts will occur in North District 6 within the next 3 days. Izuki was stunned. Elder Vongakazu? Can that prophecy truly be trusted? According to what Iberia knew, Elder Vongakazu was the greatest prophet across all 6 districts. His prophecies were practically future events guaranteed to occur. Agia proposed, Father, we should leave North District 6 immediately. Ninto made his deduction. There must be a special reason for the Calamity Spirit Beasts to launch such a horrifying large-scale assault. It is highly likely that their target this time is me, the Supreme Commander of North District 6. If I stubbornly remain here, I will become perfect bait for them. Agia objected. No, you're not a combat specialist in the first place. If you know you're their target, there is no reason to stay and take such a risk. We should evacuate to Central District 6 first. Izuki agreed. I agree with Agia. If you need manpower, I will stay here and fight. Ninto firmly refused to listen. I've already made my final decision. There is no need to discuss it further. Izuki, I need you to do something else. Izuki immediately asked. What about protecting Master? Nothing is more important than that. Ninto mentioned Iberia's father, Eden, who was the finest master artificer in all 6 districts. It would be a disaster if anything happened to him. I want you and Iberia to take full responsibility for Eden's safety. I will also personally assign elite awakened ones from here to assist you. Iberia was shocked. You're deploying an elite special combat force, just for my old man? Izuki shared the same thought. Is Master intentionally trying to send me away from this bloody battlefield? Seeing his daughter's unhappy expression, Ninto reminded her, Agia, I have 3 strict orders for you as well. He issued his orders. First, immediately notify every resident of North District 6 about the coming assault. All awakened ones below level 50 must quickly evacuate civilians to safety. Next, notify every awakened one above level 50 in North District 6 and order them to prepare for combat against the Calamity Spirit beasts at any moment. Finally, summon the 2 Akiras here immediately. In this sparsely populated sector 1 of North District 6, we will not have to worry about civilian casualties. We will confront them head-on here. Agia returned to report. Father, I have arranged everything as you instructed. The Akiras should arrive soon. Ninto said apologetically, I'm sorry for causing all this trouble. Seeing the gloomy look on his daughter's face, he understood. Are you worried? Eden already has experienced guards beside him. In that case, we will simply eliminate all the small fry and lure out the boss. Agia blushed and admitted, as expected, you saw right through me. Ninto continued, there's a prophecy that a level 100 Calamity Beast, or one even stronger, will appear this time. Revealing all our trump cards cannot be avoided. The reason I am specifically sending Izuki there is that if he joins a battle against such a Calamity Spirit Beast and fights in his usual style, his abilities will be exposed, and they will try to eliminate him at all costs. Agia continued, I understand. So, to prevent that from happening, Ninto replied, correct, but there's another reason. Judging from his battles so far, Izuki seems to lack offensive power. There are rumors that Eden possesses an artifact capable of increasing attack power. If he can absorb that artifact, then a perfect awakened one with attack, defense, magical power, and speed, everything will be born. The first day of the prophecy, 8 p.m. Across every sector of North District 6, the assault began as stone pillars fell like rain. In North Sector 2, Izuki and Iberia were sprinting at full speed. Izuki, who was leading the way, asked, It's already 8 at night. How much farther until we reach your home? Iberia estimated, about 100 kilometers. Izuki thought, it would not be strange if a spirit beast attacked us at any moment. We need to reach Iberia's father quickly. Suddenly, Iberia stopped and pointed into the distance. Izuki, look. Izuki was equally shocked. That is, a stream of fire was descending from the sky. Iberia shouted, a stone pillar. The attack has begun. The stone pillar was falling directly into an urban area. The 2 stared blankly at it as it descended. Izuki could hardly believe it. The new information had only just been announced, so the residents must still be evacuating. If spirit beasts arrived at a time like this, the awakened ones in the city would be caught completely off guard. Heavy casualties would be unavoidable. A spirit beast is coming. Everyone run. A stone pillar? Just as Elder Vanga Kazu predicted. Izuki cursed inwardly. Damn it, it came too soon. Iberia said anxiously, the barrier is starting to form. Izuki calculated silently. If we abandon the residents here, many people will die. But if we help, it will interfere with our mission. Iberia must be exhausted after that long journey, but he is not asked to rest even once. He must be very worried about his father. If I suggest saving these people, he will surely refuse. Iberia pointed ahead. Izuki, go help them. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. If there are no high-level awakened ones here, many people will die. Izuki changed direction. Understood. Change of plans. We will eliminate the spirit beasts in the city first. Just then, the heavy footsteps of a fire puppet shook the ground. A level 21 fire puppet stood before them. Someone said, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16? This will be difficult, but against a level 20 spirit beast, we still have a chance. The man, Thatch Thwan, possessed a C-rank skill called Stone Shield. He ordered his subordinates, do not break formation. I will block its attacks. Find an opening and counterattack. One punch from the puppet sent Thatch Thwan flying. His body crashed violently into the cargo containers behind him. d'Astruomuteld, impossible. The people behind him immediately lost heart. Even he, the one with the highest defense among us, was killed instantly. Then we have no chance at all. Someone asked anxiously, what should we do? One person had already started running. What do you mean? What should we do? Run. Fighting something like that is suicide. A man behind him shouted, hey, watch out. The coward sneered smugly. You should worry about yourselves instead. However, a monster had already targeted Nam Ki from behind. He used water magic to block its path, while shamelessly abandoning his companions. Please, I'll do anything. Just don't kill me. Nam Ki wondered, when did this thing get behind me? That is why I accidentally blurted out something so pathetic. But this is the end for it. I am a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire attribute calamity spirit beasts. The other companions were suspicious when the monster stopped moving. Did he really succeed? To be safe, I'll finish it off. Nam Ki eagerly tried to claim the credit. Do not interfere. I defeated the spirit beast by myself. I should be the one to finish it. Flames suddenly burst around the puppet again. Someone shouted, it has revived. Kill it quickly. Namki froze. What is this enormous flame? I'm finished. At that moment, Izuki stepped in front of them. While he fought, Iberia proudly stepped forward and declared, leave this place to us. Izuki gave Iberia an assignment. Don't worry, I'll handle this one. Evacuate the civilians. Iberia turned back. Understood. Notification. Blackwall defense increased by 10% for blocking a B-rank fire element skill with Black Shield Strike. The others asked curiously, he blocked that huge flame so easily? Are those two saviors? Iberia answered, we are not saviors yet, but one day I will become a savior even stronger than Taiwazin. Namki left mokinkly. A savior stronger than Taiwazin? What arrogant words from a brat. Iberia snapped back. What the hell are you people doing? Letting a child save you? Namki arrogantly replied. No one asked him for help. I was going to defeat it myself anyway. The others stared in disbelief. He is not a savior. Can an ordinary awakened one fight that spirit beast? Is that ice armor covering his body an artifact? Izuki suddenly remembered something. Before they left, Nito had given him a warning. The black sphere you released possesses tremendous power, but it takes time to chant, and compared with truly powerful calamity spirit beasts, its flight speed cannot be considered fast. If you miss the first strike, they will become wary, and hitting them afterward will become even harder. Therefore, try to avoid using that move in future battles. Keep it as a trump card for truly critical moments. Listen carefully. Only use that black sphere when you are confident you could defeat your opponent. Izuki knew he could not use the black sphere in front of a crowd. The civilians across from them asked curiously, is the rescuer an awakened one? His armor looks amazing. He must be a high-level awakened one. Izuki prepared to throw a punch. If that is the case, I will have to defeat it with brute force. He threw a punch at the fire puppet. Notification update activated. Thundershock 3. Izuki teleported behind it, and the blow sent its entire body flying into the distance. Its body crashed onto the ground. Izuki continued charging forward to deliver another decisive blow. The aftershock of that punch spread through the area. Curious bystanders watched as the spirit beast was completely knocked back. Wasn't that thing supposed to be incredibly strong? I saw that awakened guy's face. He looked no older than 18. That spirit beast must have already been seriously injured. Someone could hardly believe it. You've got to be kidding me. Even a level 21 fire puppet couldn't fight back. Who the hell is that guy? Izuki disappeared in the blink of an eye. He looked around in surprise. Huh? Where did he go? One of his teammates answered. After defeating the spirit beast, he went somewhere with that blonde guy. Nanki said arrogantly. A level 0 like him could only do that because I had already worn the fire puppet's health down to its limit. He exclaimed, even I, a level 15, couldn't follow that speed with my naked eye, and the strength to send a fire puppet flying with his bare hands. That level 0 guy is comparable to a level 30. Meanwhile, as Izuki accelerated, he was still thinking about the battle from earlier. Even against a spirit beast of that level, an instant kill should have been impossible. This is no good. I have to find a way to raise my attack power, no matter what. Update. Attack. 330 speed. 760. plus 100% from activating Thunder Shock 3. Defense for 195, plus 50% from activating Ice Tower Strike. Mana Recovery restores 10% mana upon detecting one enemy unit. Izuki replied, "No matter how fast you are, it means nothing if you lack strength." Iberia's breathing gradually became labored. He thought, "I never even considered that." Iberia suddenly said, "If you want to increase your strength, there's an effective way." Izuki was somewhat surprised. "An effective way?" Iberia revealed. "My old man's warehouse is full of artifacts. There are probably some that can boost your attack power. You're strong, Izuki, and you're Ninto's disciple, so he'll definitely be willing to give you one." In his mind, Iberia pictured Izuki wearing a cool suit of armor. Just imagining Izuki equipped with an artifact made him excited. Izuki asked warily, "What's with that creepy laugh? What the hell are you imagining?" Iberia replied, "Let's get out of here. Once we get home, I'll ask the old man to prepare a suitable artifact for you." Izuki thought, "I thought I was holding back on the way here, but even so, keeping up with me must have taken everything Iberia had." Izuki grabbed Iberia around the waist and lifted him, startling him. "Izuki, what are you doing?" Izuki replied, "If you're tired, don't force yourself. At this rate, even if you run into a spirit beast, you won't have the strength left to fight." As Izuki carried him through the air, Iberia went pale with fear. "I'm not ready for this." His shrill screams echoed the entire way. "You're too fast," Izuki calmly reminded him. "We've already delayed too long. Just endure it." 1:05 a.m. When Izuki set Iberia down, Iberia breathed a sigh of relief. "We're finally here. I thought my arms were going to fall off." Izuki asked curiously, "Why do you live so deep in the forest? The city would be safer." Iberia answered, "He says the city is too noisy and he can't concentrate on crafting there." He proudly added, "Don't let this shabby wooden house fool you. Its defensive system is no joke. My old man set up dozens of traps around the place." Izuki realized, "I see. That explains the faint mana fluctuations I've been sensing." He immediately activated Mana Sense. Rings of energy spread from beneath his feet. Iberia reassured him, "It's fine. If you follow me, you won't trigger any traps. Just stay close." Izuki silently rejected the offer. "I don't need him. I can avoid them myself with Mana Sense." Seeing Iberia confidently taking the lead, Izuki warned him, "Hey, over there." But Iberia was still delighted at the thought of finally leading the way. A pin trap was buried beneath the dry leaves. Iberia carelessly stepped on it. His expression changed. "Damn it, I got too excited and forgot there were traps here." Izuki, standing behind him, asked skeptically, "Is this really your house?" Iberia delivered the bad news without daring to move. "Oh no, this is the most troublesome trap." Izuki suddenly noticed that the mana fluctuations from underground were growing stronger. A massive humanoid artifact rose from the ground. Izuki was astonished. He even has a humanoid artifact? The epic iron golem threw a punch at the nearest target. Izuki rushed forward and shielded Iberia. When their fists collided, a shockwave spread throughout the forest. Izuki was sent skidding backward. Even an artifact has higher attack power than I do. Since it was made to protect Iberia's father, I can't destroy it with piercing kick. This is troublesome. He turned and asked Iberia, "Is there any way to stop it?" Fortunately, Iberia still remembered. "Aim for the mana crystal on its chest. That's its energy source. If you destroy it, it won't be able to move anymore." Izuki understood immediately and activated Thundershock 3. If you know its weakness, then this is easy. I may lose in strength, but I'm faster. Lightning surged toward the epic Iron Golem. Izuki used his extreme speed to evade its attack. Izuki gradually closed in on the epic Iron Golem. Its entire body stiffened as it slowly looked up. Izuki grabbed the core. This should do it, right? But he did not know that someone was launching a sneak attack from behind him. Iberia called out anxiously, "Stop, Dusik!" Izuki tilted his body just in time to evade the attack. He thought in shock, when did he get here? Dusik was surprised to see Iberia. "Iberia? I thought some bandits were sneaking in." Izuki stood still and watched the other man. "What is this?" Even while being targeted, I didn't sense the slightest mana fluctuation from him. Dusik asked, "Who is this?" Izuki suddenly noticed that the sword had vanished. Iberia stepped forward and introduced him. "He's my friend, Izuki. Izuki is level 0, but he's really strong. We're on a team called..." Izuki patted the man on the shoulder and cut him off. "More importantly, where's your father?" Iberia suddenly remembered. Right, where's my old man? Dusek revealed, the master is in the back, but be careful. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Someone approached with a grim expression. Unaware of anything, Iberia happily announced, Dad, listen to this. I passed the preliminaries. I even cleared nightmare rank and placed 4th in the district. As you promised, let me freely choose an artifact. Eden swung his hand and slapped Iberia across the face. Iberia clutched his swollen cheek and asked blankly, Hey, why did you hit me? Eden angrily shouted, Hand over the dragon armor. You stole it, didn't you? Iberia protested indignantly. So what if I did? I only borrowed the epic artifact for a little while. Did you really have to hit me? Eden warned, if you wear the dragon armor for too long, something irreversible will happen. If you use it without my permission again, I will not be lenient next time. Iberia angrily threw his bag to the ground and turned away. Fine, I understand. I'll never use any of your artifacts again. Izuki then introduced himself. Yes, I'm Izuki. It's a pleasure to meet you. A prophecy foretold a large-scale attack by calamity spirit beasts on North District 6, so my master ordered me to escort you, Mr. Eden. Eden replied, I heard about that. He wondered why someone as strict as Ninto, who rarely accepted disciples, would take an utterly ordinary-looking teenager as his apprentice. Then he realized something. Wait, your level is fixed? Eden examined Izuki's information. Eden voiced his suspicion. Are you using an artifact to conceal your attributes? Izuki denied it. Not exactly. Eden realized the truth. I see. No wonder Ninto wanted that artifact. Eden knew Ninto very well. Your master is exceptionally calculating. He always demands something in return. Izuki denied it. Master only told me to escort you. I haven't heard anything about a reward. Eden revealed. He contacted me and said that, in exchange for you escorting me, I had to give you a certain artifact. Izuki thought in surprise. Master said that? He answered, It's all right. Even without an artifact, I'll keep you safe. Eden said casually, Don't refuse. I have plenty, so giving you one is no issue. I was merely curious why he insisted on choosing a piece of trash. Izuki was confused. A piece of trash? Eden explained. Originally, it was a masterpiece designed to push an awakened person's attack power to its absolute limit. But then a crack suddenly appeared. Its rank became unidentifiable, and a mysterious effect was added. Its information displayed. He handed the critical crystal to Izuki. Izuki accepted it. Don't praise me. You're quite unusual, aren't you? I don't know how you grow stronger, but since you don't level up, this artifact is perfect for you. As you keep defeating spirit beasts, your critical rate will gradually reach 100%. From then on, every attack will be multiplied tenfold. A notification appeared as Izuki absorbed it. A new notification appeared. Eden headed toward the wooden house and replied, I create artifacts, while people use them to fight the calamity spirit beasts. We are both acting for humanity's survival. There's no need to thank me. Unless someone already knew my location, there's no way the spirit beasts would attack such a remote place. For now, you should rest. Suddenly, a spatial gate appeared behind them. The forest shook as violent winds blew toward Dusek. Iberia threw open the window and asked, What is it? What's happening? He looked anxiously at the sky. A barrier? A dome appeared. Why is there a barrier here? Eden thought, only the supreme commanders of the 6 districts know my location. Was that falling stone pillar a coincidence? Or, Dusek ordered, fall back. The spirit beasts are coming. Izuki reported, they're heading this way. He had just activated an energy wave to investigate. He could sense something approaching at incredible speed. Izuki reported, 6 of them. As 2 more appeared, he updated the number. 8 in total. When the monsters arrived, their information appeared. Izuki activated Dark Eye Strike. Spikes pierced through the horned demon's body, while several others charged viciously toward him. Izuki thought, against enemies at this level, no matter how many there are, I can kill them all instantly with Lotus Burst. Dusek can withstand Lotus Burst Shockwave, but he was worried about Eden and Iberia, who were hiding inside the house right behind him. If I use Lotus Burst carelessly, those 2 could be caught in the explosion. Izuki dashed toward 2 horned demons and used Dark Eye Strike to pierce them through. He felt that, I'm probably only truly suited to fighting alone. Izuki noticed the expanding rings of energy. More mana fluctuations, and these ones were stronger than the previous monsters. 2 stronger monsters appeared. Inside the monster's lair, a demon king seated on the central throne spoke. "We have transported the first vanguard force, consisting of low-level slaves, to the human realm." Another figure asked uncertainly, "Which of the 8 demon kings should lead the main force?" The demon king revealed, "Through the eye left behind during my previous descent into the human realm, I sensed the presence of someone important. Capture him." He was one of the 8 great demon kings, Inma Rakiyama. Should we entrust the task to one of the 8 demon kings as well? One of the demon kings might destroy the eye I left behind. I'll assign this task to a demon general. A subordinate below him knelt and bowed deeply. "As you command," he continued, "and I will entrust full command of the main force to Esakuma, the devouring beast. It has been a long time since he last ate living human flesh. I'm sure he's starving by now." Back with Izuki, he suddenly turned toward the wooden house upon hearing Iberia's shrill scream. That was Iberia's voice. A spirit beast broke into the house. Standing before him was a twin-horn guardian. Izuki had no other choice. "If it has come to this, I have no choice but to use that move." Izuki swiftly dodged a blow from the twin-horn guardian. He began gathering power. Its attack power is probably higher than mine. If I defeat it, I can increase my critical rate. The glitched critical crystal activated. Azure Orb Piercing Kick activated. The glitched critical crystal's critical rate increased by 1%. Izuki called out to Dusik, "I'll eliminate the spirit beast that entered the house. The rest are yours." Dusik replied, "Leave them to me." Izuki accelerated toward the wooden house. Inside, the monster's attack came crashing down. Iberia's entire body was covered in blood. He thought desperately, "It's useless. Without the dragon armor, I can't win." He made his decision. If it's come to this. As the monster's vicious hand reached toward him, Iberia screamed, "Izuki, save me." But the one who saved him was Eden. Eden struck the monster with a single finger. Iberia thought in astonishment, "The old man has a non-combat class, yet he isn't afraid of spirit beasts?" Seeing that it was completely unharmed, Eden remarked, "You're quite tough." The monster turned toward the person who had dared to sneak attack it. Eden quickly stepped back. "I'll leave the rest to you." Izuki appeared in time, stepping into the confrontation. He grabbed the monster's wrist and activated Dark. "I strike." One blow pierced directly through the monster's chest. Izuki said apologetically, "Sorry I was late. It took a little time to deal with the ones outside." Eden asked about the situation outdoors. "How is it out there?" Izuki checked with mana sense. "I can't sense any mana fluctuations outside anymore." He voiced his conclusion. "I think Dusik has already wiped out all the spirit beasts." When they went outside and saw monsters sprawled across the ground all around him, Iberia said in astonishment, "Dusik did all of this by himself?" Dusik stared gravely at the barrier gate high above. "Don't let your guard down. Unless we destroy that barrier, spirit beasts will keep emerging from it endlessly. As time passes, they will only grow stronger. I intend to destroy that barrier while eliminating as many spirit beasts as possible along the way. But if even one slips through, you will have to." Izuki cut in, "No, I'll be the one to slaughter the spirit beasts inside the barrier." Dusik, stay here and protect Eden and Iberia. Eden noticed Izuki's gaze. There was not the slightest trace of fear in it. Instead, he was overflowing with a desire to fight. He immediately made a decision. "We'll leave the task of destroying the barrier to Izuki." Eden was still worried. "If it's a blue barrier, the spirit beast inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you can handle this?" Izuki answered firmly, "I'm sure." With that, Izuki accelerated and dashed away. They did not know that he was secretly thrilled. At last, he could fight to his heart's content. "You're already weak, yet you still don't know your place and insist on going? If Izuki is going, then I can go too. Dusik, keep an eye on the old man for me." "Hey, don't interrupt me." "Then you're not going." Iberia protested. "Why not? We're a team." Eden bluntly replied, "Stop with that nonsense about being a team. It's ridiculous. You and Izuki live in completely different worlds." Iberia refused to accept it. "We've come so far together." "What do you mean, different worlds?" Eden reminded him. "A team is meant to support one another and make up for each other's shortcomings. But what can you contribute? You're only a burden. If this continues, you'll get Izuki killed. And of course, I'm not speaking only about you. Izuki is exceptional. No one of this generation can stand on the same level as him. Have you seen his eyes when he faces spirit beasts? Those are eyes immersed in hatred." Meanwhile, Izuki received a notification. Mana Sense detected 5 enemy units. Restored 50% of the user's mana. Izuki immediately understood. The 5 spirit beasts must have just emerged from the barrier. Thanks to that, his mana had fully recovered. 2 monsters were blocking his path. He activated his power and charged straight at them. Out of my way. Lotus Burst activated. En explosion érupted. Notification updated. 5 enemies defeated with Lotus Burst. Overall skill scale increased by 5%. Current total 1,106%. Critical hit rate 1%. Glitched critical crystal. Critical hit rate 2%. Izuki assessed the situation. The Twin Horn Guardian's defense was extremely high. It had taken 80% of his mana just to defeat it with Lotus Burst, but he would not let a single one of them lay a hand on Iberia or the others. The blast sent flames soaring high into the sky. Dusek was startled. Where did that explosion come from? Iberia answered, that's Izuki's skill. He must have encountered spirit beasts in the forest. Dusek speculated, an explosion on that scale isn't something an ordinary level 0 could unleash. Could the reason Izuki can't level up be the negative effect of his talent? Izuki had stopped outside a spherical barrier, so this was a blue barrier. The spirit beasts inside seemed to be on an entirely different level from those he had encountered before. He activated Mana Sense, but his mana could not penetrate the barrier. Izuki was surprised. He had not expected Mana Sense to be blocked. He could not determine the number or strength of the spirit beasts inside. Come to think of it, his master had said that the spirit beasts inside a barrier could be estimated by its color. Dark barriers contain spirit beasts from level 1 to 25. Blue barriers contain spirit beasts from level 26 to 50. Azure barriers contain spirit beasts from level 51 to 75. Purple barriers contain spirit beasts from level 76 to 100. Red barriers contain spirit beasts level 101 and above. Since this one was blue, the spirit beasts inside were level 26 to 50. If he killed them all, a massive amount of experience would drop. He summoned his Shikigami, the Death Hound. Its information appeared. Death Hound, rank B, level 16, 0%. Skill, Death Aura, rank C. Detects all traces of mana within an area to locate and track their source. Death's Desire, rank B, greatly reduces the revival time after the Shikigami dies. Attack, 250. Speed, 250. Defense, 150. Mana, 150. Izuki placed a hand on its head. I'll give you all that experience. But until I give the order, don't you dare touch them. Every spirit beast here is my prey. First Prophet, 11:30 p.m. Aya came to see Ninto. Father, the Awakener escorts have arrived. The man bowed. Lord Ninto, from this moment onward, I, first-class Savior Kiri Ajiyama, will serve as your guard. His information appeared. Level 63. Wind Elementalist. First-class Savior Kiri Ajiyama. Ninto said politely, thank you for coming. Aya added, besides him, 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors have also arrived. Has Akira not arrived yet? Ninto replied, I assigned him to guard the surrounding area. She frowned. When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way here. But when I tried calling him again 1 hour later, and then 3 hours later, I couldn't reach him. Massive stone pillars began falling across the northern province at 8 tonight. He may have run into some trouble on the way. Ninto remained calm. An ordinary spirit beast cannot threaten him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars of the Special Class Savior team. Keep trying to contact him. Only Special Class Saviors can fight the spirit beasts that have appeared here. Aya remembered his words. Understood. Kiri suddenly spoke up. Aren't you overestimating Special Class Saviors? No matter how strong Washin and Akira are, they are still human. I don't believe the gap between them and first-class saviors like us can be that great. We may have some difficulty, but there's no way we can't defeat a spirit beast that they can. Ninto warned him, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special class savior, then it seems you have never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. Kiri prepared to draw his sword. It's a stone pillar. A spirit beast is coming. Ninto looked toward the distant spatial gate in the sky. It's finally here. I had tried to stop him. It's useless. You can't compare to Akira. He confidently replied, if even a special class savior can't do it, then they're not worth relying on. Don't worry, we'll wipe them all out. He thought to himself, now I'll prove that a first-class savior is just as strong as a special class savior. Meanwhile, Izuki was inside the barrier. He and the Death Hound explored the area. The scenery inside the barrier was not much different from outside, but there was an aura here that made him uncomfortable. Izuki activated Mana Sense. As the waves of mana spread, he thought, I can sense the mana fluctuations within the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't grasp the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces. A notification appeared. Mana Sense detected 5 enemy units. Restored 50% of mana. Izuki understood. All right, he had roughly determined the location of the 5 enemy units he had just detected. He ordered the Death Hound, wait here. If you see any spirit beasts trying to escape, you may eat them. It obediently wagged its tail. Izuki praised it. Good boy. It's time for me to move too. He activated Thundershock 3 just as 2 monsters charged at him. 2 more appeared from another direction. He activated Black Wall Defense and Dark Ice Strike. Blades of ice sliced through their bodies. He cleanly dealt with the other 2 as well, cutting their bodies in half. Izuki rushed toward the remaining 1 and activated Azure or Piercing Kick. The Piercing Kick blasted a large hole through its body. When he landed, the notification updated. Critical hit rate increased by 1%. Glitched Critical Crystal. Critical hit rate, 3%. As Izuki continued hunting within the barrier, he thought, my critical hit rate has increased again. It's at 3%. Statistically, roughly 3 out of every 100 attacks should be critical hits. He would probably see his first critical hit soon. Even so, this was the first time he had seen a stone pillar from so close. If he destroyed the stone pillar, the barrier would disappear, right? Well, 1 strike should be enough. A notification appeared. 1 enemy unit detected. Restored 10% of mana. His eyes shifted toward it. There was still 1 left. Izuki stopped and determined its location. A barrage of huge, sharp spikes shot toward him. Izuki nimbly dodged. If he had not sensed the mana fluctuations and remained on guard from the beginning, he would have been pierced through just now. So it had been hiding behind the stone pillar. He frowned upon seeing the strands of pitch-black aura. This was a different kind of spirit beast from the ones he had fought earlier. Outside the barrier, the entire forest had fallen silent. Iberia was stunned after hearing his father's rebuke. Dusek reminded him, even if Izuki can't stop all the spirit beasts outside, it's dangerous. Stay inside and wait. Iberia asked worriedly, Dusek, will I really get Izuki killed someday? He answered, the master was only exaggerating, so don't worry too much. Iberia said sadly, but when I think about it, I really do seem to be nothing but a burden. Dusek asked him directly, the spirit beasts inside a blue barrier range from level 26 to 50. Are you confident you could defeat a level 26 spirit beast? Iberia replied, I'm not sure. Dusek patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't be so upset. I'm not saying you're weak. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to enter a blue barrier and fight spirit beasts. Iberia was surprised. Even you. Dusek replied, the difference between spirit beasts and dark barriers and blue barriers is not merely their levels. Iberia wanted to hear more. What else is different? Dusek continued. The spirit beasts inside dark barriers have no intelligence. They are merely creatures trapped in an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. They are strong, but if you make a plan, there are many ways to kill them. But the ones inside blue barriers are like us humans. There may be intelligent spirit beasts among them. Inside the barrier, the boss Izuki faced was the 4 Cardinal General, level 34. It was startled. I missed. It seemed that he had the sensory-type skill Eden had mentioned. Among the younger generation, only a few people could resist a spirit beast at that level. Izuki had now confirmed it. Just as he had thought, the spirit beasts in this barrier were different from those he had fought before. Meanwhile, Eden was still trying to persuade Iberia. The reason you are a burden to Izuki is not because you haven't matured yet. It is simply because he is too strong. Izuki swiftly confirmed the creature's information. It saw through his skill in mere seconds, and it could even speak the human language. At last, he had encountered one, the intelligent spirit beast he had heard about. The 4 Cardinal General laughed mockingly. What are you muttering about? Are you begging for your life? I thought you were powerful, but you're only a level 0 coward trembling at the sight of me. Izuki calmly answered, I'm just excited. There's something I wanted to ask your kind for a long time. Since you can speak, why don't you give me an answer? The 4 Cardinal General agreed. Fine, if that is your final wish, I'll grant it. Flames flared around Izuki's body. He asked the crucial question, do you know pain? The creature found the question utterly ridiculous. An ordinary human wants to make me suffer? Don't be arrogant. The four cardinal general launched countless spikes. Inflicting pain is our privilege alone. Tangled streams of power crashed down upon him. Izuki teleported before his opponent and struck him with a palm, sending him flying. Izuki remained wary. Had it fallen? No. Its mana was surging even more strongly. He hastily dodged the opponent's tentacles, which had become faster as well. Izuki appeared behind again. When it came to speed, he still had the advantage. But when he attacked, he discovered, damn it, my strength is too low. I can't even cut off its head. My attacks are barely doing any damage at all. At this level, you shouldn't be able to move this fast. What is your real level? No matter how fast you are still nothing more than an insect to me. Even if you strike me 100 times, your strength won't be enough to make me itch. But if you take a single hit from me, you will die. Izuki refused to give in and continued attacking the four cardinal general. Seeing one of its tentacles about to lash toward him, he quickly raised his hand to block it. The force was so great that it sent his body slamming backward. The tentacle seized the opportunity and shot at him. Izuki sliced it in half and challenged his opponent. If you can do it, then try. The creature exposed his condition. That is merely a skill that increases your speed, isn't it? Let's see how long it takes before your mana runs dry. Izuki thought, those tentacles are not a skill, but part of its body. That is why super mimicry was not activated. Izuki continued dodging. How many attacks had that been? The 18th or the 19th? Current mana, 97 out of 330. He saw that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. He had been using skills continuously, and his mana was nearly depleted. His stamina was also being worn down. If this continued, his speed would decrease. Then he would put everything into offense, increase his attack frequency. As long as he could land even one critical hit, he would win. He used the glitched critical crystal. A flurry of dark ice strikes stabbed toward the four cardinal general's body. He calculated inwardly. More. He needed to attack more to land a critical hit. He only had to keep throwing punches. Yet no matter how hard Izuki tried, the creature remained like an unshakable shield, until he coughed up blood. Blood also seeped from his abdomen after a tentacle pierced him. The four cardinal general sneered. Keep charging at me like that. What an idiot. What happened? Weren't you going to make me feel pain? Izuki groaned. The creature was surprised. You're still alive? It seems your defense stat is quite high. Izuki merely took advantage of that moment to throw a punch. It had finally come. A notification from the glitched critical crystal appeared. Your next attack will be a critical hit. The punch landed squarely in the four cardinal general's stomach, sending its entire body flying backward. The four cardinal general crashed through a distant tree. It was still bewildered. What had just happened? Why had his punch suddenly become so powerful? Seeing that it could still speak, Izuki realized it was stronger than he had expected. After landing the critical hit, all kinds of emotions surged from deep within his chest. Focus, fulfillment, satisfaction. He had never felt this way before. Although blood was flowing from his abdomen, he felt no pain at all. Izuki only felt exhilarated. He bent down and asked the four cardinal general, "So, did you feel pain from that attack?" It panicked. What was wrong with this man? Were humans not supposed to be weak and fragile creatures? He was clearly more than 40 levels below it. His stats were completely fraudulent. Seeing Izuki reach out his hand, it shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Izuki crushed its face and said, "Up until now, spirit beasts have had no intelligence, so even when they died, they rarely screamed. But the screams of a spirit beast capable of feeling pain must surely be very pleasant to hear." The four cardinal general panicked as it guessed his intention. "Impossible. You're going to crush my head? You're not human. You're a demon." Izuki exerted force, and blood burst out in torrents. Notification updated. Critical hit rate increased by 1%. Glitched critical crystal. Critical hit rate 4%. He sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Once the danger had passed, the pain from his abdomen came rushing in. That strange feeling was fading, and the pain of his wound began to overwhelm him. The barrier had turned transparent, which meant there were no spirit beasts left inside. If he broke this now, only the stone pillar would remain. Izuki punched the stone pillar, instantly shattering it. He remarked, "Softer than I expected." Izuki sat against the remaining base of the stone pillar to rest. Before returning, he decided that he needed to check something. Izuki silently called out, "Death Hound, appear." It swiftly shot through the stone pillar he was leaning against. The Death Hound's imposing appearance surprised Izuki. "Huh, you've grown bigger than before, haven't you?" He noticed its level. You went up 3 whole levels and gained 150 stat points. Its information appeared. Death Hound, rank B, level 19, 94.8%. Skill, Death Aura, rank C, detects all magical traces within an area, identifies their location, and tracks their origin. Death Desire, rank B, greatly reduces the revival time after the Shikigami is defeated. Attack, 250. Speed, 250. Defense, 150. Mana, 150. Unallocated points, 150. He had a theory, so its body grew larger whenever it leveled up. He had not imagined it. If it gained several dozen more levels, just how huge would it become? He was looking forward to finding out. Standing beneath the Death Hound, Izuki looked incredibly small. Prophecy, Day 10, 1:35 a.m. As the barrier gradually dissipated, Iberia saw the moon hanging high in the night sky and rejoiced. The barrier is disappearing. Izuki really did it. Dusek, I can't believe he destroyed 6 barriers in around 10 minutes. Even if there were no intelligent spirit beasts inside, that is still an unbelievable speed. He's far stronger than I was back then. Izuki's abdominal wound was soaked in blood. After traveling for so long and fighting without rest, I'm nearly exhausted and have lost too much blood. My body has reached its limit. Izuki asked it, you can track mana, right? Follow the mana trail and lead me to Iberia. The Death Hound let out a howl. The sound echoed through the mountains and forest. Dusek became alert. The cry of a spirit beast? But the barrier has already been destroyed. Why is this happening? He immediately ordered Iberia, go back inside now. That cry sounds familiar. I feel like I have heard it somewhere before. Having identified the direction, the Death Hound charged forward. Dusek raised his sword. It is getting closer. I do not know where it came from, but if it is a spirit beast, I only need to cut it down. The Death Hound rushed right in front of Dusek. Iberia recognized it as the mad dog Izuki had taken in as a Shikigami. He hurriedly warned him, wait, Dusek, that is Izuki's Shikigami. The sword stopped just before the Death Hound's head. He stared at it in surprise. Izuki's Shikigami? I thought only Shikigami users could summon them. Iberia ran over to it. When he saw it carrying Izuki back, he realized that Izuki's level was fixed, yet his combat power far surpassed those of his age. And he even has skills from another class. Izuki softly called, Iberia, before falling unconscious. Let me rest for a while. Iberia overreacted, wailing as though Izuki were about to die. What should I do, Izuki? Dusek coldly reminded him. He is not dead, so there's no need to cry. He stopped crying and asked, Izuki is not dead? Dusek pointed at Izuki. Look, he is still breathing, but his wounds need to be treated immediately. Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? Iberia picked Izuki up. Yes, I will take care of him. Izuki was brought indoors, where his abdominal wound was carefully bandaged. I may never catch up to Izuki in combat power, but there are things only I can do. My class is Wind Elementalist, an all-rounder capable of manipulating air and air currents for both offense and support. But my talent, I hate it, so I never use its skills. Iberia, Human, Level 9, 73.2%. Class, Wind Elementalist. Talent, Specialized Healing, Tier 2. Effect, reduces damage received from wind element attack skills by 50%. Increases recovery speed of wind element healing skills by 50%. It is only a low-tier, Tier 2 talent. It can only heal myself or my allies, but for Duo E and for Izuki, I will use it as much as I can. He immediately activated his healing energy. A blue-green glow surrounded Izuki's body. C-rank skill, Wind Healing. Iberia poured all his energy into healing him. For the safety of her duo, get well soon. Seeing Izuki grimace in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, Iberia painfully whispered his name. Elsewhere, on Prophecy Day 10 at 1:35 a.m., a dark barrier spread out from a stone pillar that had fallen near Nento's residence. Kiri was blasted back into a tree trunk. Io worriedly looked at his battered condition. Giddy, she used healing energy. Stay with me. I will heal you right away. How is the situation outside? Kiri weakly said, Run. That thing. Its size, defense, strength, and speed are all on another level. Even a special class savior would stand no chance. Humanity cannot defeat a spirit beast like that. That thing was Ox Soldier 14, a level 81 member of the Ox tribe. Its body was even bigger than a mountain. Nento Run, Ox Soldier had arrived. Looking at the oddly dressed man, it asked, You must be Nento. It threw a punch down at him. How lucky. I found the target right away. Now I will not need to trouble Lord Esikuma. Ninto inwardly sighed in relief. So I'm her target. That is fortunate. A violent shockwave erupted, and dust spread everywhere. Aya anxiously looked ahead. Father! Kiri was also terrified behind her. Then he heard Ninto say, "It is over." He was still safe. Ninto reminded him, "You are late, Akira. You came back just in time." Akira accepted responsibility. Saw the, "Leave this one to me." Ox Soldier became enraged. "I do not know where you crawled out from, but you sure talk big." Kiri warned him, "Be careful. He is very strong." Akira raised his fist, looking utterly calm. One punch sent Ox Soldier flying. Kiri froze at the sight. Everything was beyond his understanding. Kiri exclaimed, "Is this the power of a special class savior? I thought special class saviors were still human, but he is no longer human. He is a monster with incomprehensibly absurd strength." Aya joyfully cried out, "We did it! We got through the crisis, right? Akira kamni unteraptith." No, the real battle is only beginning. At 1:40 a.m. on Prophecy Day 10, the barrier near Ninto turned red. Inside the red barrier, the Demon King Crimson Flame looked at his back with curiosity. "I wonder how Lord Esikoma will play with humanity. I truly want to stay and watch." Hearing the level 49 white demon roaring behind him, he asked, "Do you agree with me?" The demon General Cold Devourer, the resentful king, reminded him, "Do not do anything pointless. Our mission is to capture that man. You know the consequences if we fail, do you not?" Crimson Flame curiously asked, "Why were we sent to Lord Esikuma's barrier rather than the target's location?" He answered, "If all three of us are in the same barrier, it will turn purple and stand out. The barrier created by Lord Esikuma can draw humanity's strongest fighters. That way, we can complete Lord Linga's mission without anyone interfering." Esikuma, one of the 8 great demon kings. Head to the target's location while Lord Esikuma draws their attention. Crimson Flame needed more information. "Do you know where it is?" Cold Devourer reassured him. "Do not worry. Lord Linga will guide us through the demonic eye he left in the human world. Of course, he can see the demonic eye's coordinates and even spy on what it sees. At this moment, that demonic eye is in the same place as our target." At the same time, one of Izuki's eyes suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, and his pupils sank into a deep blackness. At 1:35 a.m. on Prophecy Day 10, while Izuki was still recovering in bed, he dreamed of his childhood. He had once proudly told his mother, "Mom, I finally found a spirit beast that feels pain just like we do." I crushed its head. His mother was horrified upon hearing that. "Stop, Izuki. There are things far more important than revenge." Izuki curiously asked, "More important than wiping out the spirit beasts?" His mother told him, "You must not use your power for revenge. You must use it to protect the people you love." The young Izuki argued back, clenching his fists. "No, I will never forgive the spirit beasts that killed my parents." His eyes flashed red. "I will make sure that no." His mother's figure gradually began to fade. She sadly said, "It is time for me to go, Izuki." Panicked, Izuki asked, "Where are you going, Mom? I still have so much I want to tell you." Before vanishing completely, she only wished for one thing. "Izuki, please do not let hatred consume you." Izuki reached out for her, shouting, "Mom." The moment their fingertips touched, his mother vanished. Izuki stared blankly at everything before him, collapsing to his knees. A black aura appeared behind him. It spoke in a gloomy voice. Crying over death truly is the usual behavior of a lowly creature. Izuki returned to his current form, his eyes blazing red. Izuki turned and demanded, "Who are you?" It was Linga, the Demon King of Destruction. He asked, "Have you regained your senses? It seems you only become a child when you are with that woman." Unable to suppress his rage, Izuki growled, "You bastard!" He shot toward him. "I will kill you." Linga's figure gradually faded. "Do not be so hasty. Before long, I will make you experience it again." Izuki's fist struck nothing but air. That is true despair. He roared, "Linga, I will kill you no matter what." Izuki suddenly sat up, waking from his dream. Izuki saw Iberia dozing beside the bed. Was it a dream? He raised a hand to his eye, grimacing in pain. "My eyes are not injured, so why do they hurt?" One of his eyes was glowing red. Come to think of it, Izuki looked down at his abdomen, where his flesh had completely healed. "My wounds are healed. I have been in critical condition. Did Iberia use Kodama bandages to heal me? He is sleeping in a place like this again, though he did say he was going to rest for a while." Izuki glanced at his soundly sleeping friend, then put his index finger to his lips to signal the death hound to stay quiet. I should make sure it does not bark so he can rest. But it was too late. It eagerly prepared to bark. Izuki's face darkened. Damn it. Iberia woke up and fired a palm strike. A spirit beast? I have to protect Izuki. That palm strike merely made a strand of Izuki's hair flutter in a light breeze. What is he supposed to do with something this weak? Iberia happily asked, You are awake, Izuki? He rushed over and hugged Izuki. Thank goodness. It seems my treatment finally worked. He still has the habit of hugging people whenever he gets excited. I see. Izuki asked, How long was I unconscious? Iberia answered, 3 hours. I did not think it had been that long. Izuki was surprised. 3 hours means it is around 3 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2. Are Dusik and Eden safe? Iberia answered, No spirit beasts have appeared since then. Izuki recalled the words from his dream. Before long, I will make you experience it again. Izuki felt uneasy. It was only a dream, but his words are really bothering me. They were too real for a dream. The spirit beasts must be plotting something. At 3:03 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, Izuki awoke after his critical condition and got up to put his clothes back on. I cannot let my guard down. Iberia observed Izuki's condition. That is great. You look completely recovered. Izuki walked straight toward the door. The reinforcements my master mentioned should be arriving soon. For now, I will only go check the situation with Dusik. Following behind, Iberia asked, Izuki, what is that Shikigami's name? Izuki replied, It is just a death hound, right? Excitedly, Iberia said, You know, a Shikigami user can freely name his Shikigami. Do you want me to name it for you? I'm quite confident in my naming skills. Izuki denied it. I'm not a Shikigami user. Iberia dejectedly said, Right, what a pity. I really wanted to name it. Thinking of a name duo that Iberia gave himself, Izuki absolutely did not want to let him name it. When Dusik saw him come out, he guessed Kodama bandages alone should not have been enough for such a rapid recovery. It seems Iberia finally used his true ability. Izuki was surprised. I have never seen you use that skill before. Are you a healer? Iberia changed the subject. I can use attack skills too, though they do not deal much damage. Izuki asked Dusik, Did any saviors arrive while I was unconscious? No, Dusik suspiciously asked, Why do you ask? Izuki was concerned. My master said they sent saviors who were nearby. A day has passed. They should have arrived by now. Dusik continued, We are deep in the forest, after all. Without Iberia leading the way, it will be difficult for them to travel quickly. Izuki understood. He is right, but I truly have a bad feeling about this. He looked into the forest shrouded in night, as though something vicious were approaching. Elsewhere, a group of people ran at full speed through the woods. One of those behind asked, Kobayashi, how much farther until we get there? He answered, Only a few more kilometers. Hang in there, Kobayashi. I believe that once we complete this mission, we will be promoted from apprentices to third-class saviors. One of them was still worried. This place is so remote. I cannot believe the greatest artificer in North District lives so deep in the forest. The only woman in the group sensed danger and shouted, Stop! The other two abruptly stopped at her command. One of them asked curiously, What is it? Did you sense something? She answered, Something is approaching from ahead. Crimson Flame stepped out. So, you discovered me. Hades activated defensive mode. It is a spirit beast. Prepare to fight. Crimson Flame stepped forward and asked, Where are you all hurrying off to? Do not tell me you are heading the same way we are. Flames incinerated Kobayashi in an instant. Crimson Flame said with disgust, I only used a fireball, and this happened. Humans truly are weak creatures. He reminded White Demon, Are you done yet? As it threw a punch down at the remaining man. Crimson Flame exclaimed, They flattened like dumplings. You really are cruel. The only one left, Nana warily asked. There is not even a barrier nearby. Where the hell did you come from? Crimson Flame formed a fireball and said, We traveled a long way to get here. Nana closed her eyes and despairingly accepted her fate. Cold Devourer stepped out from behind. You may not kill them. Crimson Flame refused to listen. It has been so long since I had any fun. Do not interfere while I am enjoying myself. A stream of icy stone shot toward him. His entire body was covered with ice spikes. The Demon King Cold Devourer warned, If you disregard orders again, your punishment will not be this light. Crimson Flame panicked as the ice spread toward his face. Understand, please release the spell, or my body will. Cold Devourer dispelled the spell, and the substance clinging to Crimson Flame shattered. Crimson Flame hurriedly warmed himself with flames. I thought I was going to freeze to death. Nana clung to a sliver of hope. Are they going to spare me? Crimson Flame calmed down and asked, we are only forbidden from killing the target and the owner of the demonic eye, correct? Does this woman have some kind of special power too? He had another plan for her. No, I simply want to test the new ability Lord Linga granted me. Nana watched in terror as the demonic energy flew toward her. It entered through her 7 orifices. Nana's face darkened, and black energy radiated from her body. Crimson Flame curiously came closer to observe. What is this? Did she finally die? Cold Devourer denied it. No, she is undergoing demonization. Nana opened her eyes, and a glowing mark appeared on her forehead. Crimson Flame was surprised. Demonization, he explained. Humans who undergo demonization become completely obedient to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of us. Nana knelt and bowed before them. Lord Resentful King, please give your orders, he commanded. You will conceal your identity and secretly operate within human society until the day Lord Linga descends. Nana obeyed. Cold Devourer continued. Then report this. Your group was attacked by spirit beasts in the forest, and you were the sole survivor due to your companion sacrifice. She memorized it. Yes. He replied, good. If you understand, be on your way. The glowing mark on Nana's forehead went dark. Her face returned to normal. In terror, she turned and fled. Seeing that, Crimson Flame said disdainfully, making them our servants is fine, but what use is recruiting someone as weak as her? Cold Devourer revealed, not only her. 10,000 people have already been demonized, including Awakeners. When Lord Linga merges with this world, they will play an important role. He urged, stop talking nonsense and follow me. This mission is far more important. At 3:05 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, at Eden's Wooden House, Dusik examined the Iron Golem before him. The Iron Golem stats are equal to those of a level 30 Awakener, so it will make up for our lack of manpower. Iberia replied, I do not think we will need it if Dusik and Izuki are here. Dusik curiously asked, come to think of it, where is Izuki? Iberia answered, he went to the forge. He said he wanted to ask the old man to do something with the critical crystal. At Eden's Forge, he asked Izuki, you said you landed a critical hit while fighting a spirit beast. What was your critical hit rate at the time? Izuki replied, it was 3% at first, but after I defeated it, it rose to 4%. Eden remarked, landing a critical hit with only a 3% chance? You were lucky. Izuki agreed. Yes, sometimes I think so too. After that critical hit, not only did my concentration increase, but I entered a strange state where I felt almost omnipotent. That is also an effect of the critical crystal, Eden said. You become sharp enough to sense everything around you, yet you can remain perfectly calm and unshaken. Izuki confirmed, yes, that is exactly how it felt. Eden announced, that is wonderful news. You entered a state of selflessness. Izuki was confused. Selflessness. Eden explained it. A state of selflessness occurs when you are completely absorbed in a single task. Your perception of time becomes distorted, while your focus and excitement both reach their peak. In short, it means entering an extreme state of concentration. It is like an artist forgetting to eat because he is so immersed in his work, an athlete whose body moves instinctively as though it has a mind of its own throughout a match, or a student losing track of time while solving a difficult problem. Those are all signs of selflessness. When Awakener enters selflessness, not only do they become focused, but their senses become incredibly sharp as well. Eden continued, it would not be an exaggeration to say that entering a state of selflessness is the boundary between genius and an ordinary person. Among the Awakeners of North District 6, including Washington, not a single one can enter that state at will. 2 years is quite early, but you accomplished it only 1 month after awakening. Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing Eden to change the subject. Wait, do you hear that? Izuki turned toward the door. 3 entities with immense mana were approaching. He immediately left. I will check just in case. I cleared out all the spirit beasts inside the barrier, and there have been no signs of a new stone pillar falling nearby. I hope I'm only imagining things. Izuki flung the door open and stepped outside. Iberia, who was waiting outside, asked, "Izuki, you finally came out. How did you sense it so quickly? You look tense." Izuki voiced his thoughts. "I could sense a mana wave. I think it may be a spirit beast." Before the golem could even react, the other two had activated combat mode. Standing before them were Cold Devourer, White Demon, and Crimson Flame. On the second day of the prophecy, at 3:11 a.m., Izuki quickly realized that they were on an entirely different level from the ones inside the barrier. He paid particular attention to Cold Devourer, the leader among them. "I have never felt such an overwhelming mana wave before," Cold Devourer reminded them. "Make sure not to damage the demonic eye." Izuki could not guess who their target was. Then, Cold Devourer slipped behind all three of them. Izuki looked back. "He is too fast." Cold Devourer casually raised his palm, and chilling air began spreading outward. An icy slash descended directly in front of Dusik. He was shocked. An ice wall. Seeing White Demon sneak up on them, Iberia shouted, "Dusik, behind you!" His body was sent flying into the distance. Seeing this, Izuki called out worriedly, "Dusik!" Izuki blocked it and ordered Iberia at the same time, "Leave this place immediately. Activate Dark Eye Strike." Notification. A-rank skill detected. Acid Flame Bullet. Activating Super Simulation. Analysis progress. 1%. I could have avoided it with Lightning Shock Step, but I trusted Dark Eye Strike too much. Then he realized, wait, did I use too much force? What if this man is the demonic eye? I can burn him to ashes without hesitation. Crimson Flame scoffed. "Are you planning to fight me 2-against-1 by summoning a familiar?" A burst of fire shot forth. "Even if you summon 10 more insects like that, you will still have no chance." Izuki commanded it. "I entrust Eden's protection to you. Go!" Crimson Flame frowned as he looked at the Death Hound. "That familiar is heading toward the target?" He turned to Izuki. "Do you really think you can face me alone?" Izuki knew he could not drag this out any longer. "It buys me time to analyze his skill, but I do not think I can keep acting cowardly before another spirit beast." Izuki began provoking him. "You look pretty pathetic." A torrent of flames surged toward Izuki. "I was going to play with you for a little while, but I have changed my mind. I will turn you to dust immediately." Izuki had already predicted the battle. "I have won." Izuki suddenly appeared right in front of Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame smirked without the slightest fear. However, Izuki's kick struck the flame shield he had created. Izuki had not expected him to be so defensive. A flame shield? Izuki bent backward as the flames passed over him. "You are right." He was forced to reassess his opponent seriously. "This is an intelligent spirit beast. How could I have been so careless?" Seeing Izuki stand up, covered in wounds, Crimson Flame sneered. "Still want to fight? Would it not be easier to just lie there and die?" Analysis progress, 79%. Notification update. Analysis progress, 80%. Analysis progress, 81%. I heard that you have crafted 3 unique artifacts, 16 epic artifacts, and countless rare artifacts. You are the most talented artificer among humans. Eden coldly asked, "Are you listing my achievements because you intend to kill me?" Eden grabbed a small dagger and rushed forward. A wave of frost surged toward him, freezing him in place. Cold Devourer covered his entire body in ice in an instant. This skill is at least A rank. Iberia hid by the stairs, barely daring to breathe. "At this rate, father will be kidnapped. What should I do? Should I launch a surprise attack?" Iberia recognized it as Izuki's familiar, the Death Hound, preparing to pounce on Cold Devourer. Cold Devourer turned around. He gave a cold look, and the Death Hound's entire body was stopped by frost. A mass of ice crashed down upon it from above. Seeing the Death Hound fail, Iberia's face turned pale. Even such a powerful familiar cannot get close to him. There is no way I could defeat him. I should go to Izuki. That is right. Izuki was badly injured before coming here. If he had any strength left, he would have come to help in person instead of sending a familiar. If I go to him now, I will only put Izuki in even greater danger. I cannot let that happen. I will save father myself. He dashed out of the forge. With that, I might have a chance of winning. It should be under father's bed. Hold on, father. I'm coming to save you. Cold Devourer noticed that someone had been hiding, but that person ran away rather than helping. What a coward. We will leave the cleanup to those two. As Scarlet Flame bullets came surging toward him, Izuki activated Lightning Shock Step to accelerate and evade. He unleashed a burst of flames. Let us see how long you can keep dodging. Scarlet Flame bullets. A barrage of rapid-fire flames shot out, putting Izuki in a difficult situation. Flames rushed in from every direction and struck Izuki's body. He gritted his teeth and endured it. There are too many projectiles to observe. Normally, I could dodge them all, but in this condition, damn it. As he tried to retreat. Analysis progress, 92%. Analysis progress, 96%. Analysis progress, 98%. Flames erupted all around Izuki. Amid the sea of fire, he felt as though he were burning, just like that time. Izuki remembered his mother's face as she was about to disappear within blue flames. He looked at Crimson Flame, who stood proudly before him. Crimson Flame unleashed his finishing move. Piercing Scarlet Flame Bullet. The flames passed through the lotus flower, enveloping him. Notifications updated. Analysis complete. Scarlet Flame Bullet. Dark Eye Strike has reached level 3. Dark Eye Strike has reached level 3. All stats plus 50. All debuffs removed. All injuries restored. Izuki realized that all his stats had increased by 50. That is equivalent to gaining 4 levels for an ordinary Awakener. I no longer need to fear his Scarlet Flame bullets. Once I close the distance, I will win. Crimson Flame curiously looked at the sphere surrounding Izuki. Even Scarlet Flame bullets cannot scratch you? Is this some kind of defensive skill? Regardless, you cannot maintain it for long in that condition. This bastard can still smile? I knew it. Seeing that Izuki did not have a single wound, he exclaimed, "Your body was completely wrecked just moments ago. How has it fully recovered already? But your flames brought back some unpleasant memories. I have changed my mind." The scene shifted to Dusik. Their battle stirred up fierce winds, and he was knocked sliding backward. He thought he is too strong. Dusik recalled raising his sword to block White Demon's fist. If I had not blocked that blow with an artifact, I would certainly have died. He did not even know how far he had been blasted away. Dusik supported himself with his sword and stood up. None of them are ordinary. I need to get back quickly. White Demon had caught up with him. Dusik frowned. That bastard from earlier. Follow me here? White Demon stuck out its long tongue, looking exceptionally ferocious. Izuki can escape on his own, but the real concern is Master and Iberia. I will take this one down as quickly as possible and return to help. Please hold on until then. Meanwhile, Iberia returned to the room to search. It should be somewhere around here. Iberia touched a wooden box. He cried out happily, "Here it is, the dragon armor. With this, I can fight." Iberia put on the dragon armor and thought, "Izuki, focus on the opponent in front of you. This time, I will not be a burden. Father warned me that if I wear the dragon armor for more than 15 minutes, I will suffer a terrible side effect." Notification updated. Equip time, 1 minute. Attack plus 120. Speed plus 120. Cold Devourer said confidently, "Among humanity, only one special class savior can pose a threat to me. But he's currently occupied with the Demon King." Eden was stunned. If they had even dispatched the Demon King, they must have another objective. Should he lure him into revealing it? He asked in confusion. "You went through all this trouble just to capture me?" Cold Devourer revealed. "Do not think too highly of yourself. You are not our only target. We have many others." Eden thought my probing failed, but I was right. He continued, "Then what are you?" Cold Devourer suddenly cried out, "Damn it, you vermin!" A shadow flashed past. Eden could not see who it was clearly. Jesus or Izuki. If it was only them, they had almost no chance of winning. "It's Iberia. He's charging over." Iberia shouted, "Give me back my father." Notification updated. Equip time, 2 minutes. Attack plus 140. Speed plus 140. Cold Devourer asked disdainfully, "Why is a familiar here?" "Abrat, what the hell are they doing?" Crimson Flame stared at Izuki in shock. Although Izuki's entire body had been charred black, Crimson Flame could not believe it. "How can you recover to this extent?" He continued, gathering energy. "Fina, no matter how many times you recover, the result will be the same." A barrage of Scarlet Flame bullets came roaring toward Izuki. Before they could strike him, he activated Dark Eye Strike. Seeing the flames blanket the spot where Izuki had stood, Crimson Flame smugly said, "You dared to confront me head-on without even dodging? How foolish. I will turn you into charcoal right here." Izuki appeared without a scratch. "Flames at this level no longer work on me." Notification updated. Defense plus 15% when blocking fire element skills with Dark Eye Strike. Defense 627 plus 65 from Dark Eye Strike. Izuki activated Lightning Shock Step. "You are the fish on the chopping block." Izuki instantly appeared in front of him. Crimson Flame thought, "What?" His speed increased again, "But I still have my flame shield." First, I will strip away your scales. Every last one. Dark Eye Strike reached toward Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame was startled to see Izuki's hand pierce through him. Did he forget that I have a shield? Dark Eye Strike had cracked the flame shield. The entire shield shattered. Izuki appeared directly before his enemy. Defense plus 15% when blocking fire element skills with Dark Eye Strike. Defense 684 plus 80 from Dark Eye Strike. Crimson Flame still could not accept it. Izuki laughed loudly. Now it is time to cook. Fear began to overwhelm him. I have to run. If he catches me, I am dead for sure. Crimson Flame turned and fled, calling for reinforcements as he ran. White Demon, resentful king. He carelessly tripped, falling face first onto the ground. Crimson Flame shouted, "Save me." Izuki calmly walked toward him. Crimson Flame burned with rage. I cannot believe someone like me is being overwhelmed by an ordinary human. Izuki tilted his body, evading the flames that swept past his cheek. Crimson Flame sat on the ground, staring ahead in terror. Compared to a level 0, the murderous aura emanating from Izuki terrified Crimson Flame. Critical crystal error. The next attack has a 100% chance to land a critical hit. You are a monster. Crimson Flame retreated. You demon. Izuki threw a punch at him. The blow struck Crimson Flame squarely in the torso, causing the ground behind him to cave in and crack over a wide area. Izuki stood over the motionless enemy as dust and smoke billowed around them. He said in disgust, "Why did it have to be a critical hit right now? I wanted to torment you a little longer." Izuki realized that he had entered the state of selflessness again. It had activated immediately after that critical strike, just like before. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically triggers selflessness? Notification updated. Overclock, 120%. Attack, 456. Speed, 456 plus 68 from Lightning Shock Step, 35%. Umana, 456. Defense, 456 plus 296 from Dark Eye Strike, 65%. Total, 2,188. As Izuki considered selflessness and his passive skills, his total attributes had already surpassed 2,000. Then something flew out of Crimson Flame's body. Was this a jewel formed from the karma of a dead spirit beast? It quickly flew away. Izuki followed its path with his eyes. It was heading toward the forest. That karma is seeking out the Death Hound? Is that building over there the forge? The Death Hound and Eden are both there. That jewel should have split in two, so why is it still whole? Izuki planted his foot and launched himself after it. He accelerated. As long as I do not dismiss the summon, it will be immortal as a familiar. Do not tell me Eden has. Iberia was trying to break through his opponent's shield. Cold Devourer stood right behind it. Iberia was shocked. Even a full-force attack, enhanced by dragon armor, cannot penetrate his defense. He launched another attack. If one blow is not enough, I will keep attacking until it breaks. Cold Devourer sneered. What a foolish son. You still cannot close the gap in power between us. Eden shouted, "Do not call him a fool. I do not need your help. Take off that dragon armor right now. I told you that wearing that equipment comes at a terrible price. If you do not take it off, I will disown you." Iberia charged forward. Even if father abandons me, I will still save him. Iberia believed that if Izuki were here, he would certainly do the same. Eden cried out in alarm, "Stop!" Eden tried with all his strength to escape the ice freezing his body. Cold Devourer mocked. "This is what you call affection? Mortals truly are both pathetic and disgusting." As Iberia charged toward him, Cold Devourer raised a hand. "I no longer have time to play with you." A wave of ice engulfed Iberia. Cold Devourer said contemptuously, "Know your place, Brad." Eden glanced at his son. "Equip time, 3 minutes." Meanwhile, the jewel from Crimson Flame enveloped the Death Hound, which was trapped in ice inside the wooden house. It erupted with power and shattered the ice. Just in time, Izuki arrived and saw it. He realized it had leveled up again. It appeared that the Death Hound had absorbed all the karma. Izuki stepped forward and asked, "What happened to Eden and the Spirit Beast?" The scene before him shocked him. Izuki saw a huge round hole in the wall, its edges covered in ice. What the hell happened here? He sensed an enormous surge of mana. Izuki immediately accelerated. "I cannot wait for the Death Hound anymore." Meanwhile, Dusek swung his sword at White Demon. White Demon frantically counterattacked, throwing a punch. Dusek blocked it with his sword, but the force pushed his entire body backward. White Demon thought, the wound I just caused is already healed. A spirit beast with such fast regeneration is indeed the worst possible matchup for me. As a green aura flew toward Dusik, he realized that it was a karma orb. Izuki has already killed the other one. Then I need to handle this myself. It may regenerate, but it keeps using its hands to protect its head and neck. Every sword strike was blocked by White Demon. Dusik repeatedly attacked its vital areas. Recalling what had happened before, Dusik became certain that this was its weakness. Now I can finish it. He swung his sword from behind, slashing White Demon's body. Dusik calculated carefully. First, I will sever both of its arms. It takes at least 1 second for them to regenerate. That means during that second, he focused on White Demon's neck. Its weakness was exposed. A dangerous red gleam flashed in his eyes. Dusik put all his strength into thrusting his sword through its body. Blood sprayed into the air. Its body crashed to the ground. Dusik said, I cannot believe a mindless spirit beast gave me this much trouble. I need to regroup with Izuki as soon as possible. That ice-controlling spirit beast is the real problem. Meanwhile, Eden struggled desperately to escape the ice. Cold Devourer asked, It seems you have been trying to say something all this time. Fine, speak. Eden said, I will accept any condition. Please spare my son. Cold Devourer replied, From this distance, I can no longer control that ice block. Besides, sooner or later, you will obey us anyway. After all, I knew at the instant I saw it. That armor the brat is wearing, you forged it from the Demon Dragon clan, did you not? The Demon Dragon clan possesses extraordinarily tenacious life force. Even after death, a portion of their consciousness lingers in their flesh. Their blood and scales carry that lingering will into any equipment crafted from them. If someone wears such equipment for too long, the user's consciousness will gradually be devoured. Eventually, their entire body will be taken over, and they will become a true dragon. Iberia shattered the ice that covered his body. The dragon armor completely consumed him, transforming him into a true dragon. In the past, on the first day of the prophecy, as Izuki entered the 6th barrier, Iberia pleaded, Please come back safely, Izuki. Dusik noticed that Iberia seemed to truly admire Izuki. Iberia did not hide it. Yes, I want to become like Izuki. Dusik was surprised. Why? Iberia asked in return, Why would you ask that? Dusik knew Iberia had met many extraordinary people, such as Ivan and Washin. He added, Even Ninto Izumi. Even I have more combat experience and a greater reputation than Izuki. So why? Do you want to become like him instead of all those others? Iberia hesitated. That is because, seeing that Iberia was troubled, Dusik said, I was only curious. Do not let it trouble you. Iberia suddenly realized that he had never considered why he wanted to be like Izuki. 15 years earlier, when he was still a child, Iberia's mother asked, Iberia, do you like your birthday present? He waved his little sword. Yes, I have decided. I will call it the Invincible Hero's Sword of Justice. His mother was speechless at the name. That is certainly a fine name. Iberia happily shouted, I am awakened. Prepare yourself, spirit beasts. He ran off. I'm going to show everyone. Iberia's mother called after him. Be careful out there. Eden emerged from inside and asked, Does Iberia really have friends to show it to? Iberia ran to his friends, whose eyes brightened at the sight of the sword in his hands. They smiled schemingly. One of them held out his hand toward Iberia. Really? It must be amazing. Hey, let me borrow it for a moment. Iberia froze. Huh? The group narrowed their eyes. Your father is a famous artificer, right? He can make as many as he wants. That is right. We will give it back right away. We promise. Hurry up. Iberia panicked. I have to say no. I only just got it, and it belongs to me. One of them coldly asked, Do not tell me you do not want to lend it to us. Iberia pressed his lips together, forced to make a choice. He forced a smile and handed over the sword. All right, here. The boy took it and began playing with the others. I am awakened. Prepare yourself, spirit beasts. Iberia was left standing alone. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he said, Remember to give it back. Iberia returned home sadly. His mother asked, Welcome home. Did you have fun? He smiled brightly, hiding what had happened. Yes, I had lots of fun. Iberia's mother noticed something was wrong and asked, Where is your wooden sword? Eden immediately knew that those children had taken it again. Iberia's mother abruptly stood up. They took it, then we have to get it back. Eden replied, Even if we take it back, there will be a next time. If he cannot even protect his own precious possession, does he also lack the courage to ask for help? I do not remember raising such a weak and cowardly child. Iberia sat silently in a corner, listening to those words. He wondered why he admired Izuki so much. Several months later, Eden furiously confronted the doctor. What do you mean there is nothing more you can do? The doctor replied apologetically, I am sorry. We did everything we could, but her body was already too weak. Eden asked desperately, You mean we can only watch her die? No, the doctor pleaded. Please go to her now. She does not have much time left. Iberia came to her bedside. She softly called, Iberia. He took her hand. Mother, do not cry. Iberia's mother understood him better than anyone. Your father says you are weak, but mother knows better. You are simply too kind. Iberia, you must understand that without strength, kindness can sometimes become cruelty. If you cannot protect the people important to you, then in the end, you will hurt both them and yourself. So promise mother that you will become strong and courageously use that strength. She held her son's small hand. Then she encouraged and instructed him. I believe that one day you will become a kind, brave, and strong savior. My beloved son, take care of your father for me. When she finished speaking, her hand fell limp. Iberia made a promise then. I promise. I will become the strongest and bravest person in the world. And I will become a kind savior too, mother. Remembering this, Iberia kept asking himself why he wanted so badly to become like Izuki. When I first met him, I was simply awed by his strength. I only intended for us to have a brief relationship. But after traveling together, I realized that Izuki is not merely strong. Whether he faces hundreds of awakened or a terrifying spirit beast, he possesses incredible resolve. He never falters. Though he may appear stern, he shows an unexpected kindness toward his companions. Now Iberia had his answer. The reason I want to become like Izuki is Dusik was surprised. He is still thinking about that. Iberia's voice became unusually resolute because Izuki is strong and brave. And he is kind as well. He is my ideal savior. Dusik felt that Izuki might be touched to hear that. Iberia continued confidently, I am a coward without talent, so becoming a savior like Izuki may be an impossible dream. But if I can travel and fight alongside him, that alone is enough for me. In the present, Iberia was in his dragon form. Izuki arrived, saw him, and called out in shock. Iberia immediately turned to look at him. Izuki was standing directly behind him. Iberia looked especially terrifying now. On the second day of the prophecy, at 3:31 a.m., his entire body was covered in dragon armor. Izuki silently observed his friend. Confused, he wondered, why has Iberia put on the dragon equipment again? Was that not forbidden? He sensed that something was very strange about Iberia's reaction. Izuki narrowed his eyes, assessing him. Izuki noticed that Iberia's appearance was somewhat different from before. An ancient incantation came from Iberia's mouth. Izuki asked in confusion, What did you just say? And where is Eden? Iberia let out a roar. He charged rapidly toward Izuki, launching an attack from behind him. Izuki tightly seized his opponent's wrist. Wake up, Iberia. Izuki was flung away and forced back. More incomprehensible words came from Iberia's mouth. Iberia activated Windblade with his hand, releasing a sharp burst of power. Izuki frowned and activated mana detection. He discovered that it was a wind elementalist skill. As the wind blade slashed toward him, Izuki stepped back. I do not know whether this is a side effect of the dragon armor, or whether you are being controlled by another lower beast. Iberia. At the same time, Izuki activated Lightning Shock Step and rushed before him. Just stay still. He gripped Iberia's wrist again. Smoke escaped Iberia's mouth. Izuki thought, this mana fluctuation undoubtedly belongs to Iberia. There's no question about it, but I cannot imagine him attacking me. What the hell is happening? Iberia rasped, Izuki, kill me. Izuki was stunned to hear that request from Iberia. A wave of energy burst forth. Claws shot toward Izuki's chest, but Dusik appeared in time and punched Iberia's arm. He put all his strength into the twisting punch, sending Iberia's entire body flying backward. Izuki asked curiously, Dusik, Iberia is, I know. The worst has happened. Iberia suddenly accelerated. He circled around the two of them. Izuki realized that Iberia had completely lost control. Dusik delivered the bad news. He's been consumed by the dragon armor. So, it was just as I thought. This is a side effect. We have to get it off him as quickly as possible. It's useless. It has already completely fused with Iberia's body. I once saw a false awakened whose body was taken over by dragon armor. It cannot be separated unless its user dies. Izuki exclaimed in disbelief. That can't be. Dusek made his decision. We have no choice but to put Iberia down. No, I'll be the one to end this. If you can't bear to watch, leave. I'll do it. No, I can't let you carry such a terrible burden. Eden was kidnapped by that ice catastrophe spirit beast, right? I'll have the Death Hound track them down, so please go save him. There are still things I want to say to Iberia. He summoned the Death Hound. Seeing his resolve, Dusek sighed helplessly. All right, I'm counting on you. If Iberia escapes, he'll only grow stronger and more savage. No matter what happens, finish him here. At that moment, Iberia stood on a tree branch. He sprang toward them, while Dusek led the Death Hound away. Let's go, Death Hound. Izuki blocked Iberia's attack, forcing him to slide backward. Iberia unleashed a storm of wind blades. Izuki thought he used a skill, but my evasion skill didn't activate. A blade of wind grazed Izuki's cheek, drawing blood. Izuki held onto a sliver of hope. You really don't want to hurt me, do you, Iberia? Yet Iberia remained in a crazed state. He activated heavenly wind blades. Countless wind blades flew toward Izuki, their crisscrossing cuts tearing across his body. Blood spurted from the wounds. Tears streamed from Iberia's eyes. Yama reported, Lord Linga, we successfully captured Eden. However, Crimson Flame and White Demon were defeated by the humans. Linga replied, it does not matter. There are plenty of others with strength comparable to theirs. As long as we captured Eden, that is all that matters. Cold Devourer added. Furthermore, it seems Lord Inakuma is having trouble. Linga answered, it is of no concern. From the beginning, I never expected him to eliminate Ninto. His role is to hold back most of the special class saviors. Yama hesitated, but they say Lord Inakuma's opponent is only one special class savior. Linga was surprised. You mean there's another human, aside from Weijin, capable of suppressing Inakuma alone? What is his name? Yama replied, according to reports from our spy, that man possesses the ultimate physical body. His name is Akira. At that moment, Akira was fighting Inakuma with everything he had. Inakuma's overwhelming power ravaged the area. Kai was shocked. What is this? Their battle started yesterday afternoon, and it's still going on? Even his wounds have nearly healed already. To witness a battle at this level firsthand, one of the 8 great demon kings. Inakuma only grew fiercer as he fought. Ajoha worried. He's taking blows powerful enough to crack the ground itself. If he falls, no one will be able to stop that catastrophe spirit beast. I have to do something. Ninto placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her calmly. Don't worry. Akira isn't weak enough to die from an attack like that. Seeing the shattered ground, Kai stared in horror. This level of power, Ninto reminded him, every special class savior is a monster standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Do not underestimate them. At Inakuma's feet, Akira lifted the demon's enormous body. Inakuma could not believe that a human could do such a thing. Every one of his muscles trembled. Ninto marveled. It has been a long time since I last saw Akira's second form. Ajoha asked curiously, second form? Observing Akira's current appearance, Ajoha exclaimed, he looks completely different from before, like an entirely different person. In this state, all of his stats rise explosively, but in exchange, he becomes extremely violent and ruthless. His eyes glowed crimson, and smoke poured from his mouth. Akira hurled Inakuma away. Ninto revealed, the title he bears in this form is Akira, the rampaging tyrant. Akira's ferocity was like that of a savage tiger. His powerful fist pierced through Inakuma's chest, leaving a gaping hole. Akira stood there amid the rising dust, his face dark and murderous as he began to walk away. Ajoha asked curiously, where is he going? Ninto guessed he is probably going to destroy the stone monument that maintains the barrier. She sighed in relief. I thought he would definitely continue rampaging. It is impressive that he can retain his reason even in that state. Ninto said if he attacked allies and enemies alike, the increase in strength would only bring greater disaster. He would not be a true special class savior, a protector of humanity. Akira shattered the stone pillar. The vacant glow in his eyes suddenly returned to normal. Akira was confused. Why am I here? He glanced at the defeated enemy. It's already dead? So that guy appeared again. Akira leaned back against the stone pillar, still meddling as always. The barrier covering the area gradually disappeared. Ajoha had celebrated too soon. It is finally over, isn't it? Ninto exposed her thoughts. Earlier, you intended to save Akira with your own life, didn't you? Yes. Ninto cautioned her. That is unlike the calm and composed person you usually are. Ordinarily, you would never risk your life for such a slim chance of victory. You would have immediately suggested retreating. You are beginning to resemble Izuki more and more. Ajoha blushed. It is not like that. Come to think of it, I wonder how Izuki is doing. He is in the forest now, but with powerful awakened ones such as Dusik accompanying him, I'm sure he will be fine. The scene shifted to Izuki. Iberia, inside the dragon armor, was crying. Izuki, why didn't you dodge? Izuki understood the pain that could numb one's heart. That is why I will not avoid your attacks. Iberia's claws stopped in front of Izuki's chest. Izuki placed a hand on his shoulder and activated the transparent sphere, true piercing sphere. This is the end. The piercing sphere passed through the dragon armor. It pierced Iberia's body as well. His body collapsed against Izuki. Layers of dragon armor fell away from Iberia as black energy poured from his body. He broke down in tears. I'm sorry. I messed things up again. I just didn't want to become a burden to you. Izuki corrected him. I have never thought of you as a burden. Iberia asked emotionally. Really? Yeah. We simply have different strengths. Iberia said, I overheard what that catastrophe spirit beast said earlier. It said it would not kill my father. It would control him. If it is you, Izuki, I am sure you can save my father from that thing. Leave it to me. That catastrophe spirit beast caused this chain of tragedies. I swear I will crush it with my own hands. At first, Iberia pressed his lips together in resentment, tears rolling down his cheeks. Iberia whispered, I'm glad I could speak with you one last time, Izuki. Please take care of Double E. Second day prophecy, 3:33 a.m. Iberia, his had died. Lingus said happily, You have done it now, boy. But this is only the beginning. I will erase every person precious to you, one by one, and in far more cruel ways. Meanwhile, Ninto's group moved through the forest. Kai said, I thought defeating that catastrophe spirit beast would solve everything, but now we have to escort Ninto deep into these mountains. This was supposed to be Akira's job, but after that battle, he can barely remain standing. Ajoha looked in the direction it had flown. Jade Leaf seems to have detected an unusual emotional wave. The source of that wave is right ahead. Kai drew his sword warily. Who is there? He thought. A humanoid catastrophe spirit beast? Ajoha found the figure familiar. She stepped forward and asked softly, Izuki. He turned around and called out blankly, Master. Ajoha gasped in shock. What happened to you? Those wounds. What the hell happened here? Dusik approached with the death hound. I will explain. Kai asked cautiously, Is anyone else here? Ninto recognized him. First class savior Dusik Bakudo. You are Eden's bodyguard. Why are you here? Dusik said grimly, Ninto, this battle. I have bad news. We lost. Second day prophecy, 3:34 a.m. This foretold battle resulted in the destruction of 50% of Sector 7 in North District 6. It ended in the worst possible outcome. The legendary blacksmith, Eden, was kidnapped, and his son, Iberia perished in battle. After returning to the cabin, Dusik explained, after Master was taken, I had the Death Hound follow the mana trail left behind by that catastrophe spirit beast, but all we could find were its copies. That catastrophe spirit beast is extremely cunning. Anticipating our pursuit, it left behind a large number of copies to prevent us from locating it. Ninto asked, How is Izuki? Ajoha answered worriedly. Most of his wounds are just scratches, and the bleeding has stopped, but he stubbornly refuses to let me heal him. More importantly, I can feel a fire of rage burning inside him more fiercely than ever before. If this continues, his heart will be completely consumed by hatred. Inside the room, Izuki sat staring at Eden's family photograph. Iberia was smiling brightly in the picture. Izuki remembered the first time they met. I'm Iberia. What's your name? He also remembered carrying the injured Iberia away, and the time Iberia had thrown his arms around him. I will never leave your side, Iberia had once said. Don't you know? A familiar user can freely name their familiars whatever they want. Let me name yours for you. I'm pretty confident in my naming sense. Izuki's body was covered in injuries. He stood up. Let's go, Death Hound. Its information was updated. B-rank Guard Hound, level 21, 0% damage, 350 agility, 300 defense, 200 mana, 150 hatred surged within Izuki's heart. I will hunt down that catastrophe spirit beast. He swore that he would crush it with his own hands. Izuki headed toward the closed door. Ninto was waiting outside. He asked curiously, Master, everyone else, what happened? Why has everything suddenly changed? Kai quietly observed Izuki. So this injured boy is Ninto's second disciple? I heard he personally shattered the red barrier and defeated a catastrophe spirit beast above level 30. And he even struck down his own friend. He is certainly strong, but he is also ruthless. Ninto asked, "Where do you think you are going?" "I will follow the ice catastrophe spirit beast trail and rescue Eden." Ninto objected. "No, you cannot go." Izuki asked angrily, "Why not?" Ninto said worriedly, "You are not yet a savior. The Savior Alliance has classified this incident as special class danger. If you want to join the rescue operation, you must be at least a second-class savior. You're not qualified yet." Izuki shouted, "Are you saying I do not even have the right to try to save him just because I am not a savior? I promised Iberia that I would save Eden. I will go, even if you try to stop me." Kai was stunned. This kid is talking to Ninto like that? Ajoha thought, Father did not have to be so blunt. Does he not realize what state of mind Izuki is in? Ninto suddenly asked, "Can you live with someone dying because of you?" The question froze Izuki in place, sorrow filling his eyes. Ninto said apologetically, "I understand how you feel. This is my fault. I believed that catastrophe spirit beast was only targeting me, so I neglected to protect Eden. However, they went to great lengths to capture Eden. I do not think they will kill him so easily. With your current level of strength, challenging that catastrophe spirit beast would only lead to a meaningless death." Izuki clenched his fists. Ninto continued, "But your potential is limitless. Surpassing special class is not merely a dream. When that day comes, I will personally ask the Alliance to entrust Eden's rescue to you." Having calmed down slightly, Izuki asked, "Then what can I do now to surpass special class?" Ninto suggested, "You can attend Apex Camp." Izuki was surprised. Apex Camp. Ninto continued, "The Awakened who rank in the top 10 during the preliminary round of the Savior Alliance's national tournament are invited to Central District 6 to participate in Apex Camp, organized by the Alliance. Weijin, Akira, all of humanity's mightiest warriors underwent their baptism through the harsh training there. Without exception, those who survive its training become the core force protecting humanity. This year's Apex Camp begins in 3 days. If you can safely pass the trials there, then earning a high rank in the tournament will naturally be certain. It will also be the fastest path to becoming a special class savior." Izuki agreed without hesitation. "Understood. I will attend Apex Camp." Ninto changed the subject. "Then first, we need to deal with that battered body of yours." Ajoha began treating Izuki. He asked, "Do you know anything about Apex Camp?" "Ido. But why are you suddenly interested in it? Don't tell me you plan to attend." Izuki asked, confused. "Is there something wrong with that?" "My master said it is the perfect place for me to train and grow stronger." Ajoha hesitated. "Only the most exceptional geniuses are allowed to attend Apex Camp. And that is precisely why people who have been pampered and praised as prodigies throughout their lives enter Apex Camp and, for the first time, realize they're only ordinary. I have seen countless people suffer mental breakdowns because of it. That place may be a training ground for geniuses, but it is also their graveyard. Above all, the training is unimaginably brutal, and the level of its trials is incredibly high. That is why fatal accidents happen there every year." Izuki thought, "Then it is truly perfect for me." Ajoha said nothing and continued healing him. Izuki thought, if my opponents are only catastrophe spirit beasts or half-baked awakened, super simulation will not even activate. I had worried that no worthy opponent would appear, but it seems that concern was unfounded. Fighting powerful catastrophe spirit beasts on the brink of life and death until my final breath is the only way I can become stronger. Fighting powerful catastrophe spirit beasts is my duty as an awakened." Izuki noticed Ajoha's flushed face as she stared at him. He leaned closer and asked, "Ajoha, your face is very red. Are you exhausted from healing me?" She denied it. "No, using my skill for a long time only makes my body heat up. You did not even know that." Ajoha heard her heart pounding wildly. "This is the first time. I have never heard my own heartbeat so clearly. What am I even thinking?" Izuki stood up and put on his coat. "All right, my wounds are almost completely healed. Thank you, Ajoha." She asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "To say goodbye." Izuki and Dusek went to Iberia's grave. On top of it rested Iberia's small sword and a bouquet of yellow flowers. Dusek felt guilty. I'm sorry for leaving you with such a cruel mission. Izuki replied, it's okay. This is the path I chose. Changing the subject, Dusek asked, you're leaving, aren't you? Izuki confirmed, yeah. I'm going to join Apex Camp and hone my skills, so that one day I can personally destroy the catastrophe spirit beasts. What about you? Dusek answered resolutely. If I hadn't met Master, I would have been killed by a catastrophe spirit beast long ago. I would never have become an armored awakened. This armor, these weapons, even my life, but all of it was given to me by Master. That's why I'll find him, no matter what it takes. Izuki raised his fist toward him. Dusek stared blankly at the gesture. Izuki said, deal. I'll become a savior, and then Dusek and I will go save Eden. Don't die before then. Dusek thought, he really is. I'm ashamed of myself. He promised, yeah, I'll wait. Their fists met, sealing their promise. In the distance, Ninto and Ajoha stood waiting. Ajoha remarked, that's Izuki for you. Just a few hours ago, he was battered physically and emotionally, yet he's already pulled himself together so quickly. Ninto exposed the truth. For now, he's merely suppressing his negative emotions deep inside, until the day he can release them completely. There are too many suspicious aspects surrounding the recent attack. Before I leave, I intend to gather the supreme commanders of all 6 continents for a meeting. He instructed. Until then, take care of Izuki. Ajoha promised. Leave it to me, father. Izuki stepped forward from behind. What's going on? You seem unusually happy, Ajoha. Where is he going this time? She replied, that's classified information, so I can't tell you. Father asked me to look after you from now on. I'm your guardian, understand? Izuki thought, my guardian? I'm not a child anymore. He asked curiously, so what do we do now? She replied, isn't it obvious? We're heading straight to the Central 6 continent to join Apex Camp. Izuki followed. All right. The scene shifted to Reggie. He dreamed of that day's explosion and Izuki's terrifying appearance, and of being defeated. Reggie clutched his stomach and collapsed his knees. Izuki walked up to him, his face darkened, and brought his fist down on Reggie. Reggie woke from the nightmare in terror. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his face was badly swollen. His mother reassured him, don't be afraid. Mother is here. Are you still having nightmares about the person who defeated you, Reggie? Reggie seethed with hatred. Damn it, I'll repay him 100-fold for the pain he caused me. I'll make him taste hell. She replied, don't worry. Your older brother is back. He'll definitely avenge you. Reggie looked behind her. His older brother said, Reggie, you must be in a lot of pain. Reggie burst into tears. Brother, please make that bastard pay. His brother memorized the name. Izuki, was it? The one who did this to you? Reggie confirmed, yes. He's just an orphan with no family. I heard he placed first in this preliminary round, but he's stuck at level 0. He isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes, brother. His brother understood. First place in the preliminary round? Then he'll definitely be joining Apex Camp. In that case, I'll tear him apart there. Meanwhile, Ajoha and Izuki arrived at the training camp. We're here. Izuki marveled. This place is amazing. It's completely different from what I imagined, and just like you said, Ajoha looked proud. She reminded him, I can't go inside, so you'll have to go on by yourself. She handed Izuki something. Here's the recording bracelet I was holding for you. It's an essential item for Apex Camp. Izuki replied, thanks. Ajoha instructed him, listen to me. Don't do anything that makes you stand out too much. You'll make yourself a target. Izuki entered the camp. I know. She was still uneasy. Knowing Izuki's personality makes me worried. Izuki arrived at the reception desk. Excuse me, I'd like to register. The male receptionist did not even look up from his phone. Show me your bracelet. Izuki handed it over. Izuki checked the man's level and thought, even the receptionist is over level 40. Just what I'd expect from Apex Camp. Izuki's information shocked the receptionist. Name, Izuki. Level, 0. Class, Destroyer. Special talent. He thought, level 0 actually made it here. He must have used connections during the preliminary round. But connections mean nothing here. Without real skill to back him up, it is only a matter of time before he breaks down mentally. The receptionist said disdainfully, hey, choose a room and pay the accommodation fee. Izuki was surprised. It costs money to stay here, too. The receptionist replied, of course. This isn't a charity. You passed the preliminary round, so you must have earned reward points, right? Izuki was puzzled. Reward points. The receptionist explained, "Here, your wealth is determined by the points you earned during the preliminary round. For example, if you earned 1,000 points, those 1,000 points are transferred into your account as soon as you enter. You can also earn more points by completing missions. Points are the currency here. You need them to buy food, daily necessities, and pay for lodging." Izuki understood. So points are that important. I must have earned quite a few during the preliminary round, so it should be enough. The receptionist impatiently said, "Hurry up and pick a room. I'm waiting." Izuki asked about the most luxurious room. "How much is it?" The receptionist replied, "Standard room, 35 square meters, 100 points per month. Luxury room, 175 square meters, 1,500 points per month. Villa, 1,200 square meters, 12,000 points per month." Izuki thought, a standard room would be fine for me, but I have the Death Hound with me too. A cramped room won't have enough space. He decided, "I'll take the villa." The receptionist was startled. "What? Kid, you may have a lot of points right now, but you shouldn't waste them. You'll need points for every little aspect of life here." Izuki did not want to argue. "I've made my decision. Please handle the paperwork." The receptionist irritably operated the system. "One ignorant brat. Don't come crying to me when you regret it later." He returned Izuki's bracelet. "Here, once you enter the camp, everyone's status will be switched to private mode. You won't be able to view anyone else's name, talent, or level." Izuki replied, "I understand." As Izuki left, the receptionist wondered, he chose a villa right away? How many points did he earn in the preliminary round? Curious, he clicked into Izuki's information. The receptionist could not believe his eyes. "What? Is this an error?" His points, 106,600, over 100,000. The receptionist was dumbfounded. "I only have a little over 1,600. Kids these days are terrifying." Izuki began walking, exhausted and short of breath. He thought helplessly, "I forgot to ask where the villa is. I guess I'll have to go back." Just then, two men blocked Izuki's path with unfriendly expressions. Izuki asked warily, "What is it?" The two immediately changed their attitudes and smiled. "We're awakened from the southern sixth continent. We only arrived yesterday. You look like you're lost, don't you? We've seen you wandering around for a while. Where are you trying to go?" Izuki replied, "I want to go to the Villa District. Do you know where it is?" They were surprised. "The Villa District? I think it's over there, right?" Yeah, over there." They stared at each other in disbelief. "A villa?" Izuki asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" The thin man said, "Wait, I'm trying to remember exactly where it is." Seeing them whisper in a corner, Izuki thought, why do they have to whisper just to remember a location? Are they plotting something? Son Akagami, ranked 5th in the Northern Six Continents preliminary round, arrived nearby. She knew what they were planning. Those guys are using the guide excuse to extort points from newcomers again. I wonder which fool will fall for it this time. Then she recognized him. That monster who earned over 100,000 points in the preliminary round. Sun was intrigued. This is getting interesting. The two men whispered. I heard he's staying in a villa. Apparently, he's the first-place finisher from one of the 6 continents. But even if he did come first, no sane person would throw away 2,000 points just to rent a place. Jack judged. 10 out of 10. He's some rich young master who has no idea of the value of points. The other man asked, what do you mean? Jack said, young masters who were pampered from childhood are always the most cowardly and weak. He's the perfect prey. We'll strip him of every last point he has. From behind them, Izuki asked, can't remember? Then I'll look for it myself. The two men smiled brightly. I remember now. We'll take you there. The training camp was crowded with participants. Someone in the distance recognized them. Aren't those discarded rejects from the southern 6th continent, Ray and Jack? Looks like the kid between them has fallen into their trap. He already looks weak, and now he's going to have all his points extorted too? What a pity. At that moment, Izuki passed someone. The man recognized him. Isn't that the kid who asked those strange questions before the preliminary round? Of all people, why did he get involved with those two? Whatever. It's none of my business. I only have one goal. Surpass the northern 6 continents' top preliminary round contestant, Izuki. The two led him to a place. This is the Villa District. It was enormous. Behind Izuki, both men wore calculating smiles. Jack and Ray clenched their fists. All right, it's time to pay the guiding fee. Izuki replied, that's right. You led me all this way, so I should at least give you a tip. 2,000. They were shocked. He agreed that easily. Izuki asked, how much do you want? Ray eagerly said, at least 500. Jack changed the price. Idiot. 1,000. Give us 1,000 points. Izuki replied, 1,000 points? That's a little expensive, but all right. Jack asked incredulously. Are you sure? Izuki asked blankly. How do I transfer points to someone else? Jack whispered to his companion. He's really willing to pay 1,000 points just for directions? He's not only a weak coward, but complete idiot too. Don't blame us then. Nothing personal. Jack began acting up. Sorry, but this took longer than expected. You'll need to pay an extra fee. Ray raised the price. That's right, 5,000 points total. Jack demanded. If you don't have enough, hand over everything you have. Izuki had seen through their plot. I see. You're extorting me. The aura radiating from him frightened them. What the hell is with this guy? It feels as though his entire demeanor suddenly changed. The two argued loudly. So what if we are? If you're angry, blame yourself for letting your guard down. Hand over your points now, or you'll get hurt. Izuki warned them. I'm angry right now, so whatever happens, don't come crying afterward. Ray activated his power. Let me tell you something. I ranked 6th in the Southern Six Continents preliminary round. There's no way I'll lose to trash like you. He threw a punch. Idiot. I'll turn you to dust with my B-rank skill, Lightning Fist. When the fist reached Izuki's chest, a notification appeared. B-rank lightning-type skill absorbed through lightning shockwave. Agility increased by 10%. Remaining absorptions, 2/5. Agility, 475. Bonus from lightning shockwave, 25%. Jack was stunned. He didn't move at all. Izuki slapped him, sending him flying backward. Ray was shocked. He's too fast. I was staring right at him, but my eyes couldn't follow his movements at all. Against a speed-type opponent, I need to finish him in one blow. C-rank skill, physical enhancement, right arm. His muscular fist shot toward Izuki. When Izuki blocked it, Ray was astonished. An ability that transforms his body? Is this guy also a destroyer? Ray raised his other hand. I'm enhancing both arms now. Let's see if you can withstand this. His fists rained down like a storm. Izuki blocked every blow. He thought too slow. The sound of fists colliding rang out as they exchanged blows continuously. Ray's fingers were beaten out of shape. He cried out, "Impossible!" After strengthening myself, both my attack and defense stats are nearly 300. What kind of monster are you? Izuki moved in front of him. Even after enhancing yourself, your stats are still far below mine. Ray backed away in terror. Why, you're not some amateur. Who are you? Which continent are you from? Izuki raised his fist and charged forward. Izuki, from the northern Sixth Continent. A powerful punch descended. A notification appeared. Critical crystal shattered. Your next attack has a 100% chance of becoming a critical hit. The punch stopped right before Ray's face. Ray froze. It stopped. Izuki pulled back his fist, thinking if a critical hit landed on him directly, it would definitely blow his head off. I almost did something irreversible. Izuki glared at them. Get lost. The two fled in panic. Run. That thing is a monster. Sun watched the scene and marveled. I thought he would struggle somewhat against the 5th and 6th ranked contestant from the Southern Six Continents preliminary round, but he won overwhelmingly. He truly is terrifying. An announcement rang out from the loudspeakers. All participants are requested to assemble at Apex Plaza immediately. The Apex Camp entrance examination will begin in a few minutes. Sun called her spirit beast. Come on, time to get to work. The announcement repeated. The Apex Camp entrance examination will begin in a few minutes. Izuki remembered what a Joha had said. Up to 50% of participants will be eliminated at this stage. I'll have to give it everything I have. When he reached the plaza, it was packed with people. Izuki marveled. So these are the elites from all 6 continents. This is quite an impressive lineup. A hand patted Izuki's shoulder from behind, and he instinctively swung his arm. Izuki stopped just in time when he saw her. Surprised, he said, "Hello, old friend, Sia." She teased. What an unexpected greeting. Rigel added, "You dare to punch Sia? You've got some nerve." Izuki said apologetically, "Sorry. I thought you were an enemy." Sia worriedly said, "Goodness, why are you so tense?" Rigel asked, "Where's Iberia? You two were always inseparable, weren't you?" Izuki's eyes darkened as he thought of his old friend. Sia hesitantly asked, could he have been hurt in the recent attack? Izuki concealed the truth. Iberia is at home. Rigel put an arm around Izuki's shoulders. Don't look so down. If he was hurt, a little rest will make him better. More importantly, ever since that attack, Sia has been so worried about you that she couldn't focus during training. Exposed, Sia immediately smacked him on the head. Izuki said, that attack made me realize just how weak I truly am. I'll improve my skills here with everything I have. Rigel could not believe his ears. Weak? Izuki. He looked toward the platform. Quiet. The entrance examination is about to begin. A commanding shout came from the platform. Silence. Before your lives at Apex can begin, there is something you must understand. Here, all information other than your names will be kept absolutely confidential. In other words, no matter what glory you attained in the past, you will all start over from zero. Rigel was surprised. All information except our names is hidden. I'll show you my status panel and see if that's true. Izuki looked at the information panel. Name, Rigel. Level, undisclosed. Talent, undisclosed. Skills, undisclosed. Status, undisclosed. Izuki confirmed, it really is all hidden. An announcement rang out. The entrance examination begins now. Please enter the venue in an orderly manner. The man lowered his megaphone, a faint smile curling at his lips. Rigel looked around in amazement. This place is huge. It's even bigger than the preliminary round venue. Someone behind him called out, "You're the brat who humiliated the competitors from our southern sixth continent, aren't you?" Izuki froze and turned around. Ah, so those two have gone back and tattled. The first-place contestant from the Southern Sixth Continent preliminary round, Kagan Imamichi, stood before him. The two men accused him. Sir Kagan, that's him. When we asked for the reward for guiding him to his accommodation, he suddenly punched us. Worse still, he mocked the awakened of the Southern Sixth Continent. He called us a bunch of rabble. Kagan asked coldly, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Izuki's two friends stepped forward to defend him. Izuki isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Maybe those two tried to extort points from him and got beaten up instead. Rigel pointed at Kagan and said, "We took care of your lackeys for you. You should be grateful instead of getting angry." The aura radiating from Kagan made Rigel stagger. Kagan warned, "Don't touch me with those filthy hands. I'll tear you apart." Just as Rigel was about to lose his temper, Izuki patted his shoulder to calm him down. He stepped in front of Kagan. "I have no intention of explaining everything in detail. More importantly, don't be foolish enough to touch my friends. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The two of them faced off, their killing intent clashing. Siha urged them to stop. The test is starting. Jack also advised Kagan, "If you cause violence here, you'll be penalized." Kagan said, "I heard Apex Camp has a training ground where trainees can fight without punishment. Once the test is over, how about we settle this there?" "Fine by me." Suddenly, the entire venue went dark, with only the light from the gate remaining. Murmurs spread through the crowd. "What's with that gate? There aren't any lights here? It's way too dark. What kind of test can we even take in this darkness?" Lights shone down from above. A man stepped forward. "I'm glad to see everyone so enthusiastic. I hope you can maintain that spirit until the test is over. Next, I'll explain the rules of the entrance examination. Though there isn't really much to explain because for this test, there are no rules." Everyone was stunned. No rules? What does that mean? What kind of test has no rules? The instructor continued, "You will enter the 4 rooms behind me one by one and complete 4 different tests. You may choose the order in which you enter the rooms. There are no restrictions on equipment, items, or skills. The objective is simple. Raise your score as high as possible and pass the tests. Your scores will be evaluated according to your performance. Those who score 80 points or above will be recognized as elite trainees and receive bonus points. Those who score between 60 and 80 will be placed under observation and undergo additional training. Those who score below 60 will be eliminated immediately and required to leave." The crowd cheered. No limits on equipment or items. One amazing deal. This will be easy. Rigel sighed regretfully. "If I'd known, I would have asked my master for some better gear. Going in empty-handed puts me at a disadvantage." Siha reassured him. "We trained hard for this exam. We'll be fine." She asked Izuki, "Which stat test do you think we should take first?" He replied, "It doesn't matter. We have to take them all anyway. Let's just enter the nearest room first." Rigel was speechless. "You're awfully confident. You're really just picking the closest room." Izuki gazed at the room before them in admiration. "Perfect. It's the defense test." Rigel said confidently, "I'm a metal element mage, so I'm pretty confident in my defensive ability." The examiner was already waiting inside. Rigel pointed at him. "That's the examiner?" He looked strict. The examiner introduced himself. "Welcome. I am the examiner in charge of the defense test, a level 40 earth element mage. I will attack you with 5 different types of stones, each increasing in difficulty from 1 to 5. You must defend against all of them." The 3 of them readied themselves. The examiner called out, "When your name is called, step forward." First, Rigel of the Northern Sixth Continent. Rigel pointed at himself in surprise. "Me? I'm first." Siha encouraged him. "Good luck." Rigel replied, "Don't worry. A few rocks are nothing to me." The examiner announced, "The test will begin now. You may use your skills beforehand. Rigel enhanced his body. Then I'll go all out from the start. C-rank skill, metallization. Defense increased by 50%. He declared, bring it on. His defense had now reached 258. The examiner took out the first magic core. Difficulty, level 1. He hurled it toward Rigel. Rigel crossed his arms and blocked it. That's all? I barely felt it. The examiner said, boring. Let's skip straight to level 2. The examiner condensed a larger sphere. Phoenix. It shot toward Rigel, making him flinch. He blocked it with both hands. Rigel managed to hold his defense. Siha asked anxiously, Rigel, are you okay? He gave a thumbs up. No problem. Izuki realized something. Those aren't ordinary stones. They're magic stones created from the examiner's own mana. Their hardness is on a completely different level from normal rocks, and their damage is enormous. Seeing Rigel's hands trembling, Izuki doubted whether he was truly all right. Rigel thought, even with metallization, my hands are starting to go numb. They're stronger than I expected. The examiner asked, do you wish to continue? Rigel agreed. Of course. Bring on difficulty level 3. Rigel was not entirely certain. It's only one level higher. It should be fine, right? The examiner condensed an even larger stone. Rigel braced himself. Don't think I'm scared just because it's a little bigger. The stone flew at him, and his body was immediately thrown backward. Siha covered her mouth in horror. Rigel had collapsed, his body covered in injuries. The other two rushed over anxiously. Rigel, are you okay? He answered, I'm fine. How pathetic. I never expected difficulty level 3 to be this strong. It's at least 3 times stronger than level 2. The examiner praised him. Impressive. You took a level 3 hit head-on without passing out. You should receive a high score. He called the next name, Izuki of the Northern 6th Continent. Izuki first helped his friend to his feet. Rigel whispered a warning. Listen, every time the difficulty rises by 1 level, the stones become several times stronger. Don't push yourself too hard. Izuki replied, I know. The examiner asked, what difficulty would you like to start with? Izuki thought, even with metallization, Rigel's defense was probably under 300. But with my dark water wall, mine is already 627. The examiner misunderstood. Did what you just saw scare you? I can't blame you. He said generously, if you don't choose, we'll start at level 1. Izuki interrupted him. 5. The examiner was startled. What did you just say? Izuki raised 5 fingers. I want to try difficulty level 5. Rigel cried out anxiously. Hey, I told you not to push yourself. Even with metallization, level 3 was my limit. Level 5 is insane. The others were stunned. He's starting at level 5? What rank did he get in the preliminary round? Wasn't the first place contestant from the Northern 6th Continent also first in the whole country? I think his name was Izuki. Don't tell me that's him. No way. There's no way that skinny-looking guy is the national first-place contestant. The examiner became irritated and formed a stone larger than a person. Every year, there are reckless show-offs like you. They end up seriously injured or unconscious, unable to take the remaining tests, and are eventually forced to leave the camp. He lifted the massive stone. If that's what you want, I'll indulge you. Everyone stared in disbelief. That's a difficulty level 5 stone? If that thing hits him, he's finished. Now I understand why Apex Camp is considered so dangerous. The examiner allowed him to prepare. You may use your skills beforehand. Izuki's voice was unervingly calm. I have no skills to use, so I'll stay like this. Hearing that, the examiner grew even angrier. This brat, is he looking down on us? He hurled the stone at his target. Then take this. It shot toward Izuki. A violent impact erupted. The shockwave made the waiting examinees lose their footing. Thick smoke rose and obscured everyone's view. Someone said curiously, that power is practically a meteor strike. That guy must be dead. The examiner sighed. What an idiot. He picked up his radio. Medical team, emergency rescue. We have someone seriously injured. Someone pointed ahead. Look, there's a silhouette. The examiner turned and froze when he saw Izuki still standing firm. That guy is still standing. The radio crackled. This is the medical team captain. Please report the injured person's location. No one responded. The voice on the other end pressed, hello. Izuki brushed dust from his shoulder. That was difficulty level 5, right? The examiner was stunned. I've been an examiner for 3 years and tested hundreds of trainees, but this is the first time I've seen someone withstand a level 5 magic stone without using any skills and come out completely unharmed. Izuki of the Northern 6th Continent is a monster of the highest caliber, even compared with every trainee we've ever had. Izuki said, Then I'll be going. As he left, everyone was dumbfounded. Maybe he really was the top-ranked contestant in the preliminary round. His aura is completely different from before. Everyone moved back. Izuki wondered at their reactions. Why is everyone avoiding me? His two friends came forward to congratulate him. That was incredible, Izuki. I thought I could beat you in defense, but you've widened the gap again. He said modestly. There's no such thing as a perfect awakened. I'm sure there are things Rigel can beat me at. Rigel brightened. Really? Like what? When Izuki could not think of an answer, Rigel realized he had gotten his hopes up. Forget it. The next name was called. Siha Kisaragi of the Northern Sixth Continent. Siha stepped forward. Izuki encouraged her. Good luck, Siha. Be careful. She replied, Don't worry. The examiner repeated, You may use your skills. Siha activated her B-rank skill, Flowing Water Wall. Give me difficulty level 3. The examiner condensed a stone. A brave choice. Here it comes. Sia's water wall stopped the stone, but it struggled to pierce through the flowing barrier. Sia desperately reinforced her defense, but the water wall was shattered. She was pushed to the edge of the room as the stone dropped. The examiner praised her. Smart, Sia. Instead of trying to stop it head-on, she used the water current to redirect the stone's impact. That flexible battle sense is the most important quality of a savior. She replied, Thank you very much. Izuki praised her. That was amazing. The examiner called the next name. Mana Magaru of the Eastern Sixth Continent. Sia teased, Izuki complimented you. After leaving the defense room, Rigel asked curiously, Which test should we take next? The room next door is probably the attack power test, right? The attack power test area was already packed with people. The examiner said, Looks like the second group is all here. Listen carefully, brats. In the attack power test, you'll be graded according to the force of your attacks. Rigel asked, Who are we supposed to attack? Don't tell me it's the instructor. Siha reminded him, Idiot, you talk too much. The examiner revealed the answer. Good question. Naturally, your target will not be me. It will be my familiar. Berang familiar ne noroitoma. A gigantic bear appeared. Its tattered appearance made everyone exclaim, What the hell is that? It looks so cheap. It's weird. Yet Izuki thought it looked adorable. The examiner announced, You may use your bare hands or weapons. Attack this thing with all your strength. Some people asked confidently, That familiar looks like a punching bag. Instructor, what if we destroy it? He warned them, You? Even a level 50 awakened may not be able to destroy it, so don't worry. Toma will also score you based on the force of the attack it receives. The examiner demonstrated by punching Toma, bending one side of its body. Toma announced, Score received, 50 points. The examiner continued, The scoring standard has been set. That attack was worth 50 points. A perfect score is 100. The examiner thought to himself, though in theory, the highest score possible is 99. To score full marks, they would need to be at least around my level, approximately level 40. No matter how much these level 10 brats struggle. He sat down in a chair and announced, All right, the test begins. Someone announced, First, Jujiro Hanma of the Eastern Sixth Continent. Jujiro thought, if that casual punch was worth 50 points, then going all out should easily earn 100. Rigel whispered, That familiar looks weak. Izuki warned, Don't let the examiner's flashy appearance fool you. He's above level 40. Even a normal punch from him carries far more force than ours. The examiner was a level 44 familiar user. He said, Attack Toma whenever you're ready. Don't make me repeat myself. The first contestant stepped forward. I feel a little bad attacking such a harmless-looking familiar, Jujiro Hanma. But if I want to stay at Apex Camp, don't hold it against me. At least return to dust. His fist slammed into Toma's stomach. It announced 37 points. Jujiro Hanma was shocked. Only 37? I clearly used a strengthening skill. The examiner called out, Quit whining. Next, the second contestant gave it everything and scored only 28 points. The third swung a sword and earned 49 points. The fourth achieved 77 points. The examiner called out, Next, Gakko Oe of the Northern Sixth Continent. He scoffed. They can't even reach 80 points? Pathetic. Gakko thought, That familiar must be extremely tough. He swung down his weapon. But I have complete confidence in my own power. Flames burst from a hammer in his hand as it slammed into Toma's stomach. The examiner looked up from the magazine he had been reading. Not bad. Toma announced. Score received, 91 points. Gakko was disappointed. Not 100? Still, he thought proudly. No one here can surpass me in strength, so 91 points is good enough. Gakko looked curiously at Izuki. Where is he? How many points will Izuki score? The examiner read the next name. Izuki of the northern sixth continent. Gakka's entire body stiffened. He abruptly turned around. So you were here. At last, I get to see your strength with my own eyes, Izuki. Izuki stepped into the testing area. Gakka watched Izuki's back. He's the one who scored 100,000 points in the preliminary round. But no one can beat me in strength while I'm holding this 100 strikes hammer. The item information appeared, 100 strikes. Unique rank. Effect, attack plus 100. Unique personal effect. Gakka thought confidently. Even if he topped the preliminary round, his attack power can only be about equal to mine. Facing Toma, Izuki felt guilty. I'll feel terrible if I deal a fatal blow to such a cute creature. Meanwhile, the examiner thought, another loser who will score under 50? How boring. Izuki raised his fist. His eyes flashed, and veins surfaced across his face. He threw an overwhelmingly powerful punch. Surging energy burst forth as his fist struck Toma. Its head was sent flying off. The examiner remained focused on his magazine. This girl has a great figure. Then the shockwave behind him made him jump. The examiner could not believe it. What? He tore Toma apart with his bare hands? Is this guy really a trainee? Izuki thought. So that critical strike effect was still stored up. He was surprised. You're still alive? Toma's head wore a pitiful expression. Izuki patted its head and asked, what was my score? It replied, 100 points. Everyone was shocked. A perfect score? Wasn't that familiar said to be indestructible even for level 50 awakened? Even barehanded, he scored 9 points higher than Gakka did with his hammer. Gakka's face went pale. No, it isn't merely a 9-point difference. He only got 100 because the scoring system can't go any higher. That casual punch easily surpassed my full strength. What do you mean it didn't lose in terms of power? I was far too arrogant. The examiner walked over to inspect Toma. I said it so that only strength above level 50 could earn 100 points. He turned to look at Izuki. Could this guy have? Izuki panicked. The instructor was furious because his familiar had been destroyed. I'd better get out of here while I still can. He said, sorry, then turned and ran. The examiner announced, the test is temporarily suspended. 10 minutes later, Siha arrived. Congratulations. That was amazing. Not only is your defense incredible, but your strength is too. Izuki modestly replied, I was just lucky. I can't produce that kind of strength all the time. Rigel patted his chest. Don't be so modest. What about that guy who said Izuki couldn't even score 30 points? See, he got 100. Siha added, why are you acting so proud? You weren't the one who scored. Izuki felt that, at this rate, it would take a while before the test resumed. Siha reminded him, why don't you take another test first? We'll wait here. He told them, let's meet at the plaza after we're all done. The next test is mana, right? Izuki headed to the mana testing room. The examiner inside was a level 42 craftsman. She announced, it seems everyone is here, so I'll explain the test. Several young men blushed as they stared at her. That instructor is unbelievably beautiful. I want to ask her out. Maybe if I score high enough, she'll invite me to dinner. Siha was disgusted by their behavior. Men really are all the same. She frowned upon seeing Izuki. He's here too. He's staring at the instructor too. Every man is the same. She misunderstood. Izuki was looking at something else. So that thing under the red cloth is the testing device. The examiner revealed it. The tool used to measure mana was made by me personally. The cloth was pulled away, revealing a rare item, a mana storage crystal. The measuring method is very simple. Place your hand on the crystal sphere and channel your mana into it. The more mana you provide, the higher your score. Someone asked, if we pour all our mana into it, what about the other tests? She reassured them, don't worry. This crystal sphere can fully absorb your mana and return it afterward. Her beauty made the young man blush. Igriegagis igsamina. She invited them forward. If there are no more questions, we'll begin. There is no set order, so anyone who wants to go first may step forward. That young man raised his hand. I'll go first. She praised him. Proactive young men are popular with women. You may begin whenever you're ready. He placed his hand on the sphere and gave it everything he had. I can't embarrass myself in front of such a beautiful woman. Even if I have to drain every last drop of mana, I need a high score. He gathered his mana. Explode my mana. Looking at the meager stream of mana, he cried out, no way. Even after pouring in all my mana, it isn't even half full. The examiner picked up the sphere. Calm down. I forgot to mention that this mana storage crystal once absorbed all the mana of an awakened at around level 40. The others were astonished. Really? Even a level 40 awakened can't fill that crystal? Then people around level 10, like us, can't even fill half of it. The examiner ordered stay still. I'll return you mana now. She whispered privately into his ear, Just between us, I can tell what kind of person someone is by the amount of mana they pour into the crystal. You have a surprisingly pure heart, you know, the examiner announced. Who wants to go next? Raise your hand. Everyone hesitated. Should I retake the defense test? I'd rather get hit by rocks than have all my mana drained. Another said, I just finished the agility test, and my mana hasn't recovered yet. I'll watch for now. Izuki was speechless at how quickly they changed their attitudes. A minute ago, they were wildly excited. He stepped forward. In that case, The examiner was intrigued. Oh, it seems we have a second challenger. Please come up. Izuki was bewildered. I still have my hand half raised. So it's someone I know. He's Hana, second place in the Northern Six-Continent preliminary round. Everyone murmured in admiration. I know him. That's Hana, second place in the Northern Six-Continent. He's gorgeous. And he came in second in the preliminaries too? I'm in love. Izuki realized why he looked familiar. No wonder he seemed familiar. The examiner watched with interest. With both first and second place here, this should be entertaining. You know the rules, right? Begin when you're ready. Hana placed his hand on the sphere. Violet mana flowed into it, but it had not even filled half the sphere. The others scoffed. That's it? He only has a little more mana than the previous guy. Is that all second place in the Northern Six-Continent can do? Mocking whispers rang in Hannah's ears. If you weren't so greedy, you could have taken first place, haha. At this rate, I should have entered the Northern Six-Continent preliminaries too. Move aside when you're done. We from a Southern Six-Continent will show you how it's done. Hannah's face darkened. A moment later, the sword at his waist began to stir, as though about to leave its sheath. Mana radiated from it, supplying Hana with another source of mana. His eyes lit up. The people below exclaimed, Huh? His mana just surged. I can feel the mana fluctuations. They're several times stronger than before. Izuki understood. So that sword is his source of mana. Once he draws it, all the mana stored inside flows directly into his body. Someone shouted, Look, the crystal is almost full. Hana coldly sheathed his sword. The examiner rejoiced inwardly. About 80%. With a score like that, he would easily rank first over the past 5 years. Hana's mana had been exhausted. The examiner teased him. You filled 80% of its capacity. I'm so happy to meet a girl as strong and cute as you. Hana dropped a bombshell. I'm a boy. The men froze. Give me back the heart that just started fluttering. But that name and face are completely feminine. Even Izuki was shocked. I genuinely thought he was a girl the entire time. His voice and face really don't match. The examiner exclaimed, Really? The boys must be devastated. Anyway, I'll return your mana now. Ready? Hana replied, Yes. The examiner let out a relieved breath. Phew, finally. Returning that much mana all at once is more exhausting than it looks. She collected herself and asked, All right, who's next? Raise your hand. Izuki raised his hand. Please, let me go. The examiner thought to herself, Oh my, he's handsome too. She said, All right, start by introducing yourself. He introduced himself. I'm Izuki from the Northern Six-Continent. The others were shocked. Another one from the Northern Six-Continent? He's the first place contestant from the Northern Six-Continent preliminaries, right? Him? He doesn't look any stronger than Hana. Hana gave Izuki a cold glance. Let's see what you've got. The others speculated. He doesn't look like the magic-oriented type. Maybe mana is his weakness. He doesn't even have a weapon. There's no way he can beat Hana. The examiner said, You may begin when you're ready. Izuki thought, My maximum mana is only 300. My base mana is only 380, so I can't even fill half the crystal. But I have a Mana Sense passive skill. A notification appeared. In other words, including the instructors, every awakened person here is a source of mana for me. As long as they remain here, my mana. A string of notifications appeared. The examiner noticed the crystal. It's almost full. The crystal had been covered in an enchanting violet glow. Izuki thought, It looks full, but it can still hold more. Then I'll keep pouring mana in until it can't contain any more. The examiner knew that the crystal was already full, yet the boy's mana was not decreasing at all. At this rate, she raised her hand. That's enough. Any more? And Izuki looked at her in confusion. Cracks began to appear across the surface of the crystal. A violent burst of mana erupted. The people behind him were shocked. Is it going to explode? What the hell is that? The examiner raised her hand to shield her face from the blast. Someone heard a cracking sound. It sounded like something just cracked. The crystal shattered into pieces in Izuki's hand. Afraid of being punished, he said, I was only pouring mana into it, and it suddenly broke apart. You're not going to make me pay for that, are you?